All right, good morning. CNBC, Bloomberg, Yahoo having a difficult time explaining why all of the fear they've been stoking up hasn't resulted in a follow through to the downside. I admit we've been looking for some consolidation and pullback, but hasn't happened. Goldman Sachs trading desk record profits, highest profits ever. Stock was up last time I looked. Let's see, Goldman Sachs. All right, Goldman Sachs. It's inside of yesterday's price action. Okay. Coinbase, that turned out to be a good entry on the, I guess you want to call it, issues with having the crypto bill or whatever it is they're working on in Congress. I guess there's three different components, and only two of them passed. One of them didn't, or something like that. So the market sold on that news on Coinbase, but people like myself looked at it and say, well, it's supposed to be on the president's desk by, I don't know if it's the end of this week or end of next week. So I got a feeling they're going to get it worked out. And that responded with buyers stepping in right around 379. Actually, it dropped a little bit lower. It had a wick on that candle down to about looks like about 376, something like that. Here we are back into the upper part of yesterday's range. Coinbase looking pretty good. All right, Coinbase looking good. I did sell all of my CONL. Okay. We have 6 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go. As you know, if you've been around for any length of time, first 15 minutes, 20 minutes, that's all I'm doing is taking profits off the table. Reassess the markets after 9:50, 10 o'clock, looking for a trend, especially in stocks with high relative volume. I'm looking for VWAP to be up and to the right. High relative volume for bullish trades, VWAP down and to the right for bearish trades with high relative volume, and flat VWAP for range-bound strategies. Okay, top of the list is MicroStrategy on the NASDAQ 100. So let me get my Bitcoin chart up. BMNR? Probably, Frano. BMNR. Yeah, it's sitting on top of 20 days. So what's it doing pre-market? BMNR. BMNR. You got the pullback. Okay, it's a little bit higher. So you're going to have a bullish day today. Probably. I would say probably. I like pullbacks. Green Day, not greed. Green. Junior, he's in his room. Sleepy. Summer. No more teachers, no more books. School's out for summer. Yeah, I remember that. I remember 12th grade. Remember getting out in 12th grade? You felt like the whole world is opening up to you. I joined the military after that. I wanted to go see Hawaii. Got my wish. We have 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Okay, New York, the Nasdaq Composite. The Nasdaq 100, MicroStrategy, Meta, AppLovin, ARM Holdings, and Tesla top five. Trade Desk, Google, Lulu, Apple, CrowdStrike, and Apple. I said Apple. Palantir are in the top 10. Okay, let me just post that. Top 10. MP Materials, you guys that got into MP, congratulations. I didn't have a position, but that's okay. Plenty of things to do. All right, Gamma was updated, so make sure you check out Gamma. There's a section in there, Gamma. Brett talking about, what was it? That's Tuesday. Let me go Wednesday. He was talking about towards the bottom, talking about Baba, Gamma. Okay, so he made comments about Alibaba, 240 million, 400,000 contracts, plenty of negative gamma up to the 120s from the options landscape. It seems to be where traders are expressing bullishness on Nvidia. Chinese chip news, the 120s. Okay. Okay, I got seconds to go. Seconds to go. All right. SPY up towards the close yesterday. I had puts, SPY puts. That profit will be eradicated, but that's okay. I'm looking for most of my longs to be moving higher. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that got erased. SPY.
Extreme high took alert. High took alert plus 800.
Okay, let's get back to Coinbase. Coinbase. Coin on the move. Coin ticking higher. Coin. Okay, I have Friday calls. Coinbase. Let me take half of these off. Let me take half of these Coinbase calls off from yesterday. See if we get a follow through. Okay, let's look at flow.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay, extreme high tick. We're looking for a bounce. Okay, let's see. Here we go. All right, we're drifting a little bit. Okay, the first 15, 20 minutes, same thing here with these alerts. Usually just people taking profits off, stocks popping. So I generally will give these alerts from Spot Gamma about a half an hour, wait till after 10 o'clock, see what is showing up and what flows look very strong. Okay, but the stocks like Alibaba might get a bid. Alibaba been sitting on a position forever, it seems like. Alibaba all day yesterday. Flow was up for Alibaba. Coinbase looking for a push higher. Coinbase.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay, so Coinbase, let me take this sell order off. Coin cancel. I'll cancel that order. All right. Look for Coinbase to follow through. Don't want to sell myself short there. UMAC popping, UMAC drones. What was that other stock? Frano, I bought some yesterday. You had some drone. What was it? Gilt. That's up. Gilt up. Gilt like the currency, not like I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Uncle Albert.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay, so you got the quantum stock starting to go. Is that's what you're telling me? Okay, quantum stocks. Okay, we're up 16%. RGTI. Okay, wow, nice one, Skier. Congrats. Okay. Nice pop there on some of these quantum stocks. RGTI. Okay, there goes Coinbase. Glad I didn't sell it. Glad I didn't sell it. Let's see. Here's RGTI. Okay, you got this area, Skier. You have this area of supply right here. You can see it very vividly. RGTI. Once it gets above that, the next level. I don't see the next level for a while. So probably previous highs, right? That previous high right there. So you could look for 21, 22. Nice job, Skier. All right. Looking good. Coinbase is on the move. Coinbase. Woo, there goes Coinbase. I'm still in the take profits mode. All right, taking profits off into strength, reassess the markets. CoreWeave, that hit 143. It's pulling back in right now. CoreWeave. Okay, inside day for now, CoreWeave. Core Scientific, CORZ. Inside day. Those two, Tango right now. All right, Alibaba might actually make some money on Alibaba. I've been sitting on some October calls. Alibaba. Excuse me. Coinbase. Nice move on Coinbase. Excuse me. Probably close enough for their inflation target. You don't necessarily want to overshoot. Okay, Apple pushing a bit higher. Apple. Tesla's up today. Tesla. Looking good, Tesla.
course to navigate here. Now the
Target. Target's back up again today. Target with a bounce.
one more meeting and set up September, assuming no setbacks in the July numbers that we get in August.
Okay, the NASDAQ 100 looking pretty strong. We have 387 stocks. The majority is bullish today. Majority of stocks are bullish right now. We got nearly 400 stocks on the S&P 500.
No doubt about that, Nicole. I mean, it's been that way for a while now, but it's gotten to the point where, I think in the case of many professional investors, it's maybe
Okay, we got mostly bullish signals. We've got 70 on the Qs.
is unrivaled over the last decade plus. So super impressive moves. Obviously, steps towards regulatory clarity is only going to help this space from a legitimacy standpoint, but also from
A bullish start today.
And if you're a company like Coinbase that operates in this business, knowing the guardrails and the rules for engagement only makes it easier as well. Now, I do think it's probably one of those
Okay,
spaces
Apple. All right, so the New York Fangs are sort of mixed right now. Tesla popping around.
Coinbase would be like investing in an oil or
Tesla.
company versus going directly to the source and investing in the commodity itself. So
Looking for a trend. Just taking a few things off into strength.
but I think many are opting just to go directly
Just in case we start to fade.
assets themselves as opposed to finding exposure through the equities that
All right, UMAC back up. Okay, there goes UMAC.
Still looking more closely at stable coins now, so continuing to follow all of that as well.
UMAC and Gilt Drones. NUWE. Nice, Frano. Did you get in? I didn't get in. I didn't get in. I don't like to buy gap ups like that. I have this fear that we're going to drop back into this gap. Nice move though. New Wellis looking good. UMAC.
So far this year, on a year-over-year basis, the stock has practically doubled year to date, and then on a year-over-year basis, it's up more than 400%. So although they're upgrading it, they're still on the sidelines on this. And you think about it, it's because just of how expensive and how far it's come, but you clearly can't ignore the momentum that's
Okay, UMAC.
to neutral. They're coming from underperform here. They've also raised their price target on Palantir. They've raised it to 100.
UMAC on the move.
It's not anywhere near where it is right now. So to them, there could be potential downside from here. But they said they can't ignore the accelerating growth that Palantir has had.
UMAC on the move.
Expect the revenue growth to accelerate for a fifth quarter in a row when it reports its Q2 results. Those
What are you trading puts on, Monda?
Similar to other analysts about Palantir, it's just lofty about valuation. Forward PE more than 200, so that's high. They think that the stock could face multiple compression in future quarters, but again,
Okay, UMAC on the move.
They bullish on Palantir's government pipeline. We know that was initially Palantir's bread and butter. From the geopolitical shifts and headwinds there and increased.
Let's take a look at UMAC. Frano mentioned Gilt yesterday. Another drone manufacturer, Gilt. Okay, that's following through. Gilt, looking good. What is the nukes doing? SMR. Okay, a little doji inside day for now. Yesterday was a pretty narrow range in the upper half of the daily range for Monday. SMR, new scale power, and E. I want to hold on to these for a while, see what we can get out of these. I like SMR the best so far. Oklo looks like it could get going too. But I like SMR. It's nice discount to Oklo's $60 plus price Okay, S&P pulling back a little bit. Okay, Coinbase watching for the follow through. Tesla with a nice pop. What's Palantir doing? Palantir's up again. Palantir looking good. Palantir. Okay, UNH with a bounce today. Finally, UNH.
Tilt for overwhelmingly on the sell side is neutral on this, and a lot of that clearly has to do with the valuation, Nicole.
Tesla. Okay, it took some Tesla calls yesterday at the low. It dipped even lower, Tesla. So what do I have here, Tesla? I think I have Friday's calls, right? I was going for a quick pop on that. I got 320s on Tesla yesterday. I like buying dips, Tesla. Here's a good example, actually. I bought some Tesla on this pullback. All right. So that pullback lasted to about 11 o'clock. It started to bounce. We did make a new lower low intraday, but think about it from the perspective of buying the dip. My stop is so much closer instead of buying at the high, instead of buying that's high yesterday and watching this go all the way back down to the low and coming all the way back to where I am just to break even if I can. Much better to buy dips, especially if the stock is in a bullish trend. Tesla's trying to stay above and get above the 200-day. Okay, briefly above it. 5,200-day on Monday, Tuesday, got rejected. Looking for a pop through this area. Okay, so we got about 50-50 on the NASDAQ 100. Tesla's the number one, MicroStrategy number two, ARM Holdings number three, Apple Oven number four, and Lulu number five. Let's take a look at Lulu. Retail, looking at retail. Consumer discretionary. Some retail and consumer discretionary. TJ Maxx. I always see people in TJ Maxx. Nothing yet. Target. This is a longer term play. Target looking for this to continue and to build the right side of a pattern and keep going. Target. Get back up to these at least 50%. 130, 174 would be really nice. UNH up a little bit today. UNH kind of being out of the picture lately. UNH pulling back more. Okay, so still basing. UNH is still basing. It needs to get above 320 for me to even consider doing anything else with it. Eventually, I'll get above 320. I got January calls and shares. Let's see. Tesla. Pause. Apple pause at the high. Tesla. Should I just take this off? Got a nice profit on Tesla from the lows. I'm going to go ahead and take Tesla off. It expires on Friday. So I have a profit now. If this does dip again, I will buy further out in time. I had Friday calls. Survey says trying to get a fill here on Tesla. Okay, Tesla. Okay, you want. Okay, Tesla. That's me taking profits in Tesla.
Morgan Stanley and the chairman in 2025. He's essentially kind of stuck with the playbook of Jim Gorman, his predecessor. Yeah, he has. Right now, we're seeing Morgan Stanley, Goldman, Bank of America, PNC higher. Yesterday, we heard from a few mostly good news. BlackRock had one big investor pull out from the index funds to the tune of about $52 billion. So that was something that was a little off. But for the big picture here, you want to have a final thought maybe on these banks? I mean, I think the context of this is that you see.
All right. Apple took some profits on Tesla. That's probably going to keep going. It's okay. I have some Tesla shares, TSLL, that I'd like to see appreciate more. Okay, Google trying to hold on and push a bit higher. 185 would be nice. Apple flagging at the moment. Apple. Again, the top 5: Tesla, MicroStrategy, ARM Holdings, AppLovin. Now Workday is number 5. Workday. Let's take a look at Workday. Workday. Okay, the S&P is just sitting here doing nothing. Workday, I'm not really interested. MicroStrategy. Okay, Bitcoin in the right in the middle of yesterday's price action, basically. MicroStrategy pushing higher. If you're still in MicroStrategy, congrats. Bitcoin, of course, hitting new all-time highs, pulling back in for 2 days. Let's see if this bounces. The 90 MA, 21-day, 50-day are all up and to the right. The 200-day is also turning up and to the right. So you want to buy dips. You want to buy dips when a stock or a company or an asset is in a bullish trend. Okay, it's in a bullish trend. Okay, why is this doing this? Let's go to 2 days. 2 days, all right. Bitcoin, dip, look for the dip to get bought. Okay, there goes Tesla more. Okay, Tesla going to get above the 200-day, it looks like. Tesla. Okay, it looks like it's trying to get above the 200-day. It's currently above the 200-day, that dotted gold line pointing up and to the right at 3, looks like 317. Okay, the 50-day is up here at 322. 322 is the 50-day for Tesla. So if Tesla can keep going here, we got about 3 points to get to the 50-day. Okay. Apple flagging. Tesla's still pushing. The New York Fangs are telling you just be cautious here. Okay. Hopefully we don't get a complete fade of yesterday. Are we on a buy signal on a 60-minute? I think we are. Yesterday we were briefly on a buy signal, and then that was erased. The earlier sell order on futures 60-minute took over. Okay, so we've been on a 60-minute buy signal since 2 a.m. Let's see how far this can take us. Tesla's still going. Buy the dips on Tesla, sell the rips. It's been making higher lows, trying to make a higher high now over the last 2 weeks with a bounce. Okay, Google pulling back in now. Palantir pulling back in. All right, stocks are seeing profit taking. Netflix pulling back in. Netflix has earnings tomorrow after the close. Let's see, Netflix.
Well, thanks for having me. So big picture, energy kind of had like 15 minutes when Iran and Israel were, really.
And what's UMAC doing? UMAC. Okay, that pulled back in. UMAC. Okay, CoreWeave starting to move. CoreWeave. Let's see what CoreWeave can do. CoreWeave, we had a inside day, right? Inside day for now. CoreWeave trying to bounce. CoreWeave. Volume, got a buy order block. Okay, so we got a sell order block right overhead. But if we pop through this area, look for a takeout of yesterday's high. If we get through the supply, there's no doubt some sellers there, people who were buying the high of the day yesterday. Okay, you can see where it leads to. Okay, over here, people were buying the high of the day. Stock started to drift lower. They didn't do anything. It rolled over. People got short. Now there's supply right in this area. So if we get above this area, look for a retest of yesterday's high. CoreWeave. Okay, looking pretty good. Love to see Love to see the 20-day moving average at 155. CoreWeave. I have calls. That's all I am willing to risk is some calls, and I have the August 15th, 155, 160. Oh, that's right. I took profits, and then on the dip, I bought some 155, 160s, higher strikes because of what the price was. I had the 150, 155 vertical yesterday. Okay. What else is working here? Bitcoin pulling back. Coinbase consolidating. CoreWeave looks like it might go.
That's where Kinder Morgan comes in. They are building out expansions of different pipelines like Permian Highway, Gulf Coast Express. Both of those will lend more takeaway capacity out of the Permian to places that can use it, like U.S. Gulf Coast. So they're pretty well positioned on that front, and I think that there's a lot of volume growth to come. But now, when it comes to the oil services names like Schlumberger or Halliburton, the fundamentals there are not great. I would say, we're pretty neutral on the fundamentals.
CoreWeave, watching CoreWeave.
These stocks are pretty beaten up. Schlumberger is trading about 30% below its historical forward average. Halliburton's pretty much the same. So these are really value calls on the argument that things probably are not going to get worse.
CoreWeave. Coinbase still consolidating. Okay, let's look at a few other names. The top 10. Let's look at the top 10. Okay, let's look at the top 10 on the S&P. Tesla, MicroStrategy, that one. Regeneron just popped up on the list. That had pulled back recently. Back to the 50-day. Regeneron might get going. Vertex Pharmaceuticals, Vertex, VRTX. That popped up into the top 5. Okay, so these are jumping all around. Amgen, I have positions in Amgen. Looking for that eventually to get above 305, 310, 312, something like that. Amgen, I'll hold on to that position. Lulu, at the lows. Lulu, double bottom. People gave up on Lulu. Yoga Pants, what's going on? Why is Lulu lower? ARM Holdings, haven't traded Lulu in over a year, I guess. ARM Holdings. Chips, let's look what SMH looks like. Okay, let's go see what's actually moving in the markets right now. S&P 500, still looking good. S&P 500. We have 306. All right, so we had 400. So about 100 stocks saw profit taking. We're looking for that to bounce. We're at 50-50 on the Qs. So we had about 70 stocks advancing on the Qs at one point this morning. We're back down to under 50 now. Okay, so we do have some profit taking. You got a headwind to deal with. Okay, here are the top 10 on the S&P 500 right now. Groupon. No, that's not Groupon. That's GPN. That's Global Payments. GRPN is Groupon, right? Are they still in business, Groupon? GRPN? Apparently. GPN. Okay, so GPN. J&J looking good. What's Merck doing? Merck had been moving higher over the last few weeks, just trending. Okay, slow mover, but it is trending higher. It's got an ATR of just over $1.80, $1.90. Merck. Okay, that looks good. Merck. Ooh, nice job there, Russell. Nice job. Okay, Coinbase. Looking for Coinbase to go. UMAC.
For natural gas supplies that come from someone other than Russia, right? Russia has proven itself to not be a reliable trading partner. Western Europe got before the Ukraine invasion.
I took a little more UMAC off.
Of their natural
UMAC took a little more of that off. Gilt.
That's the cheapest gas there is. But when you can't count on a business partner being reliable, you start looking at other alternatives. U.S. is a huge opportunity. There are other players out there like Australia, Qatar that also have natural gas for export businesses. But I think the U.S.
CoreWeave, looking for it to pop. CoreWeave. Okay, so looking at the top 10 on the S&P 500. State Street, gap down, inside day now. State Street Bank. Goldman Sachs, what are you doing, Goldman? Goldman was, yeah. They beat earnings. Maybe this fades a little while. It's at highs, so maybe it fades for a few days like JP Morgan. Give us a better re-entry. If you held it through earnings. Google pulling back some more. Google, Coinbase. Okay, let's see. Tesla, Regeneron, Vertex, Amgen, ARM Holdings, Intuit, Autodesk, Workday, Apple. Let's see. Let me put Apple there. Apple. Okay, Apple. We're going to get something going on Apple, maybe.
Oh, okay. Well, that was a good answer. Thank you so much, Stuart Glickman, Deputy Research Director, Energy Equity Analyst at CFRA. Always great to see you, Stuart. Thank you.
Okay, let's check out. Let's see what's going on here. Baba, Alibaba. Flows. There was a lot of flow in Alibaba. If you check the Gamma update this morning, Alibaba gapped up on the whole NVIDIA news. Somebody bought a crap ton of Alibaba yesterday. 400,000 contracts. Okay, so they look like they're bullish up to the 120s. So Baba, bullish up to the 120s. Okay, that would be another rejection area. So look for a little pop in Alibaba, perhaps. Alibaba. On the NVIDIA chip news. Coinbase still consolidating, watching CoreWeave, Amgen, Google. Apple looks like it wants to go some more. Apple. Okay, let me get to Apple here. Apple. Okay, I believe, Bo, you had Friday calls, you said, right? The two 1250s, right? You're looking at the 1250s. Apple. Okay, I think we can get there. You got some supply just overhead. Okay, got supply just overhead. Looking for a follow through. Coinbase, looking for a pop here. Coinbase. Watching CoreWeave. Okay, Microsoft trailing off. Microsoft's in a bullish trend, so the dips keep getting bought for like 10, 12 weeks now. Microsoft, every time it pulls back, buyers step up. Here's Microsoft. Okay, here's Microsoft, okay. Still in a bullish trend above the 90 MA. It's only dipped below the 21-day 1, 2, 3 times. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 weeks. In 12 weeks, it's only dipped below the 90 MA 3 times, but it promptly got back above. So I'm looking for dips to get bought. If you're looking for day trades, this one just keeps repeating for 12 weeks straight. So look for a dip here on Microsoft. Microsoft. Okay, watch the dip. Watch it get bought. Once it gets bought, once you start to see shorts cover, you got a wick right there. Once you see shorts start to cover, we'll look for potential trade on Microsoft. Tesla still holding the highs. Tesla. Apple looking okay. Apple. Okay. Tesla. Tesla at highs. Pause. Coinbase looks like it might want to go. Coinbase. Watch CoreWeave too. Coinbase. CoreWeave is hanging in there. It's not selling off. S&P is sitting here as well, not moving lower. Okay, let's look at the S&P. We're looking for dealer hedge flow to give us a direction. You can see dealer hedge flow right now. That purple line is just up and down, sideways basically. You can see the stickiness of all this gamma over here on the left. Very similar to yesterday. We didn't go that far yesterday. We didn't go very far. So S&P 500. Okay, with sticky gamma in the area. We did have VIX expiration this morning. With sticky gamma yesterday, we did have a little bit of a range, more so than the previous 8 trading days, but we're right on top of the 90 MA. So either the 90 MA fails, or we bounce, or we just kind of sit here and do nothing. So I'm just watching. No trade on the S&P. I just have some hedges. I have some put hedges on SPY. That's it. Okay, coin trying to go here. Coin trying to go. I have calls for Friday, right? Friday. Yeah, Friday calls. I have the 395s. 395, 400. So I need to get rid of these soon. 400 is max profit. Let me go ahead and get rid of some of these calls. Let me do that now. We're at near the highs. Probably keeps going. I don't care. I just want to take a profit and reassess the markets after 10 o'clock. So I'm going to take Coinbase profits right here. That's me taking profits in Coinbase. Coinbase looking good. Coinbase yesterday. Dip catching a bid yesterday. I forget who mentioned it, but thank you for mentioning the dip. Who was it that was buying yesterday? Coinbase dip. I see Frano, you added to the July 25th 300 call. Okay, who was it that bought Bitcoin yesterday besides Frano adding to her position? Somebody mentioned it. I just wanted to thank you for the heads up. Atticus? No, it wasn't you. Or was it? Somebody mentioned Coinbase on the dip yesterday. I wound up buying it. Was it you, John? John Smith? Shoot. Who was it? Who mentioned Coinbase on the low yesterday? It was you? Okay. Because I liked what I saw. And you know, the news what okay, there goes CoreWeave going. CoreWeave's going. Okay. So I'm still in take profits mode and reassess my positions. I want to reduce the size of my holdings, reduce the number of holdings, take profits on stocks like CoreWeave, which I've been day trading, and short-term swinging. Looking for that to pop a little bit higher. I'll take some profits there. What I'd like to do is have a core group of stocks around 10. I got about eight too many right now. I just find it cumbersome to follow all of these trades on Thinkorswim, you know, because invariably a lot of times I'll be in a few different sectors. So sometimes sectors are not cooperating while others are taking off the upside. It's difficult if you're trading short-term options, which is what I've been doing. Google up. Let's see. CoreWeave trying to go. Okay, Constellation Energy. That's one that Frank brought us. Dr. Frank mentioned Constellation Energy a few months back. This just grinding along. I have next year's calls. Constellation Energy. So it was more of a synthetic play. Instead of holding shares, I have June calls.
Because there was an expected rise, both headline and core PPI of 0.2%. So those prices didn't change. June wholesale prices were up 2.3% from a year ago. That's the smallest year-over-year gain since September. So certainly,
Okay, CoreWeave is going. CoreWeave looking for a follow through.
data yesterday where consumer prices did rise, but it is important to note that consumer prices and producers' prices do not always work in tandem. So while this data may seem to be moving against each other, they don't always move in the same direction. And also, so thank you for all of that. I don't want to leave
Okay, S&P is just sitting here. Coinbase, trying to get going. CoreWeave, let's look at CoreWeave. CoreWeave is moving higher. CoreWeave,
So a huge development actually, Nicole.
I don't know, just feels like an opportunity on CoreWeave. It's going to be the center, or at least one of the stocks in the center of AI, servers, renting out space to companies who don't want to do their own thing, like Google and Amazon, and etc. Meta. Company, not everybody can afford these, billion-dollar data centers or whatever it is that they're spending on their AI venture. Meta, I'm particularly interested in what Meta's up to. Meta, Microsoft, Google, Amazon. So CoreWeave, I think people are a little bit short-sighted that this can't turn into $1,000 stock. Not soon, just eventually. And what we have so far on CoreWeave is exactly what I've been looking for. I've been looking for a base to form, okay, above the 50-day, okay. Core Scientific shareholders. I don't know if it was the shareholders that were saying this or it was just the talking heads on CNBC and Schwab and everything that were saying the word bloated, a bloated stock. I guess you could say it's bloated if you can't see the future. Okay, $40 stock runs up to 180. It pulled back 40 points. 60 points. It pulled back 60 points. It stopped at the 50-day. You're looking for evidence that institutions are buying. That's what I'm seeing. Got stochastics turning. That's telling you that look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Why is that important? Well, if you have a day where it looks like it's going to be bullish again, you want to buy dips. So you buy the dip. Look for it to continue higher. So you have a better entry whenever you got stochastics turning up. It's telling you look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. So that looks good. MACD is turning. Momentum is turning back. Looks like the bears are losing control. Still a little too early to tell. That's why I want to trade options and not shares. I'd rather have, 5 or 10 options than 500 or 1,000 shares of this company, because I don't know if this is going to drop off and I lose, $100,000 on speculation. I'd rather just have 1,000 shares with 10 calls, exposure. So I'm just trading options at this point. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Which would mark a 2.5% increase year over year. Now let's focus.
Yeah, and plus that, it's probably going to be the biggest trend our kids are ever going to see in their lifetime. AI. Okay, S&P got a little bounce on the S&P. Watching CoreWeave. Still, I don't want to buy shares. I want to buy options. That way I know exactly how much I can lose. With shares, you don't know, you don't know how much you can lose unless you have like a 5% stop and that's it. But if this thing gapped down for some reason, that'd be terrible. Symbotica, whatever the hell they call it. SYM is going. Okay. Looking good.
We can't talk about this airline without obviously acknowledging what we got from Delta because of the fact that we did see that earnings beat and that
CoreWeave looking good. CoreWeave. Okay. Apple's on the move. Apple going for Bo. Apple.
obviously they are still cautious on the geopolitics and trade wars.
Okay. Apple's trying to go. Okay. We got supply overhead. 212.50. That's what Bo is looking for. Apple. Okay. Most of the fangs are mixed at the moment. We got a bounce. Dip buyers on Nvidia, Netflix. Looks like Tesla's going to dip. Broadcom, a dip on Broadcom. Shorts covering on Meta. Shorts covering on Google and Amazon. Apple at the high of the day. Microsoft pulling back. Microsoft's in a bullish trend for the last 12 weeks, sitting above its 9 EMA. Only 3 times below the 9 EMA, but the next day it was back above. Still in a very bullish trend. So buying dips makes sense. You probably wait a little bit longer on Microsoft. I would say until about 11 o'clock or so. Look for a reversal. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood's on the move. Cool. Apple. Okay, Apple's on the move. Thank you, John. Okay, Robinhood on the move. Okay, is it back above 100? Robinhood? Yes, it is. Cool. That's what we're looking for. Robinhood back above 100. Okay, do I have anything left on Robinhood? I think I do. Don't I? Oh, shoot. I sold my Robinhood. Oh, well. In my quest to reduce my exposure, I did sell some Robinhood. And we are moving higher. Okay. Okay.
Socioeconomic bracket, exactly. And potentially even the corporate clients as well. I mean, are they that? Well, I mean, exactly. I mean, is the premium seats being filled by them there?
The ones adopting AI just really going down.
Okay. Robinhood on the move. Looks good. Robinhood on the move.
Keeping OpEx flat, growing your sales and pocketing the leverage. And we think that it's just beginning. AI agents are going to explode that. And as a public company, any public company outside of tech.
Okay, Robinhood's a little extended. I wouldn't chase it.
It's just getting started. Agents are just going to be able to do this. And what it's going to do is it's going to reduce your software seats. So seat-based models are threatened.
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
And what that means is like infrastructure software could do better, but it really just means keep buying NVIDIA, guys. They're going to power the AI models. You know they're going to win. Maybe keep buying the clouds who are going to host all and deploy it. But the SaaS guys, it's going to be tough because those seats, I mean, at a very least, don't grow ever again. You heard it.
Okay, so NVIDIA, beneficiary, AMD, you think is beneficiary?
Yeah.
Who else? Whether it's the China stuff or the sort of new
Well, I mean,
advances you're talking
Broadcom
about.
has a great portfolio of infrastructure software. Of course, they're leading and doing great. We just put out a piece raising our targets again on Microsoft and Oracle. And you're like, oh, that's great news, Ben. Well, I mean, obviously we've been saying it for a long time, but their revenues are accelerating while all the SaaS guys are decelerating. This is not that hard. You know, I was there when hardware stocks went to 8 times earnings because the cloud ate their lunch. It can always get worse. This is a complete reversal of Andreessen software eating the world. AI is eating software. So we're 2.5 years into this. I mean, agents haven't even really started. So there's going to be outsized benefits, and the numbers can get really big. They get really big, and I know you think it's big now. Just wait.
You've been able to see around some big corners, Ben. We're lucky to have you here. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, guys. It's always a pleasure. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. It is day 2 of the big bank earnings. We're going to break down the numbers out of Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Bank of America.
The president says he has secured the votes needed to pass this key vote on a crypto bill today after a handful of Republicans did derail briefly that legislation yesterday.
And Mamdani's primary win sparking a wealth panic in New York, with Florida brokers seeing a spike in inquiries and businesses threatening to leave. We'll discuss the fallout. Big show still ahead. Let's walk on the street. We'll be right back.
You know, remembering the McCarthy era and all the communists being prosecuted, I just can't believe my eyes. There goes Apple's going. Can't believe my eyes. Mondani or whatever his name is in New York. Guess a lot of people like him. I don't get it. I don't get it. Just talk to anybody that's ever come here from Eastern Europe or China or North Korea, if they manage to get away. Anyway, don't want to talk politics, Benny. Aye, Captain. Google looking for the bounce. Apple is still going here. Apple, nice move on Apple. Okay, Apple's on the move, looking good. Okay, Apple. Apple's on the move. Okay, 212.50, very close by, looking good. If you bought Apple on the dips, looking very good here. Following through. Looking very good. Good job. Okay, so what I'm looking for is around 11 o'clock or so. I'm looking for dips, looking for A, B, C, D patterns. It's a little early right now. It's only 10:18. We're not even an hour into the trading day. A lot of these stocks blew up and then took some profit taking came in. It feels like people are just taking profits, getting out of the way, doing what I'm doing, reassessing the markets, setting up for the second half of July into August. It's not a bad period. Just after August 15th is when it's not a science, but it is statistically potentially weak in the weeks after August 16th into the end of September. I can't speak today. Sorry. And that's due to people going on vacation, the summer doldrums. We didn't get to sell in May and go away this year. We got to sell in April, March, April, and then the rally in May. So we still got time. We still got time into August 15th. So it looks like these stocks could keep going. Okay, there goes Apple going straight up. Apple on the move, looking good.
Big run up in the banks ahead of these earnings. Joining us now to discuss is RBC Capital Markets analyst Gerard.
Okay, Apple is ripping. Do we have any news on Apple? Apple got any news? Let's see. Apple shipped 9.6 million smartphones. I guess you could say that with the Chinese and the U.S. negotiation with regard to chips, that's going to put some buying into Apple at the low. Apple still needs to get their AI act together, but they did put together a deal with MP Materials, rare earth magnets yesterday. Okay, so that looks good. Apple, nice move on Apple. Okay, UMAC out of that. SPY. Okay, looks like Coinbase wants to go. Coinbase. Coinbase, what do I want to do with Coinbase? I want to do CONL, right? CONL. Let's take a look at Coinbase. Coinbase. Okay, that's just trending. So the dip yesterday got bought right at the 9 EMA. It's funny how that works. Every time this is pulled back to the 9 EMA in the last 2 weeks, got bought. Okay, Bitcoin. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin coming off the low. Okay, so I can't buy Coinbase, any Coinbase. I did take some profits in Coinbase into the strength, but I can't buy up here at the high. I was thinking about the trend, so I'll come back to this in a little while. Tesla starting to bounce. Okay, watching Microsoft for a potential trade. Hood, yeah, Hood looking good. There you go. There you go, Bo. Raking in your millions on Apple. Cool. Okay. Big rip on Apple. That was nice. Nice move on Apple.
What do you think is factored in terms of deregulation from here? Because now those regulators are just starting to get in their seats. We see Michelle Bowman as vice chair at the Fed. We have new regulators across the board. When do you think that it materializes and actually makes a difference for banks?
Google on the move. Google pushing back up. Google. SMR catching a bounce. SMR, the nukes should be in play. Nukes should continue to be in play. Here's SMR. SMR looking really strong here. Okay, SMR. Check your 60-minute time frame. As long as we're above the 20 EMA and the 20 EMA is up and to the right, you want to go long on dips. Okay, look at Microsoft. Keep talking about Microsoft. It's been in an uptrend for 12 weeks. Every time it comes back to the 9 EMA on the daily, it's gotten bought in the last 12 weeks, and it just keeps this trend going. Eventually, it's going to break, but the odds are it's going to be another day. That's why I like to trade options on Microsoft and not shares. If you're holding on to shares all this time, hey, congratulations. There goes Apple some more. Okay, we got everything is turning up now. The New York FANG, everything is turning up except NVIDIA. NVIDIA needs to see some short covering. All the New York FANGs are bouncing except for NVIDIA and Snowflake. The rest of them showing signs of short covering. 8.
Although they're all very careful to say not an acquisition at any cost. It's got to make strategic and financial sense.
You're right, Carl. I kept on hearing the expression, it's a high bar for an acquisition. And so, but you're right, when your currencies are trading at these high valuations, it gives you the ability to look for inorganic growth. And I think what you're seeing is with the excess capital levels and the high valuations, this could be the ticket for more acquisitions by these large investment banks or the regional banks as well.
Well, Gerard, thank you very much for summing up all the big takeaways from the bank results. What to do with
Okay, there goes Coinbase. Coinbase breaking higher.
Continue the conversation next hour. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon will join us right here to dig into his quarter and what he sees in the pipeline, M&A, IPOs. That's a big story for Goldman this quarter.
Okay.
When we come back, the president says he was able to gain support from lawmakers on this key crypto proposal, and it is boosting Bitcoin after yesterday's weakness. What investors should know and what comes next after this. Also, Mohamed El-Arian on today's fresh PPI number, whether it moves the needle when it comes to rate cuts. So don't go anywhere.
Okay, Coinbase, C-O-I-N, Coinbase. Okay, here's a good example too. As long as it stays above the 20 EMA, you want to stay long or buy dips back to the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. Dips keep getting bought. We got dips getting bought yesterday. Thanks to Frano. I got a nice trade on that. Didn't get the absolute low, but got pretty good. Got a pretty good entry. Gapping up this morning. Looking good. I took those calls off. I'm looking for another dip another dip after this consolidation this morning. I'm looking for another dip on Coinbase. I'll probably do something again, probably out in August. We had this little consolidation, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the run up to A, then I'm looking for B. Okay. So you could get long here, put a stop underneath 393. That's a $7-8 stop. There it goes. There it goes. There goes Coinbase. There it goes. Okay, people are going to start chasing it. Okay, Apple, nice little rip there on Apple. Okay, starting to see a little consolidation. Okay, Coinbase. I'll keep an eye on Coinbase. Looks like it's going to get giddy up here, Coinbase. Nice move on Coinbase. Okay, I got to make some coffee. Got up a little late today. Got up at only 6 today. I'll be right back.
That means the money is flying out of there in those 2 time periods. Nobody wants to be holding those. And then staples, we've got a 6, a 10, and a 9. So generally speaking, if we sell this to managers, a manager may look at this, look at his portfolio, and say, well, we've got a lot of healthcare here. We may want to take some of that back. And then we might look at the utility sector that's popped into the number 1 slot here very, very quickly, and they may want to readjust their portfolios to have a little bit of utilities exposure where maybe they didn't have that a few weeks back.
I'm gonna leave it to you to give me the final thought. I mean, I have a million and one questions, but what is it that we need to definitely know? Because we're gonna have the back half of this year, and these indicators have been tested and have shown true to you over time. What's the takeaway here?
Well, I never try to anticipate. Trying to pick a top is show business. It's really not the financial business. That being said, what is the market up 28% off of the bottom or something? It's come very far, very fast. I think it's likely that we're going to get a correction, possibly a sizable one between now and September. But until the market tells me it's ready, I'm staying long. That's been been really good to us. I would watch 6147 as a tactical support level in the S&P 500. If we break through that and my S46 turns 4 or more of those turn to red, that's going to indicate that to me that we're starting some kind of a correction. So that would be my line in the sand right now, 6147 on weakening market internals, and I would be looking to pare back my equity exposure.
Oh, that's good stuff right there. John Kozar, President Portfolio Manager, Asbury Research. Thank you so much. Wonderful to see you. Appreciate it. Coming up next, Chartmaster, and we'll get you set for tomorrow morning's big earnings names. Well, General Electric, GE. Also, PepsiCo, Taiwan Semi, Jenny Horn will look through the fundamentals. Rick Ducat will take us through the technicals. We'll be right back. No politics, no noise. Bell to Bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, any device, Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love
Google back to the highs. Google.
But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do. Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you want
CoreWeave pushing higher. CoreWeave.
Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
When it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a lecture, please. But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do. Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management. Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Time for the Chart Master. We have big names to watch, names that are reporting. We've got to look through the fundamentals and the technicals. So Jenny Horn will take us through the stories, looking at the details on the fundamentals, and Rick Ducat looks at those charts, the technicals that we need to know. So Jenny will start off with GE, which is trading near all-time highs. That was 265. Incredible run it's had. Tomorrow morning, we'll hear the earnings report in details. What are some of the assets and what folks are saying? Well, the one thing is that we are seeing dangerous levels being pulled back 0.3% from the all-time high level at 265 and 15 cents a share. So we are, I would say, just basically visually, we are at all-time highs. So for that reason, there's also then this added expectation of, the bar is set relatively higher than a name that remains, relatively depressed or below 3 or 4 year highs. This is a very different story. Although, if you look at their earnings trajectory, the same has posted really solid earnings growth for every quarter since it's spun away and, of course, broken out as GE Aerospace. It's also expecting to move pretty substantially as options markets right now are implying about a $14.50 move in either direction. So we are expecting some movement, but this is a name that's been definitely a favor in regards to some of the defense and the overall just government spending that has changed under the new president, of course. So GE Aerospace has been a huge beneficiary of that. So I think that a lot of these stocks that have become like the defense type plays, Palantir is another great example of a name that's consistently outperformed in that respective sector. But as far as specifically now GE Aerospace's earnings, we are expecting, more of the same. So I think that's hugely encouraging. We're expecting the second quarter results to be released tomorrow. Company has been, again, on a clear upward trajectory. More encouraging than that to me, though, is the earnings have also been on a pretty clear trajectory, with the stock now up over 55% since the beginning of this year. In the first quarter, we saw objectively strong results. Highlighted by substantial growth in both their revenue as well as their earnings per share. Orders did see about a 12% increase, which was primarily driven by their commercial services, as well as revenue rising by about 11%. So we saw profits of $2 billion, reflecting a significant 38% improvement on a year-over-year basis, driven again by service volume as well as a more favorable product mix, and last but not least, the favorable price strategy. So moreover, margins actually expanded by about 460.
All right, Coinbase still looking good. Bitcoin looking for that to turn back up. Made a new all-time high on Monday. Faded that entire move for the most part. We dropped below that yesterday. Buyers stepped up. Hammer formed on the daily. We saw the same on Coinbase. Now we're higher. So Coinbase looking good.
We see this name hitting these highs. Did see over the last day or so, we saw Citigroup with a price target of 296, but higher than where we are now.
at Goldman Sachs with a price target at 257, which is lower than where we are now. What's with the charts?
It's an interesting setup here for this one. We've seen a strong rally off of those April lows that were the bottom point for so very many stocks. From there, we have risen almost 76%. However, the rally has moderated somewhat. Once we hit this point around early May, you can see that price did have a push upward here, but the
Okay, Apple fading a bit from the high. All right, stocks fading from the high a bit.
here at 235, which were represented.
Okay, so I'm looking for B and C pivots. Okay, from here into 11:30, I'm looking for B and C pivots. Some of these highs, most likely we'll see some profit taking. It's pretty normal. You're in a bullish trend, so dips are going to get bought. When they stop getting bought, that's when we'll reassess. I have been taking profits for the last 3 weeks. I was about, I guess, 80% long in my trading account. I'm about 55% long in 55% cash now, about 45% long in my trading account. Investing account is still about 75% invested. I'm not really worried about the markets. Let's go take a look at the indicators that give us an idea where money is flowing or in and out flowing. Okay, so we got just a mild little fade in junk bonds. It's not falling off like it was back in February. All right, so this looks good. It's neutral. It's not bullish. It's not super bearish. It's just neutral to slightly bearish. As the S&P 500, as the S&P just moves sideways. A lot of people are looking for downside moves. I have a hedge on in case that happens, but other than that, I have the 620s. I have SPY 620 puts. They expire on Friday. I don't mind if they expire worthless. It's just a hedge, so I'm not going to sell them. Because we could very well drop through 620, go down to the 20-day between now and Friday. Looks like this could be distribution up here. We thought the same thing back here at 603. Back in the second week of June, I thought that this was going to be some distribution up here. RSI was starting to give us sort of diverging signals, but it didn't happen. We wound up going higher. Why is that? It's because inflation doesn't seem as bad as these talking heads on these programs keep telling us. This morning, they were struggling to explain why the markets haven't dropped off more, because yesterday was a bearish day. They were almost happy. It was weird listening to them. Okay, UMAC pulling back a little bit more. It was almost weird listening to them talk. It's almost like they get happy when the markets are lower, because you get advertised, you get people to tune in when the markets are lower. They don't tune in when the markets are moving higher. They're complacent. Most traders, most investors are complacent. They only tune in when there's something bad happening, right? What the heck? What's going on? What's going on? Why is my 401k down? So this morning they were trying to explain, why their analysis yesterday didn't pan out. I always find that amusing. Instead of having a program where they follow the money, that'd be a great program, actually. Something I'd like to do. I'd love to go on one of these programs and do something like follow the money and just do this analysis, look at junk bonds, look at high yield corporate. Okay, what is it telling you? It's telling you it's neutral right now. Look at breadth. What is breadth telling you? Just because breadth is contracting doesn't mean it's a negative. It means that in a bullish trend where we're currently moving sideways to slightly lower, this is storing up energy. People are selling. People are taking profits off, or, in worst case, are taking a loss with stocks they may have bought at the high of the day or high of the week and has pulled back recently because the sector rotation isn't in their favor. So they're selling. But eventually, these people repeat the mistakes they made before, or the markets start to see some rotation, and these will turn back up. This is storing up energy for another move if that happens. So that's breadth. Let's take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, McClellan volume oscillator that turned down. This is a neutral to bearish signal. As long as it's in the white zone, it's mostly neutral. This will oscillate, can oscillate quite a bit. All during 24, we were moving higher, even though this was oscillating. The market still moved up and to the right. Bullish percent. This is based on the number of point and figure buy signals on the New York Stock Exchange composite. That's 2,000 stocks. Okay, a point and figure buy signal looks like this. Let's go to, here's point and figure. So if you don't know what a point and figure buy signal looks like, this is it here. Okay, the breakout, you get the triple top, 6,100. We printed 6,150, an X was put there. We printed 6,200, an X was put there. We printed 6,250. A 7 was put there. Why is a 7 there? That's because it happened in July. You can't fit 2 digits, so it goes 1 to 9 to September, and then for October, November, December, they use ABC. Right, here you go over here. A is October, B November, C December. So we made a high in December back here in 24, right? We pushed through this area, made a double top. We broke through the double top, and now we're trending higher. 6,300 printed, so we put an X there. It happened in July. Now we're looking for the next column of O's to come in. That happens, right? We don't just keep going straight up all the time, but we're in a bullish trend, so that's a point and figure buy signal. So if you look at the New York Stock Exchange composite, there's 2,000 stocks on there. Okay, I believe Tesla is listed on the NYSE, right? No, it's on the NASDAQ. What about Chevron? New York Stock Exchange. Okay, New York Stock Exchange, it's on a point and figure buy signal. You see that right there? It printed 154. It's higher than this column of X's. It breaking this downtrend. The red line is an automatic plotted downtrend. Once it breaks above it, turns into an uptrend. Okay, the uptrend started in June. Right there, you see the 6 column of X's. Started in June, follow through in July. Okay, so these oil and gas stocks, ConocoPhillips on a New York Stock Exchange composite. Okay, this isn't on a buy signal. This is actually on a sell signal. Probably bounces in the short term. ExxonMobil. So these aren't doing that great. The energy stocks, at least the oil and gas exploration stocks, aren't doing that great. Whereas you take something like NVIDIA, that's on a buy signal, right? It has pulled back a little bit, but it hit 172 and printed a box there. So let's point and figure. Let's see what Coinbase looks like on a point and figure. COIN, Coinbase. As you would expect, Coinbase is on a buy signal. Broke out above 380. When did it do it? In July. There's your 7 right there. It's an easy way to plot prices. Back in the old days, when I first started learning how to trade, this was an easy way to, you'd have a grid and you'd follow a stock. Used to get books of these things. I forget the name of the company. It was Chart something. I forget. Anybody do a point and figure back in the day? But you get a book of these. I used to get them once a week. You'd pay extra for them once a week, but they're easy to plot. So once a box fills, you just put an X or an O, and easy to plot a trend, right? Understand what's going on. So you don't get chopped up in the volatility. That's the great thing about point and figure, is that it eliminates the whole, scared part where volatility chops you up. If you break out, you're long. That's it. Pretty simple. Anyway, sorry about that. Got a little carried away with my history lesson. was a chart pack you used to get, and you could ask for certain sectors or ask indices, whatever. Started investing back in '87, December '87. IBM, first stock that ever traded. Let's see what IBM looks like. IBM on a point and figure. Okay, IBM point and figure on IBM. Okay, so it's got a column of O's. So it's currently in a stage of consolidation. It pops higher in June, the 6th, June, July, flagging. So if we look at IBM, we should see a flag, right? Consolidation is exactly what we're seeing. So rather than getting confused on this, when to have a buy or sell, point and figure tells you exactly what. Point and figure tells you exactly what to do. Okay, didn't like that for whatever reason. Okay, Coinbase. All right, so that's it for my lesson for today. Log in. Okay. All right, let's go take a look at the indices.
Maybe that could be a general region to watch in coming days. You'd have to keep updating the study because it would shift a lot.
Okay, 6,300 is a peak in gamma. Peak in gamma is 6,375. So we'll more than likely stay below that. If we get above it, that would be pretty interesting. I don't see that happening though. Let's see here. Okay, so we got 6,300 building. You see the blue, that's puts. The orange are calls. You can see how this level is building, has some major resistance. Okay, with the S&P 500. S&P cash currently trading at 62.47, 62.47. Okay. I doubt we get above 6,300. If we get to that level, maybe buy some puts up there. Below us, we got 62.50, we got 6,200, and then a major level down here at 6,000. There's a lot of gamma down here. A lot of gamma. 272 million in put gamma, 261 million in call gamma. So if we started to pull back dramatically, these calls all down in here would start taking profits most likely. Puts, probably one of the reasons why we're holding up as well as we are is all these puts, the blue down in here, all the way up to where we're currently trading at 62.48. All of these puts right now, as anticipating the market to pull back, if it doesn't pull back, a lot of these puts will start to monetize and start to push us higher. Okay, let's see. Let me go to Trace. Okay, so what we look for, two things. GEX, you can see there's a lot of sticky gamma over here, both positive and negative gamma. Prices are right in this area. But what I'm following, what I would see is this purple or blue line move up and to the right if you're bullish, down and to the right if you're bearish, and sideways if you want to sell condors, if you want to do a neutral type of trade. So right now we don't have much going on. We are making higher highs and higher lows, so this could develop into something bigger. Okay. Okay, higher highs, higher lows. Let's see what's on CNBC. All right, so a pretty decent start to today. Pretty decent start. Yesterday we gapped down. Yesterday we faded from being up over 50 handles to being lower on the day. It almost feels like distribution at highs. We thought that a few weeks ago too, and we wind up moving higher, but it feels like distribution. The market's hanging out at the highs. We get big volume days like yesterday. So that's one of the reasons why I'm reducing my exposure, because I know it's inevitable. I get too euphoric, or if I get too greedy and I start buying too much and I'm like 100% long and I got all calls and the call skew is going up. We got OPEX on Friday, so there's a very good possibility a lot of call gamma is going to get washed away. So I don't want to be part of that washing away. I want to be taking profits into strength where I have them, reassess the markets. I'm talking day trading and short-term swing trading. For those of you who are investors, I'm not worried about investing. I'm not worried about my accounts as far as investments because the market's not giving us any sell signals. Just caution. That's it. Just caution. You can see S&P inside day.
High tick alert plus 800.
And there we go with the high tech alert. So there's always that news, high tech alert, always the news that could be bullish. All right. So I don't want to be too short. I want to be too short because we could get caught with a short covering rally that just blasts everything higher, which is what I'd like to see, actually. I'd like to take some profits off into strength. More. Apple just faded bigly from the high. So did CoreWeave. Okay. Microsoft. What did I tell you about Microsoft? Okay. Okay, Microsoft got bought off the low of the day. Tesla's still going. Tesla, thank you very much, Tesla. Tesla, is it above the 200-day now? The 200-day. Okay, looking good. Google trying to push a bit higher, Google. Okay, Netflix got earnings tomorrow night. Netflix. Future's still going. Future's going.
High tick alert plus 800.
Okay, Netflix pushing higher. Okay, there goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin reversal moving higher. Bitcoin. Bitcoin's on the move, coming off the low. Bitcoin on the move. Okay, S&P. Okay, big. What happened there? Choppy chop chop. Do we have? What do we got going on here? It's 10:54. I guess they need to experiment with socialism in New York. I guess that's what people think. They learn their lesson. They're gonna learn a lesson, hard lesson.
Shut down or leave the city if taxes go up. Now, Mamdani wants to add a 2% income tax on New Yorkers making $1 million or more a year. That would bring the top city rate to 5.9%. That would bring the combined city and
Okay, S&P popped up and just got sold right there. So I don't know what happened. What's going on there. Netflix pushing back up. All right, stocks are mixed at the moment.
Come from Albany, and Governor Hochul has said, "quote I don't want to lose any more people to Palm Beach." So that's not happening. At least if Albany has a say. And despite all the headlines, the wealthy are still buying Manhattan luxury real estate. In fact, 72 contracts were signed, priced at $4 million or more since Mamdani's election. That's up 13% from last year, according to Olshan.
Tesla looks like it wants to keep going. Tesla.
Altrata shows that New York's millionaire population has doubled over the past decade with just 1 year of declines back in
Tesla.
2022. That's because markets fell in that year.
Tesla looking good.
The largest population of the ultra
Okay, maybe we stay above, maybe Tesla can stay above the 50 and 200 day and start to gain. That's a prerequisite. For me to start doing more long trades, I need to see Tesla above the 50 and 200 day. Still got to get above the 50 day. Okay, all the New York FANGs were showing short covering. Okay, NVIDIA was not. NVIDIA was lagging, so was Snowflake. Tesla hanging out at the high. Okay, IBIT. I want to add to my IBIT. November 7075.
To see how it plays out. I mean, in the meeting yesterday, he was asked about cops, and he said, "Look, you know, are you going to defund the police?" No, well, didn't say yes or no directly. He said, "I'm going to focus on the mental health issues that are driving a lot of the crime and the violence."
He didn't say yes or no. That means he is. Man, what a mess that's going to be if they defund the police in frickin' New York City. Oh my God. Sorry, don't mean to get on politics. Let's see. I want to add to my IBIT, but I don't want to do it at the high. Bitcoin's turning though. Bitcoin is turning.
Whether he changes his policies or not, unlike say De Blasio or other mayors, he was really engaged in listening yesterday. We'll see if that.
And you do make the point that as mayors go, it's a weak mayor spot because of the influence of the governor. Yes,
certainly with taxes, which is one of the most important issues, and then safety.
BMNR is on the move. Okay, BMNR is on the move.
The mayor doesn't have much power, but symbolically very important. Set the tone. Absolutely.
Robert, thanks. Thank you, Robert. Huge show coming up on Money Movers. Do not miss our exclusive with Goldman Sachs Chief David Solomon live on set here at the NYSE as Money Movers begins in a minute.
Oh, hope everyone's having a good day. Just watching the markets, kind of choppy right now. Kind of choppy. Coinbase. What is AMD doing? AMD inside day. BMNR, that looks pretty good. It's moving. BMNR, no options on that one. Okay, just watching the markets chopping around. Not much to do at the moment, waiting for maybe another wave of short covering. Just feels like distribution up here. Feels like distribution at highs for now. Okay, let's go take a look at the S&P again. What's actually moving? J&J, EQT on the move. BX, Baxter, Blackstone Group, Blackstone. What is Baxter? Is Baxter BAX? Yeah, duh. Baxter, nothing there. Blackstone though, Blackstone higher. What are the Vornado? What are the real estate REITs doing? Okay.
Good morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sarah Eisen here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, Goldman Sachs Chief David Solomon's with us right here at Post 9 following the earnings call for Q2. Profits up 22% year on year.
Plus, gold and copper miner Aura Minerals making its public debut at the Nasdaq with mining operations in Brazil, Honduras, and Mexico. The CEO joins us this hour.
Could tariffs on the EU derail U.S. plans to reshore some chip making? How ASML's growth warning yesterday plays into that discussion. We'll discuss.
Right now, though, in the markets, kind of mixed bag. The S&P is unchanged. There's strength in more defensive groups like real estate and healthcare today. The financials are still positive.
Okay, Netflix with a higher low. Google looking for another push higher. Google. Tesla looks like it wants to go. Tesla looks like it wants to go.
Yes. Let's begin with the banks, though. Leslie Picker's been tracking Goldman, BofA, Morgan Stanley.
Okay, let me look at Tesla. Okay, Tesla. You know the story with Tesla. You need buyer blocks to be interested. You need supply overhead. Where's supply? I don't see supply. Supply is a 50-day. Most likely the 50-day. Supply, buy order blocks. Supply is right overhead. Okay, 320. 320.
I spoke with Morgan Stanley CFO Sharonia Shaya about the firm's pipeline. She said equity capital markets, the division that manages IPOs and follow-ons, is looking really strong.
Tesla with supply just overhead. Okay, Microsoft off the low. Microsoft off the low. We want buy order blocks here at the low. No buy order blocks. So Microsoft probably drifts back up to the high of the day. Okay, Google. High of the day is resistance. We got some buy order blocks that were pre-market. Looks like 4:30 this morning. We'll buy order blocks on Google. That's up to supply now. Looking for Google to continue. Daily shows buy order blocks. Looking for a follow through. What's Broadcom doing? Broadcom. Google looks like it wants to pop here. Google's about to pop.
We'll be sitting down with Moynihan later today in the exchange, guys.
So where's the M&A going to come from? What are analysts excited about in the space?
I think they're just excited about M&A involving banks altogether because there has been kind of this overarching concern and sentiment that M&A within the banking space isn't a good idea right now because of the regulatory environment. That seems to be changing in a pretty dramatic way.
Google looks like it wants to go.
With these big six that
Google.
we see kind of like bulking up any horizontal mergers to get scale through kind of the depository.
Okay, Google is clearing some levels, and it could start to run now. Look at Google. Look at Google's volume by price bands over here. All right, we're moving into the Kirby.
Because in this environment, you kind of need scale in order to weather some of the volatility and uncertainty that we're seeing. So that's kind of a strategic focus I've heard behind the scenes in terms of why someone in this sector would do deals right now.
Yeah, speaking of stock, PNC also had a strong report today. Leslie, thank you. Leslie Picker. Let's break down Q2 earnings and all this big key inflation.
185 Google. When are their earnings? Google again? Google earnings. Google earnings July 23rd. So that's next week. Next Wednesday, Google.
What is your feeling right now? Are you still as optimistic? We're still optimistic, and we still expect volatility. You remember we started the year cautioning investors to buckle their seatbelts, and then probably after Q1 tighten your seatbelts because there was and continues to be a lot of uncertainty in the market. The uncertainty started
really not knowing how the administration was going to pursue any of its top initiatives.
Google looks like it wants to
And now
run.
that we've seen
Google
that,
looks like it
there's
wants to
still
go.
uncertainty. The
We can get through this
pause
supply. Google
into
could run.
August 1st.
Tesla's trying to push through this area of supply as well.
Again, while they continue to negotiate, well, we still don't know how the tariffs, once they're
Bitcoin
implemented,
ripping.
will be absorbed by the consumer. There's a lot of geopolitical uncertainty, and as we're starting to see
Bitcoin's ripping here.
deregulation, we think that's good for certain subsets of investments and for the market. So a lot of volatility, but we continue to be positive. You know, we did hit a new high in June, and if you look historically, 12 months after hitting a new high, the market does tend to be positive 75% of the time, up on average close to 9%. So that's just one data point, but
If you take that all together, your view, and you give advice to clients, what is it to just stay?
Okay,
Is it to
Bitcoin's trying to go here.
after already
Bitcoin.
a strong run?
Bitcoin's on the move.
which has been critical, especially given
Bitcoin, big move here on Bitcoin. Coming up to supply. Can it break out? 124. 123.4, something like that. 123. 123,400 was the recent high. Okay, here goes Bitcoin.
And don't try to time the market. That is a fool's game. We saw the worst trade.
Don't try to don't try to time the market. I don't know. We did a pretty good job of timing the market back on on April the 8th, I think, personally. We keep hearing the same mantra from people who manage money. Yeah, the average Joe probably can't time the market, but I can guarantee you without almost 100% accuracy that if you pay attention to this one, what is that? Newark, New Jersey? I don't think so. If you pay attention to this one indicator, it'll help you with entries and exits. Okay. So I don't know about what this lady's talking about, but time in the market, very possible, especially when you get 94% of stocks on the S&P 500. 94% of them, nearly all 500 stocks were below their 20-day. Nearly all 500 were below their 50-day. Whenever you get this kind of signal and it turns up, that's timing the market. And you can see where we've gone since then, from 61.50 up to 75.50. So I would disagree with her. I would disagree. There's a lot of other things you can use too, like Marty Zweig's longer term signal, which triggered back in April on a Thursday. This triggered. Last time it did it before that. We had almost a 2,000 point run. Okay, this was automatically plotted. This is not me. That's the signal back in November 23. The markets went from 4,100 all the way to 6,100. When the signal hit, it was about 4,300, so it's just shy of 2,000 points. I'm not saying that we're going to get 2,000 points again, but this is one of the things I'm looking at that keeps me from worrying about my 401k or IRAs. Longer term stuff, I don't touch that. Maybe just add to it. Have some reinvesting going on, but other than that, it looks good. So I see a lot of things that are telling us we should see a follow through. Presently, though, breath thrusts are telling us that, well, these are turning up now. So we got some buying. We got some buyers in the market. Okay, so we're just going to oscillate around the zero line. Dips are getting bought. Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to keep going here. Microsoft, Tesla looks like it's going to go. It just keeps pressing up against the highs, Tesla.
Since post-liberation day lows, and the market's up only 25%. But they forget the first part, which was it was down disproportionately. So it had a lot more to come back up, I think.
Tesla, where are we? 320. Thinking about taking some calls here.
Your view on Bitcoin or Ethereum or some of this policy getting codified or trying to?
You know, we don't have exposure in my client portfolios to crypto, to Bitcoin. I think, like you say, It's constantly changing. We get a lot of questions about it, but how to reflect that in their investments, we don't have a clear view on that right now. We think there are plenty of places to invest client monies to get their returns. Fixed income is still offering a really nice, safe.
She sounds like she's from
And so we are not.
where? From Queens? That voice sounds like she's from Queens.
Good to check in with you. Always good to get your authenticity. Thank you. Newberger Berman. Up next, Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon here at Post 9, CNBC exclusive following Q2 results. An uptick in trading activity providing.
Okay, Tesla. I'm going to try to take some long here. 330, 335. Okay, Tesla starting to move. Looks like it wants to push. Tesla. Looks like it wants to push here. Tesla. Trying to go Tesla. All right, I bought some 330s. Tesla bought some 330s. Okay. Tesla. Those. Why? Tesla. Let's see what Tesla looks like here. Tesla. Risking 100 to make 660. To make 330. Tesla. All right, looking for the breakout on Tesla. Don't usually buy at resistance, but this looks like it wants to keep going. It's been just sitting here. Could get stopped out. All right, so I'm going to risk $50 per contract to try to make about 330 max on these verticals. Okay, let's see what Tesla's going to do. Bitcoin. A little fake out there in Bitcoin. That's what it looks like, right? Tesla starting to go. I want to get through this supply overhead. Tesla got a little bit of supply right here. Generally, I like to look for a buy order block right here at the open. I like to see that. Earlier this morning, we saw it pre-market right here. These buy order blocks. Okay. So it's a little far away from here. I'm just going to try it and see what happens. We're at resistance, so I need to see this get through this area. I'll put a stop underneath these right here. Put a stop under this right here. And let's see if we can make it up to the next area of supply.
David Solomon, welcome. Nice to have you. Thank you guys. Good to be with you. The stock's not moving much, but a 22% jump in profits, you must be pretty happy.
Okay, 2 to 1. I need to see 2 to 1. I need to see 334. So that would be maximum for me. That's the maximum profit at 335. Tesla.
I would say as we got through the quarter, the level of confidence in the client community has actually increased. I'd still say there are Pockets of uncertainty, and there are certainly business.
Okay, Google breaking out to highs. I wanted to do something with Google because that looks good too. Google, that looks good too. I want to do something with Google. It's at the high of the day. I don't really want to buy at the high of the day. So I'll set up a trade for later. Google. Okay, Netflix turned back up. Nvidia turned back up. Do I have any Nvidia left? I don't think I do. I want some Nvidia. I want some Nvidia. I do have some Nvidia. Okay, so I have Nvidia left. All right, that's up right now. Cool. That's reversing.
Low tick alert
I have
minus
August.
800.
I have August calls for Nvidia,
Extreme
175.
low tick alert.
Okay, so we got a data point or something here. Somebody's talking or something. All right, so must be the noise over Powell and Trump. Okay, Nvidia looking good. Nvidia higher.
There's been a narrative that I've watched and I've listened to. M&A wasn't picking up during the course of this year. Announced M&A is up 30% year over year. We have the leading M&A franchise, and we're benefiting significantly from that. I think you saw in this quarter larger outperformance in our M&A accruals than you'll see in most quarters, but our franchise is in good shape. Clients come to Goldman Sachs for the most significant things, and I think one of the structural things that's changed is CEOs believe we're at a moment in time when you can do big strategic consolidation, that it actually can get through the regulatory process. And so they've gotten much more engaged in those dialogues, and we're seeing that. And so I expect a pretty robust M&A environment in the second half of the year, into early.
Oh, that's interesting, because we kept pounding you every time you were on, and you kept saying it's the comment. Yes, but you think it begins to bloom from here.
I think it bloomed this quarter. Yeah, if you look at our M&A accruals, it's bloomed this quarter, and there's good momentum.
Okay, no follow through on Tesla.
What I'd say, the soft data, the anecdotal data.
No follow through. Okay, Apple pulling back all the way back to where it started the day. All right, so there's some definite selling going on there.
Based on advisory activity, and I'd also say the sponsor community is finally kind of getting off the dime, and I think you're going to see a pickup. It is a finally. I've been really wrong on that. That has been a lot slower than I expected, but I feel like that's coming too. So I think the tailwinds are constructive on that, unless we have a really disruptive policy environment. I think the market is absorbing and looking forward. And I think one of the things that's sustaining kind of the tailwinds in market activity.
Google trying to push as well up against supply.
Influencer in business broadly as AI is deployed in the enterprise. I think it's having a meaningful impact on earnings growth, forward earnings growth, and a perception of efficiency opportunities and investment opportunities for business.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so the markets don't like this conversation about firing the Fed.
This is something every CEO is talking about. How do we
Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell. So we do have this little dip. Probably going to be another opportunity. If you have a hedge on, no worries there.
That's a very economic growth, pro-growth thing.
The equity market, how much a bank like yours participates in that through financing and lending, and whether that's a big part of the activity.
It's a good point, Sarah. We highlighted in the call this morning that all this infrastructure around power and AI requires a huge amount of financing, and we will participate in that and benefit from that. So that's another tailwind.
Extreme low tick alert.
In the last couple of months, there have been some internal Goldman podcasts where leadership has talked about maybe reining in risk. Where do you think? How does that dial move right now?
So we have a very strong risk management culture. And I think one of our responsibilities, given the nature of our business, is to always be thinking about and worrying about things that probably have a small probability of happening. And so when markets run, when you get into an environment that feels, very forward, and I think we've moved into that kind of environment.
All right, looks like the market's going to pull in a little bit. Let's see what hedging flows are saying. Hedging flows still pretty much sideways, starting to lose it a little bit here.
So we spend a lot of time on that, and I like hearing our people talking about risk management at a time like this, even though I think in the distribution of outcomes, we're probably going to have, pretty constructive
Tesla.
environment for our business, through the rest of the year.
Tesla.
IPO activity as well.
Picked up in the second quarter. We did a bunch of IPOs that were significant in the second quarter. I call out Chime, eToro, Circle. These all
Low
traded
tickle at
well in the
-800.
secondary market. It's a pretty good pent-up backlog of IPO activity. And I think we're
Okay,
gonna see more
I'm gonna close this Tesla trade. It's not
secondary
working.
market sustains.
If we get above this level, I'll do it again. I'll take another look at it. Tesla not working. And you got the markets working against us right now.
A month and a
So
half ago, I would have told the trajectory of growth, but I still kind of expected 1 to 1.5% growth this year. As I'm talking to CEOs, listening carefully to what's going on in their businesses, I think we're getting a little bit of an acceleration. I had a group of CEOs and investors in my apartment for dinner on Monday night. And
Extreme
one
low
who runs a
ticklered.
very consumer-centric business made the statement that in April, he saw consumers kind of pause for a few weeks, but they've kind of been back to the races.
okay, looking for these dips to get bought. BNC pivots after 11 o'clock, 11:30. We hit the high of the day. We get people take profits, go about their day, looking for BNC.
Some of this is confidence. I mean, it's hard to say that confidence is not higher on July 15th than it was on May 15th. And if confidence is higher, you're going to see that in behavior.
Do you think is that getting reflected in the yield curve?
I think it's getting a little bit reflected in the yield curve, but I think there are bigger macro issues, affecting the yield curve and the dollar. Particularly as we think about, and this is something I remain concerned about, the structure and the trajectory of our debt and our ability to control our fiscal spending. And so, I think this is an issue in the next 5 years. It's going to get a lot of attention.
Microsoft back down to the low here. Apple making a new low for today's session. Apple
We continue to grow the debt stack. And
feels like distribution up here at the highs. Feels like distribution. Okay, let me explain. Let me explain what's going on here.
25 issue, but I definitely think it's something we should be focused on.
All right, so here we are. We got news. I guess Powell being an issue. Okay, we're losing the 9 EMA. Okay, we've got a bearish divergence. Technically, it's only slightly bearish diverging. You got lower highs. I guess if I eliminate some of this, let me go to 4 months and see if it's a little bit more pronounced. Not really. Not really. Looking at our RSI, lower highs. S&P barely making a higher high by 20 points, 18 points. Regardless, we are making a test of the 9 EMA. We're dropping through it right now. Okay, volume is starting to pick up. MACD and stochastics are set to turn down. So you want to have hedges. You just don't want to buy it at the low of the day. But let me look at the weekly. Let me go look at the weekly. Okay, so S&P weekly, we know that we've been up for 2 weeks. We've been up for 2 weeks. We're expecting a off week. Okay, we're up 2 weeks. Last week, we just kind of went sideways, got a doji. This week, is it going to be enough to bring us back down to the 10 EMA on the weekly time frame? Maybe. That would be a retest of the breakout level, most likely. You definitely don't want to be buying up here heavily. You want to be taking profits off into strength.
You've been impressed with Europe's turn. Do you think some of those shifts are long lasting, either on their spending or fiscal discipline, debt breaks? The direction of travel is definitely positive. I think a more fiscally stimulative Europe, a Europe that's investing more in its defense and in its industry and infrastructure, is good for growth in the world. The question is, and I don't know if you saw
So-
the board in Paris at the end of June, and I put a
Since the April low, we've had at least 1 week before a consolidation week, maximum 2 weeks before consolidation week. And we just came off of 2 weeks up. We had our first consolidation week. The last time we did this, 2 weeks up, we had 2 weeks sideways. The 10 EMA caught up, and then we resumed the trend. So I think it's best to just reduce exposure. Short-term trades, I'm talking about, 1, 2 weeks, maybe. You're looking at positions that you have that maybe you have options, like a lot of my trades are options. Some are also shares. So I do have a hedge in SPY for the 620. I have the 620 put. Let me see how that's doing. Actually, that's up quite a bit. I might actually take these puts off. And on any bounce, looks like we're going to bounce here. I'm going to take these puts off, and any bounce, I'm going to reapply some puts for next Friday. Okay. Okay, I just took those puts off that I bought, what was it, yesterday?
Harsh swing in the other direction over the last 4 years. I think there are 4 big buckets of focus around regulatory policy that are going to get a lot of attention in the next 6 months. 3 of them are really around capital, and this includes ESLR, the leverage ratio, which, there's a proposal that's moving forward, which is quite constructive in allowing capital to be recycled into the system to support the system. The second is GSIB. GSIB was supposed to be calibrated for growth in the economy, growth in markets, but it hasn't been. And if you look at the growth in large bank capital over the last 7, 8 years, GSIB has been a very significant piece.
Okay, I just took some profits on the puts, looking for a bounce, looking for this area to stay pretty sticky. Okay, so I took puts off right there at the low of the day. And let's see what we can do now. Okay, I'm looking for this area to be support, 6,200. I have the 620 puts that expire tomorrow, Friday. So I want to take these off. And with that, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
So that we can have the most efficient capital deployment into markets to drive economic growth. And I think there's a good chance we make progress on that. The 4th bucket is regulation and supervision, and the supervisory process, which has been quite burdensome without a real focus on safety and soundness. And I think that pendulum's going to swing back. And what that does is it frees up resources to invest in growth. And I think that's also constructive. So pretty constructive environment. More to see over the next 6 to 12 months. But I think that's one of the things that's moving the sector pretty meaningfully.
Finally, on headcount, does the evolution of AI alter that trajectory?
It has an impact on headcount growth to some degree, but one of the things we're excited about, I talked about on the call, we're working with a company called Cognition Labs that has something called Devin, which is an agentic AI program that really, think about it, is we can have an engineer overseeing software coding through this agentic program. And, a way to think about it, I saw it demonstrated in a way where in a matter of less than an hour, it basically produced a website that it would take 10 engineers, 3 days to produce. And so the leverage in your ability to kind of reinvest those resources into other more productive activities or additionally productive activities and growth is quite compelling. So it's not as simple as people out, cost out. It's about being able to create more automation, more efficiency, more productivity, and therefore free up capacity to invest in things that grow your business. I think this is something that all CEOs in all industries are talking about, and we're super focused.
Yeah, I know it's one of the reasons you're optimistic. While we have you, I do have to ask you about an issue closer to home, which is the New York mayoral race. Goldman Sachs is a stalwart here in New York. You are a lifelong New Yorker. I'm just curious what you're thinking and how you're planning having potentially a socialist mayor in the heart of capitalism in the world, which is New York City, as defined by companies like yours at Goldman Sachs?
Well, there are a couple of things. I'd say first, we're in an election, and this will develop, but there's certainly a possibility that Mamdani, won the primary, is elected mayor. And as you highlight, Sarah, I mean, this is, I am a New Yorker, and this is deeply personal to me. I'm a 3-generation New Yorker, and I think New York is the greatest city in the world. And
Low tick alert minus 800.
about the trajectory of New York. For New York to thrive over time, there are a bunch of things that are important. First and foremost, it needs to be safe. It needs to be clean. People need to feel safe in the city. Housing needs to be affordable in the city. Education needs to be stronger in the city. And the business community needs to be present here and growing, in this community.
Okay.
One of the things that I don't think gets enough attention, if you look at our industry was largely based here 25 years ago. And there's been a lot of job growth in our industry, but not in New York. That's been a long-term trend for our industry to have job growth outside New York. So I'm focused on policy. I think policy matters. Whoever is elected mayor of New York, we're going to have to engage with and work with, and we'll be very focused on advocating, for policies that we think will make a difference. And on substantive policy, and I just point out, one thing, for example,
S&P moving a bit lower.
that we have a housing shortage and we need more affordable housing in New York. The concept of freezing rents or rent controls, this is not new. This has been around for 100 years. And you can go back over 100 years and look at lots of times when that policy has been put in place in New York. And every single time, the result was less affordable housing, less good housing, less available housing. You can't find an academic study that suggests this is a good policy. And so these policy decisions matter. Now, what can we do? Well, I think there could be more public-private partnerships. I'll give you an example of a small one. Just yesterday, Sahi Pompey, who works for us, was out in East Brooklyn because we're making an investment in 2,000 affordable housing units, out in Brooklyn. So get the private sector to partner and create incentives. To build
Extreme
more
low
affordable
tick
housing.
alert.
To me, much better
Low
policy
tick alert minus 800.
Okay, we're looking for any signs of short covering. For now, the market's testing the 6,200 level. 6,200 cash is a major level.
Public-private partnership.
Well, we're gonna have to work with whoever is mayor. And we're gonna try to advocate, for the best things for New York. And New York's a great city. It's a big city, but this stuff matters. And you can look at other cities, like San Francisco, where policy changes have led to difficulties. And so it's going to be important, for us to have a voice in this.
As I'm sure you will.
Okay, S&P moving back down. We're below the vol trigger. Put wall is a little bit further down.
Is considering firing Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. That's according to a senior White House official saying the president asked lawmakers meeting in the Oval Office late yesterday how they felt about firing the Fed chair. The lawmakers that were in the room, 12 Republicans, expressed their approval for firing the Fed chair, and the president then indicated that he is likely to do that soon. Now, I will emphasize, guys, that there is no timing attached to this. This is still in flux. No decisions have been made that are final, but that is the latest we know that the president now says he's indicated he's likely to do
All
this
right, so
sometime
markets are
potentially
sideways.
in the near future. This is a big escalation here. Of course, we'll set up a big legal battle for one if he does go through with it, but it also comes after just yesterday he was asked by reporters whether he was considering taking this step, whether he thought this whole step over Powell and the renovations of the Federal Reserve building were a fireable offense. At the time, he said, I think it sort of is, but he did not go so far as to say he was considering firing him. Now, again, according to a senior White House official,
All right, market's pulling back. Market's pulling back.
Extreme low tick alert.
Okay, I want to get some puts, but I want to get
Low
further
tick
out.
alert minus 800.
Want to get further out. Guess it doesn't matter right now. The markets are weak. They don't like the news. So people are going to start selling. They're going to tune into the news over the lunchtime period. Maybe take some profits, take some positions off. So we're probably going to see more weakness in the short term. The fact that the markets are at all-time highs gives Trump a little bit of leeway as far as how far the markets pull back. We're at highs, so a little bit of cushion down below, if you will. So I'd like to get some more puts. I'd like to get some more puts.
Carl, there's this New York Times report also that, the president waived a copy of a draft letter firing Jay Powell in the Oval Office with a few House Republicans, which is why we saw on X yesterday some of the House Republicans saying they're hearing there's a legal question here, right?
All right, puts. I want to get some next week's puts here. I'd like to get a little bounce first. Puts, SPY puts. Okay, let's keep an eye on hedging flows. Hedging flows are moving lower now, so we can see that there's a lot more selling coming in. 18th, Friday.
If the president is trying to fire a Fed chair and put in place someone that is not independent, we know the history of not independent central banks. I mean, they don't have control over.
CNBC finally has something to worry about. It's almost like they had nothing. They couldn't articulate why the markets were higher. Yet yesterday we had this pullback. We had a little bounce today. They almost sounded disappointed that the markets weren't down this morning. Let's see, 620. Okay, looking for a bounce. Damn it. I don't want to do that. I want to get some puts, but I'm just looking at what I had before the 620s. Those did really well. They're bouncing a little bit. 625. Okay, so hedge flows are still moving lower. Hedging flows are still moving lower.
Extreme low tick alert.
This is why I was taking some profit. Yeah, I didn't know what was next on the negative news front, but just felt like there was distribution. Felt like distribution. Okay. So we had this nice run up since the April 8th reversal, April 7th low. We've had this nice reversal, plus 30%. And I don't want any of that profit to be erased on many of these positions. While I might not get the best exit, we're starting to see a little bit more momentum now. Stochastics turning down, MACD turning down. I would definitely hedge a little bit. Look for a bounce to buy puts. Look for a bounce. Okay, let's look at the 60-minute, S&P 60-minute. SPX 60 minute. 60 minute. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, the 16th, 11:40 a.m. Now, whenever we get below the 60 minute, you can look for a few days or more of downside. Okay. So, with the news about Powell, this is not going over well with the market. So, I would say good time to take a little profits off the table. Okay, good time to take a little profits off the table.
Just want to show you the market reaction. It's been swift on these rumors, reports that President Trump is looking to fire Fed Chair Jay Powell. When you see the stock market down, banks are getting especially hard hit. It's a few percentage points down for banks like Morgan Stanley, which was already down a little bit on earnings.
It's always something.
It's now down
Always something.
1.3%. JP Morgan down 1%, Bank of America down 2.2%. The bond market reaction as well. There's actually been buying with yields lower, pretty much across the curve. If you look at the, actually yields higher now, moving toward the unchanged line, 4.481 on the 10-year yield. So bond selling off, yields a little bit higher, which would make sense. I want to show you what's also happening with the dollar. Where you are seeing the dollar weaken. It was stronger earlier than day, so this might be the more dramatic reaction. Of course, there are questions of confidence with U.S. assets, where the dollar and treasuries would sell off on questions about an independent Fed, right? This has not happened before, where you have a president thinking about whether it's true and what he does, we don't know. Actually firing a Fed chair. First of all, can he do it legally? Second of all, where's Congress? I mean, this is
He can if it has to do with the real estate. They're trying to find a way with the real estate issues, cost overruns on the. I don't know why the head of the Fed would be monitoring or managing a real estate portfolio. That makes no sense. I don't understand exactly what he's doing there. But that's what supposedly that they're looking at. So
Maybe back to 23.
Yeah, so 10-year and 30-year yield move up, I guess, on bigger risk, right? And there's the 30-year, which you've been highlighting. We've seen a global rise in bond yields on the long end of the curve, but again, the weakness of the dollar is where I would look. If this president wants lower interest rates, I mean, deal with the debt issues. I mean, you can job on the Fed a little bit, but threatening to fire would, I think, raise questions about, first of all, the legality of the Constitution, that sort of thing, but also about putting in place someone where he's just going to tell what to do.
Right, and what legitimacy that incoming Fed chair will have with the markets, right? That's been a question.
We just heard Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon express the importance of having an independent Fed chair throughout history, not just Fed, global central bank chair Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan also expressed that this week. I think if you talk to most folks in the investor community, that is what you'll hear, because that is what we have seen throughout history. So let's see what President Trump actually does here. But again, this New York Times report that President Trump has been circling this draft.
High took alert plus 800.
okay, now we get the reversal.
The claim is,
Okay.
director, we've heard this from Bill Pulte.
So if we do get a reversal and you're thinking that this news is only going to permeate the markets, the opportunity to take puts is better if you get the bounce. Okay, I know it's kind of counterintuitive. If you don't want to buy puts at the low of the day, that's almost always a mistake. So look for the bounce. Watch the dealer hedge flow. The dealer hedge flow still hasn't really made a recovery. We do have support in this area. We do have support. Dealer hedge flow is starting to turn up, but looking at the support right here at 6,200.
Aura Minerals, meantime, its market debut today at the Nasdaq. The company specializes in gold and copper, with mines in Mexico, Honduras, and Brazil. 196 million in the IPO. Joining us this morning at the CNBC exclusive, Aura Minerals CEO Rodrigo. Congratulations on this. I mean, I can't even imagine the number of cross currents you're having to manage, given what's happened on the plus side with mining, but also on the uncertainty side regarding international trade.
Thank you very much for being here. It's been quite a journey. It's remarkable what we've been achieving.
Well, tell me about sort of your exposure. How important are Mexico and Honduras operations?
Now, last year, Mexico was around 30%. Honduras, again, another 30%, and then Brazil, the remaining 40%. However, the growth project that we have to develop in the upcoming years, we have two projects
Okay,
in Brazil
so-
and then one in Guatemala to develop.
It's more exposure to gold than copper.
Yes, around 80% of the revenues comes from gold and 20% comes from copper.
How do the tariffs impact you?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
How do the tariffs? We've seen sectoral tariffs on things like copper and also, country-specific tariffs in places like Canada. How are you affected by all that?
Yeah, on the copper side, we produce copper in Mexico, and we produce the copper concentrate, which we sell within the country to Trafigura.
6,200 needs to hold.
All the United States. And on the Brazilian side, when we produce gold, our export goes to Europe and Canada.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the company goes back, the origins back to the 1940s, right?
Okay, so at a minimum, feels like the markets are a lot more risky, especially if you're thinking long. If you're thinking long, a lot of setups are failing from the high of the day. Doesn't mean we can't get B and C pivots, but you balance that with the fact that the S&P 500 is sitting where it is. Okay, we're trying to bounce here. Just know that we're below the 20 EMA. The 20 EMA is rolling over. We got news, and there's a possibility we could see more downside. So it would be nice to see a bounce. It would definitely be nice to see a bounce, but I'm not expecting a whole lot right now. Okay, watching Tesla. Watch Tesla.
Then we had the great opportunity to combine both, increase our daily trading volume, raise capital, and then access more sophisticated and bigger investors in the United States.
Makes perfect sense. Of course, market's obsessed right now with some of these precious metals and materials. We hope you'll come back and help us understand that story as it evolves. Rodrigo, congrats again. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Rodrigo Barbosa, Aura.
Helped have a 36% gain in the price of gold
Okay.
in the last 12 years. With the tariffs in the EU, do you have plans to reshore its chip making? We're going to look at
Chopping people up. I don't know. To me, it just feels like distribution up here. It feels like distribution. Okay, you get the trend, you get the phase two, you get the markup period, you get some distribution at the highs, then you get some mark down. Still haven't seen any really intense selling. It's just a little bit of fear in the markets right now. That could pick up as well. But when you look at the S&P, okay, I would definitely categorize this as trend. Markup, right? Markup. Does this turn into distribution? It feels like distribution. Can we come back to the 50-day and then bounce? What if we do move back to the 50-day? All of these profits over here, whatever you've been taking, what if you took what if you started new positions right in here over the last few weeks and you're just waiting for this to result to the upside because you're a permeable? What if you bought over here and you're starting to see your profits dwindle, right? Probably a good idea, like I've been doing, is to reduce your exposure. That way, if you are right and the markets continue to move higher, you're still involved. But if the markets do roll over and start to head towards, it looks like the 21 day is pretty much a fait accompli, right? The 20 days right there. Okay, it looks like prices want to come back to that level. So it looks like we're going to come back to at least the 20 day. I don't think we're done with this consolidation. You know, we had a nice run up of 30% since the low in April. Okay, we've had a couple of little mild consolidations. Okay, this is consolidation. Does it turn into more? Is this distribution and do we roll over? That's hard to say. So the fact that I don't know what's going to happen next isn't news. None of us know what's going to happen next. But my experience has been this time of year in the second half of July into August, you start setting up what could be a pullback into August. So August, September. I don't know. The market's been very resilient. So every time you think that the market's going to pull back, like back here in June, we thought the markets were going to pull back and head towards the 50-day. It wound up getting bought up. So I don't want to be completely out of the market. So I'm almost 60% cash now in my trading account. Okay, to start the week, I was about 40%. And here we are Wednesday. I've been taking some profits off, reducing exposure in stocks that are at highs like Apple. Apple's still not breaking out, but it did give us an opportunity to exit some positions yesterday and today. Have been day trading a lot. Stocks like Microsoft, Tesla, Nvidia. Netflix has earnings tomorrow. I have some put credit spreads I need to adjust. Meta, Amazon, Google. Luckily, I took some Google off at the highs. That's a bit lower. So right now, it's just a good time to like reduce your exposure and accumulate some cash because the next time we get a buy signal, I'm going to have like 60, maybe 70% cash and looking for the next leg up or down. I'm not talking about my long-term stuff. Long-term stuff, I'm not worried about. I did reduce SPMO a little bit. Just freeing up a little bit more cash because that's done very well over the last 6-8 weeks. PMO, it's at the highs. So I took off a little bit today. SPMO. Okay, SPXL. That's when I took from the reversal low. 90.51 was my entry down here. 90.51. I did sell some at the 200-day. Okay. I did sell some at the 200-day. Up more than 50 points. I took half of that. I put it into SPMO. SPMO kept going. SPXL, I might reduce my exposure in SPXL too. SPHD, I don't really do much with SPHD. The end of the month, it always pays a dividend. Okay, so the last week of the month, SPHD pays a dividend, and I just have that rolled over into more shares. I've been invested in SPHD since 2014, so late 2014. Okay, you can see what's in SPHD and the reason why I'd be interested in SPHD. Okay, here's SPHD right here. You can see what's in it. Okay, utilities, staples, pharmaceuticals, some defensive names, some tech stocks as well, like Broadcom and Juniper. Industrials, all of these pay dividends. And they've been paying dividends for 20, 25 years, so it's a pretty good vehicle. Annualized about 12% a year. That's SPHD. Okay, it pays a dividend 12 times a year at the end of every month. So I just have this roll back into more shares every month. Okay. So looking to take some hedges up here. So we got a nice little bounce. I see Frano got long on the bounce. Just feels like distribution to me. Feels like distribution up here.
He should have cut interest rates a long time ago. Europe has cut them 10 times in a short period of time, and we cut them none. The only time he cut them was just before the election to try and help Kamala or Biden, whoever the hell it was, because nobody really knew. Obviously, that didn't work, but he tried to cut.
Okay, Tesla trying to take out the highs. All right, so we're getting a little uptick here. I'm looking to get back into some hedges. I'll probably take next. There goes the markets. I'll probably take next week's 620s, maybe 620 puts on SPY. I'll probably take next week's Friday 620 puts. I want to see a pretty big move here on the S&P. You can see hedge flows are turning up. S&P hedge flows turning up.
High tickler plus 800.
He's doing a little renovation for 2.5 billion at the Fed. Building a renovation, and they have close to $900 million cost overrun. And it's a shame, but the biggest cost overrun is the cost overrun for interest.
Yeah, watch the hedge flows.
3 points lower, and we would save $1 trillion a year in interest if that were the case. And all it is the stroke of a pen.
Broadcom, nice little reversal there. Tesla's trying to break out. Let's see what Tesla looks like. I want to see the hedge flows on Tesla. Tesla hedge flows have turned up.
Next 8 months or so, we'll pick somebody that's good, and we'll pick somebody. I just want a fair job. We want to see lower interest rates. Our country deserves it. We're making a lot of money. We're doing great. It's a country with no inflation, record stock market, record business, record everything. Everything's a record now. We had the worst inflation in history under Biden, and now we have almost no inflation.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the worst in history, but it was definitely pretty bad, the inflation that the president's talking about right now. Let's see. Okay, so let's look at the bull-bear ratio. Okay, so we had everybody bullish, falling all over themselves bullish. When this line got to the highs here, okay, when that got to the highs, we were back in February. Actually, it was before. February was the low. February, March, April. So this is turning back up now. So prior to the election, this had made a peak. If you recall, this made a peak, the AAII bull-bear ratio. Okay, so whenever this gets to an extreme, you look to do the opposite. Okay, when this is at a bullish extreme, you look to get short. When this is making a bearish extreme and turning back up, that's why this is turned green, colored green. Bears capitulating, we start to see a reversal and move higher. Now we're trading at highs, so that's the interesting thing about this. More and more people getting bearish as we make all-time highs.
People that they experts said they think a month ago, I was the only one, along with one person from maybe the Wharton School of Finance. The two of us got it right. 69 people, including Powell, got it wrong. And he wants to hire thousands of new people to help him decide where we're going in the future. It only takes one good mind. It doesn't take 5,000 good minds. So they're expanding the Fed. It's the dumbest thing I've heard of, but you know, it's very autonomous. I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.5, $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, that's going on. So, you know, there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do, you know, to do lower interest rates.
Hilarious.
Talked about the concept of fire. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should. But I'm more conservative than they are. And we talked about it. In fact, we had 11 of the 12 people here yesterday for a very big bill having to do with and other things. And all of the votes are going with us, every single vote. But during the conversation, when we were talking about it, they asked, what would you do about that? They all said, we're firing.
Mr. President, thank you for taking the question, sir. You were in Pennsylvania yesterday, you unveiled $92 million worth of investments. One of those jumped down to $15 billion in Homer City to build largest capital. I was at the rally where you told Homer City residents, not forget them when the biggest coal plant in Pennsylvania goes down. Delivered for them yesterday. What message do you have for those residents?
Well, I'm happy. Homer City, I was there and I said, I'm going to produce something. I don't know what, because they shut down this massive coal plant, one of the biggest in the country. And it was just purchased by the gentleman that you met yesterday. Very substantial man. I don't know if he's maybe not as substantial as you. I'm not sure. Pretty substantial. You know what I'm talking about.
SMR looks like that's going to break out. SMR.
On rebuilding it, and it's going to be the largest plant of its kind in the world, I believe, actually in the world, and it's going to be great. So we really fulfilled that promise to Homer City, but it's to Pennsylvania basically. I won Pennsylvania, and very conclusively won Pennsylvania. So I owe them a big debt of gratitude. But thank you for bringing that up. We raised 92. It's actually going over 100. So it'll be over $100 billion to be invested in Pennsylvania.
SMR, the nukes look good. SMR, I like the best SMR. Nano, just kind of grinding along the 9 EMA in the middle of its Bollinger Bands. SMR looking better. Okay. New scale power. We've got Oklo. Oklo is a bit more expensive. It looks good too. I just like SMR better at a $20 discount per share. Okay, so you can get this. You can pick up SMR for $40, $42. If you like Oklo, you'll spend 6,000 for it for 100 shares. So I just like SMR better. SMR looks like it's got some decent momentum. Bollinger Bands are opening up. RSI is rising. Volume looks good. Institutions. MACD stochastics are bullish. SMR looks good.
We make the best military equipment by far in the world. There's nothing close, right? Thank you.
Building your side today. Do you hope that that's going to restart law enforcement cooperation with China?
China's been helping out. I mean, it's been a terrible situation for many years with fentanyl. But since I came here, we're talking to them and making steps. They're also, as you know, being penalized. You know that they're being penalized with tariffs because of the fentanyl. But they want to do something. We'll see what happens.
American top Tampa was beaten to death. He was held by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. His family has been calling on you to help prosecute his killers. Are you going to do that, the American from Tampa?
Yeah, your first sentence is really go ahead.
American citizen from Tampa, Florida, has been killed in the West Bank. His family has been asking you to prosecute him. Are you going to help?
Yeah, well, so first of all, if you've seen yesterday, Ambassador Huckabee has asked the Israelis to conduct an investigation. We want to get all the information about who was involved. We protect all American citizens anywhere in the world, especially if they're unjustly murdered or killed. So we're gathering more information, but I hope you saw yesterday.
You're not watching the halftime report. That was just video of the president at the White House taking questions after a report crossed that's saying that Trump will likely fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell, quote unquote, soon, according to a White House official. The president now saying that is highly unlikely. When we get over to our Megan Casella live in D.C. with much more on this story. Megan.
Hey, Frank, a very positive story here. But first, I did confirm with a senior White House official just in the last hour that the president was indicating he was likely to fire Jerome Powell soon. The backstory there was he had been meeting in the Oval Office with a dozen Republican lawmakers late yesterday. He asked them, he floated the idea about firing Powell. He said,
a lot of noise. SMR going.
nothing was finalized. The decision could always change. It might not happen. And it might not necessarily be imminent. But then just there, Frank, we were listening to the president downplay.
All right, I've got 500 shares on SMR. Okay.
On interest rates, but he said, quote, no, we're not planning on doing anything with regards to firing him. He was then asked whether he was completely ruling out the idea of firing the Fed chair, and the president replied, quote,
Okay, SMR is on the move. SMR. Okay, I added some shares on the dip here. SMR. Okay. Added shares on the dip. SMR. Okay, so we got a nice dip here. Looking forward to push back up to 44 at least. See what happens there.
As you know, Chair Powell has been very consistent for the last 6 or 8 months or so that he is planning to finish out his term no matter what happens. Just as a reminder to our viewers, he was asked in November by a reporter whether he would step down if President Trump asked him to. Powell replied no, and he was asked in that same press conference whether he felt that the president had the legal authority to either fire or demote him, and at the time Powell replied, not permitted under the law. Frank.
Okay, looking for a follow through. SMR, big move on SMR right here. SMR is zipping higher. Okay, got a nice little dip to buy right there at 43. 43 and 43.41, 43.50. Nice follow through now. That's up $50 on those last 100 shares very quickly. SMR on the dip. Got a runner here now. Cool. I like it. I like it. SMR.
Soon, according to a White House official, now the president's saying that is highly unlikely. Joe Terranova, one of the things that you were watching was the dollar chart. A lot of movement in the dollar. The dollar also rebounded. But to walk us through what you think the dollar chart was signaling, or dollar investors or currency investors were saying in response to these reports.
If the president were to fire the Federal Reserve Chairman, the two trouble spots that you would look towards would be number one, the U.S. dollar, as we show that chart. It would resume the decline that we've seen so far year to date, down 9%. Then the other trouble spot would be in the long end of the curve. You watch the 30-year spiked up to 5.07 during the news that potentially he was going to fire him. 515 is the high over the last 52 weeks. Those would be the two trouble spots. However, I will say this. I have said this over the last 4 weeks consistently. September 17th, my expectation is that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates. The president doesn't have to do this. He's going to get what he wants. September 17th, in the congressional testimony, Chairman Powell identified 2 months worth of inflation data that was important to him. We've got 1 month already. It's not showing up to the degree of which would require him not to cut rates. September 17th, I believe they will.
Let's talk about this thesis for a second, Joe. I want to get to surrounding price in just a second. So you're saying in the July meeting, there's a dovish tone that leads us to that cut coming in September?
I don't know.
Well, just in all fairness, the president not only doesn't want cuts, he wants the short-term borrowing rate to go down. That could also be achieved somewhat by some signaling from the Fed that they're on the path to cutting rates as soon as September.
No, they could do that signaling. I'm not sure that you're going to get that signaling because you still want the July CPI reading, which will be reported in August. The chairman is going to want the benefit of that data as well. But I believe after that, it is going to show that the inflation is not spiking to the degree which the chairman feared that it would. And I think on September 17th, they will be cutting rates.
Weiss, I'm going to come over to you guys. We know that the White House does respond to big movements in the bond market. We've heard Treasury Secretary Bessent just mention that they are very mindful of the bond market. Looking at the 30-year, it is above 5%. It has been all day, in all fairness. Steve, I want to come to you first. Your reaction just to that move in the bond market, bond investors reacted to the possibility of Jay Powell being fired.
Look, I think it's like anything else. The market has sort of taken a wait and see attitude. We've heard so much come out going one way, then quickly reversing, going the other way. We just saw it now, where White House sources are saying he's going to fire him, and then he downplays it. So to position based upon that is sort of a mistake. But let's be clear. He said that he wants to. I think that has been sacred ground, and you need checks and balances in government, and that's one of the critical ones. So somebody who just wants to cut rates, number one, to support their tax bill, and number two, to help all their friends around the country, right? Similar to what is being done with private equity, is just a mistake. And I correct one thing the president said. He said, I don't know how he put Powell in that position when it was Trump that put Powell in the position. So he does know. So bottom line is, I don't think it would be a good thing for the market. Hazard, you know, he's obviously smart, obviously knows his way around economics, but he's also a sycophant. So
Okay. Bitcoin pulling back in a little bit. What's Coinbase doing? Coinbase. All right. Coinbase just kind of sideways today. It's all right. Looks good. After that dip yesterday, dip buy was good. Thanks to Frano with the heads up. Okay, S&P.
Again, markets took a dip. They've recovered for the most part, kind of pretty much where they were before this report crossed the wires. I want to talk to you just about how equity investors.
Okay, looking at some of these stocks that have bounced. Tesla, Coinbase. You can see the flows, a little profit taking this morning. Actually, this is the wrong date. What's going on here? Today is the 16th. I don't know why this isn't on the 16th. Okay. Okay, so making higher lows on Coinbase. Let's see what Tesla looks like. Tesla survey says flows are at the high of the day. Tesla flows are at the high of the day. Okay. Tesla looks like it wants to break out. Tesla flows at the high of the day.
Take control once again, dictating where risk asset pricing goes. That's not a good start. Yeah, let me just add to that. So the market could very well, if he's putting in one of the people that have pledged to cut rates, it could rally in the short term and say, great, rates are coming down. Let's party while the partying is good. And then retribution. That's the equity market. The bond market will be a different situation, as Joe points out.
Okay, Netflix turning up. Netflix. Okay, Tesla trying to get above that high, earlier high. The flows look okay. Tesla, let's look at Coinbase, Google turning back up.
Also very important to note, 2-year, I believe that yield's actually lower than it was before this announcement.
And it should be. The 2-year fell to 385. That's exactly what should happen based on this news. But what's interesting about this, let's pretend that we didn't hear any of these reports this morning, and we came in and we were talking about expectation for Fed policy. Was there anything in PPI or CPI that you saw that you said to yourself, oh, wait a second, the chairman is right, and we should not be lowering rates? I don't think any of that showed up. I think
not even core ticking up to 2.9 year over year.
No, I don't think there was enough evidence. I don't think there was enough evidence not to cut rates at some point in the next 3 to 6 months.
I don't think there's enough evidence to cut rates because we've seen the date for tariffs keep getting pushed back. So while Powell said we need to see 2 months of data, at that point, the drop dead date on agreements was supposed to occur. So we did see also in CPI some.
NVIDIA looks like it wants to do something here. Do I want to buy some NVIDIA? Probably. Let me look at the flows on NVIDIA. NVIDIA flows. Where are you? NVIDIA over here. Okay, NVIDIA. Got to put these in alphabetical order. That way they're easy to find. NVIDIA, just watching since the open. Actually, I don't need. That's okay. That's fine. NVIDIA. Okay, Amazon, coming off the low, Amazon. Watching the hedge flows. Okay, the hedging flows have been lower highs and lower lows. AMD, hedging flows on AMD. That's okay. Tesla, though. Tesla flows looking a little better than the rest. Okay, calls are definitely out outperforming puts today. Hedging flows on calls are outperforming.
It gets further complicated.
I think it's going to be permanently complicated. If you talk to anybody who's an administration official or used to be, I think, a fair word for the president's mercurial. So it might be highly unlikely today. We're not quite sure what it could be tomorrow on Truth Social or maybe overnight. So why don't we move on to what we do know?
NVIDIA.
Which is that you could see
A basket of S&P 500 equities. Let's see what the flow looks like here. Starting to come off the low. So, Frano, you timed that very well. Coming off the low. Okay. SPY. Okay, watching for SPY. Watching for these flows to turn up more. A little bit more. I'm going to pull this up here so it's easier to see. SPY. Watching for that to go up. S&P 500. Hedging flows for S&P 500. Turning up. Okay, let me turn this yesterday off. I don't need yesterday. Okay.
Stanley's trading revenue was up 23%. But there is in the environment of speculative trading a moment where you have to have an awareness about a degree of exhaustion in price action.
S&P hedging flows. You can see the reversal right there. You can see the reversal there when Trump started speaking. 11:45. We had that run up. Hedging flows, complete reversal there. Okay.
Positions if you're long, you can sit back and say to yourself, okay, maybe the market's going to come to me if I miss the trade. I don't want to step forward and do so buying right here. But I think most importantly, you should over the next several days really look at the way.
Okay, watch. Netflix is trying to do something here. Netflix trying to do something. Where is my? Where's CoreWeave? CoreWeave turning back up after the dip. CoreWeave turning back up a little bit. Where's Netflix? Okay, the flows turning back up for Netflix. Bitcoin turning back down. Coinbase. Coinbase making higher highs and higher lows. Since about 11:45, 11:30, 11:40, we started making higher highs and higher lows. Higher lows, higher highs. On Coinbase, okay, that continues to push higher.
Including Goldman Sachs. I look at Goldman Sachs, if you look at a long-term chart, it's a long-term compounder. It's a permanent compounder. And that's what's going to continue. So Constellation,
AAPX, Apple.
It just doesn't matter. This is a cycle now. If we had enough market today, the stock would be doing quite well. I mean, phenomenal quarter. If you pick apart the quarter, you take a look at asset management and say,
oh boy.
Maybe the market's not going to pay for trading revenues, but that would be a mistake for Goldman, because that's one thing they do great. So Goldman Sachs is just not one of those companies that I look at day to day and say, what's going on here? I got a lot of confidence.
Goldman Sachs fraction lower. We move on to Bank of America. Shares down more than 1%. Earnings beat, revenue miss. I think the real headline here is the net interest income miss here. So, Rod, you own this one. You're viewing the quarter and just also the
SPY.
Everybody else, the Morgan Stanley's, JP's, have really good secular stories in there. This one's a well-diversified bank. It's done everything I wanted to do. It's up over 20% for the year. It's kind of like a jack of all trades. And I think, net interest income, if rates do go lower, this one could get hurt more than some of the others. So I kind of have this one on my watch list.
So this is a bigger deal. Sorry to cut you off. It's a bigger deal because it's a big consumer bank when we're talking about net interest income.
You got that, you have lending, you have, a lot of other things that if the economy kind of slows down or you see a slowdown in the business activity,
this could affect them a lot more when it comes to real estate and the consumer.
Yeah, I agree. I own it as well. I mean,
What's AMD doing? AMD got any bullish hedging flow? No. Palantir. Oh, can I move these around? I didn't know I could move these around. Oh, that's cool. Can move them around. Cool.
Let's highlight for a second the really strong.
Good. All right, so I can adjust these. I'm always having a hard time. And S&P. Let's just put all this over here. S&P equities, Netflix, AMD. Put AMD over here. CoreWeave. Cool. CoreWeave, Broadcom.
What's the response to price after you hear those
Coinbase.
earnings? But I think each of those stocks are in a position where you can see further appreciation. Maybe Robinhood is the one that's a little bit rich in valuation.
Google.
Google.
Bank of America. So right, you said you don't know what to do. By the way, Brian Moynihan's coming up on the exchange later today. When you say you don't know what to do, are you thinking about maybe shrinking some position?
So I would say this way: if you get a pullback in financials,
Amazon.
I'm not
Okay,
going to be adding
Amazon.
Bank of America. What I'm going to be adding is what we
Good. All right, so these are alphabetical. Much better. Much better.
Over 2/3 of their business is wealth management. It was up 14%. They just increased their
NVIDIA,
dividend 7%. It's got a solid balance sheet,
Netflix.
reasonable multiple.
Good.
So I think
Cool.
that's where I want to go.
All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's 12:21 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I am your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just sitting here watching the markets after a little bounce. Initially, the markets didn't like what was being reported. The markets dipped. As usual, the market's giving bullish signals thereafter. Okay, watching Tesla for a pop here. Let's go to Tesla. Tesla looking for this flow to continue. Tesla looking for that flow to continue. Okay, SPY still a little iffy right here. SPY is still a little.
Regional banks ultimately have to prove themselves at some point. You look inside the earnings that you got today. Net interest income was
Could move lower, could bounce back up. I've been taking some profits off, reassessing my positions, just reducing exposure, taking a few risky trades like Tesla. That's back up to the high, Tesla.
So the loan growth really isn't there. It seems to be idiosyncratic, and I don't know, other than if you told me over the next 3 months we're going to get mean reversion, money center banks relative to.
Okay, looking for buy order blocks. Buy order blocks right there. You can see these buy order blocks. Okay, now we're stepping higher. So if Tesla can get through this area, you can put a stop underneath this buy order block. Look for a break to the upside if you're buying right here. I've been looking for Tesla to break out. Maybe it does it now. The reason why I'm thinking that is because hedging flows are turning upward. Okay, hedging flows are turning upward. Okay, about to make another high. Okay, Tesla, hedging flows, bullish. Tesla hedging flows are bullish, folks.
And what has the ability to navigate the tougher economic environments and the tariffs versus the point you made. The regionals don't always have that. And frankly, we also still don't know what the real estate situation is there. Because those are, I think we've all been surprised.
Here we go, Tesla. Okay, here we go, starting to move. Tesla's on the move now. Okay, Tesla's on the move. Exactly what we wanted to see.
To that point, the regional balance sheets are the ones that I have concern for going forward. Because if you're getting a cut in rates or a slowdown in economic activity, that's going to affect them in a couple of ways. One is, what's the transparency of the balance sheet? Do you have any surprises? And, we saw what happened a couple of years ago when we had a couple of other regionals take it to the chin, Silicon Valley, et cetera, First Republic.
And then the other one is, if you're thinking about more economic growth and maybe more economic activity, I'd rather play the M&A activity that has not been built into some of the big banks. So that's going to give them a big pop along with the wealth management. And the
Okay,
trading
dealer
revenue.
hedging flows, watching that.
Will give you the catalyst for improved earnings and multiple expansion, as opposed to kind of just
Higher margin revenues is what you said. Then you get the bigger benefit from regulatory relief.
Call wall is 320.
But you see more of that in terms of more economic activity amongst M&A.
Coming in at 1225.
Do really well. They can use their balance sheets to support that. So I think that the trading revenue, but that'll also go to the Schwabs and everything else. Right? A tailwind for all that as well.
So you don't actually have to trade down on the balance sheet quality to go to the regionals, because you're going to get the benefit in other places. The bulls on regionals will tell you the regulatory relief specifically is going to benefit.
Looking for hedging. Looking for Tesla to continue. They just want to keep talking about this. It's noise. It's noise. Right now, we should be, in my opinion, we should be reducing exposure, having fewer positions open. If you trade the same way I do, I'm trading day trades as well as short-term swings. My longer-term accounts, I'm not worried about. Those are bullish. I'm okay with that. But I'm looking for dips to get bought until we see the markets roll over. Okay, so if we look at SPY, we're currently just kind of sitting here, not doing much. SPY. Like a few weeks ago, we had this little dip back to the 21-day, and then we resumed the trend. It's possible we do that too. It's also possible we could come back to the 50-day, given August is right around the corner, or we could come all the way back down to the 200-day in August and then start to resume the trend. Anyone knows? No one knows what the markets are going to do, so it's anybody's guess. Right now, I'm just reducing my exposure because we've had nice gains, over 30% from the low. Okay, so we've had more than 30% gains off the low. Okay, here's your low here. Okay, the high, 31%, more or less, 31% gain from the low, April 7th low. So get back to a 3%, that's okay. Get back 10%, not okay. 10% is not okay, okay? So if you've been taking positions since the reversal, like we were on SPXL, on the number of stocks above the 20-day flush, 94% of stocks were below the 20-day. If you took this signal, 94% of stocks were below their 50-day back in April. That was a buy signal, okay? If you rode this all the way up and you've been taking profits off into strength, as we suggested, then any pullback now, you're only talking 2 to 3% on a smaller position. And hopefully this stops before it gets to the 21-day. Tesla's trying to go, though. Tesla is trying to go. Okay, looking for Tesla to pop its head above 322. If it gets above 322, Tesla should run. Okay. Call wall. Tesla call wall.
AI meeting agent.
Welcome back to the halftime report. We got some committee stocks on the move today, starting with Johnson & Johnson, moving higher after beating Q2 earnings and raising its full-year outlook. Sarat, you own this one. Shares up more than 6% right now.
I'm not even close taking a victory lap on this one. This one has not really kept up with the market for the last 3 years. What happened here was 65% of J&J's business is pharma, 35% medtech. Both had organic growth. Both see a better future for the next couple of years. The dividend is very safe. It's a solid balance sheet. I think when you're going to play in this area, which is very under-owned and also hasn't done well, this is one of the premier plays.
I love that, under-owned, because that's exactly what the scenario is when you think about positioning incentive for healthcare. And there are winners in the healthcare space space rather. We have Viva Systems, we have Syncora, Boston Scientific working well. Eli Lilly looks like it's beginning to build some positive momentum again. Amgen working well, AbbVie working well, Insulet, which is PODD. So there are places that you can go in the healthcare sector.
What's the matter,
that have been
sweetie? What do you want?
underappreciated so far year to date.
You hungry?
Full circle. What about tariffs? The president floating tariffs size 200%. Johnson Johnson and most other pharmaceutical
I didn't
companies.
say Merck, I didn't say Pfizer, did I?
Fair enough. Yeah, so Rob, your view on the tariff threat when it comes to Johnson?
Kitty cat?
Yeah, look,
What do you want, kitty cat? You hungry? Here. No, where's the food? Where is it? Here it is. Here's the food that you want. There you go. Cats don't even go downstairs anymore. They stay in my office the whole time. They like it here. It's quiet, safe. They get fed.
J&J up over 6% right now. Also, let's see crypto stocks under pressure after several major cryptocurrency related bills they stalled in the House yesterday. White Shield, the iShares Bitcoin Trust, the IBIT. Taking a look at that, actually, we're looking at Circle right now. Circle up over 14%. The IBIT up about 230% right now.
Look, you know, follow the path, right? And Trump said that he's got the votes and will pass. And when he said that, you had to believe it. So I continue to believe that crypto's going to do well for momentum, from scarcity, and eventually they'll find the use case for it.
Yeah, clearly, Circle moving higher, big stablecoin player on the idea that the president does have the votes to get it through. All right, I want to move on to the spirits and beverage space. Diageo CEO Deborah Prue is stepping down. Sarat, you on this thing?
This one's terrible.
Okay, Tesla pushed it a bit higher.
Selection of brands. I mean, from Guinness to Johnny Walker, execution hasn't been there. They really did well during COVID because, as we know, everybody sat home and drinks. But premiumization has kind of been taken out of favor, and also the tariff issue. So you've got a combination of all those going on. A new management team coming in. I could see value in spinning out some of their groups and actually seeing more value there. The stock is cheap, but it's cheap for a reason.
Yeah, a number of really well-known brands. You mentioned some of them, Captain Morgan, Casamigos, for another popular brand, or Bullet Bourbon, so a bunch of names there for Diageo. We'll also move on to the EV space. Tesla losing another top executive. This time is Troy Jones in the wake of Elon Musk's full-time return. Joe, you own Tesla. Shares of Tesla up just about 3 1/3% right now.
We do, and at the end of the month, we will rebalance and reconstitute, see what we do with the position in Tesla. There's no question the fundamentals of this company are challenged. Revenue growth continues to decelerate. It seems as though Elon Musk has a little bit more focus on the company, introducing new vehicles in China and India. But more than anything else, I think what's unfolded here is you've just had a technical bounce off of July 4th weekend. We came in that Monday morning, the stock was lower, trading 288. A lot of people thought that was the breakdown. The complete opposite is actually unfolded. You've got a 10% bounce the other way, and I just identify that more as a technical bounce, but it's a very strong one.
Is it concerning that they're losing executives while they're trying to compete? On top of this, driving Waymo has the lead. A lot of people think Xiaomi's Apollo Go has the lead as well.
For sure. I think Waymo technologically does have a significant advantage, or certainly several steps ahead of the others.
Okay, futures continue to climb.
Some of the fundamental deterioration of this company.
Tesla, watching hedging flows on Tesla climbing.
I think that's what we are witnessing here over the last 10 days. Bullish momentum driving the stock up 10%, really nothing more than that.
Okay, Apple's starting to make a recovery. Starting to see short covering on Apple, on Amazon, on Google, Meta, Snowflake, Microsoft, Nvidia. Netflix is okay. Tesla at the high of the day, even some short covering. So mostly short covering. 9 out of 10 are short covering. Apple, Tesla's at the high of the day.
Lost confidence in them as part of his leadership team. Meanwhile, a group of 20 states sued today to block the Trump administration from terminating a natural disaster grant program run by FEMA. The administration canceled the multi-billion-dollar program in April after it was approved and funded by Congress. The grants fund infrastructure upgrades to protect against natural disasters. A volcano near
That's weird. FEMA, they didn't help the people in North Carolina, for sure.
the overnight spectacle
messed up federal agencies. All right, futures climbing. Futures climbing. Okay, watch it. Futures are starting to climb. Futures climbing.
CBCHQ Silvana, thank you very much. All right, coming up next, we got our call of the day, including a price target high for one committee stock coming up ahead of earnings, plus an upgrade for this year's best performing S&P stock. We're going to be right back after this.
All right. Can't spell. Can't type. All right, so let's see. Okay, let me get today's broadcast for you. Okay, Tesla making higher highs, higher lows. Okay. All right, so looking good. All right, so a lot of noise that we're having to deal with. It is 12:38 on the East Coast. The futures are pushing a bit higher, so let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at what dealers are doing. Dealers have been covering at the low. Okay, dealers have been covering at the low. You can see the hedge flows have turned upward. Okay, that's gamma. Let's take a look at delta pressure. Okay.
Let's get to our call today. We teased it. We'll start here at Palantir. Upgraded to neutral from underperform at Mizuho. They go on to say, while we continue to worry the shares could suddenly be subject to material multiple reversions at some point over the next few quarters. NVIDIA looks like it wants to do something here. I'd really like to do something with NVIDIA if we got a little more hedge flows coming in. NVIDIA hedging flows. Okay, we kind of flattened out there right around 12.20 or so. It is making higher highs and higher lows, so that there's a possibility that NVIDIA keeps going there. NVIDIA currently trading at 170. Can I get it back up to 175? Okay, so here's NVIDIA over here. Call walls at 175, so we're at 170 and change. I'm going to buy some NVIDIA. I already have a position, I believe, in August, 175, 180. Okay, that's a profit at the moment. Let me buy some more NVIDIA. I wish I could just click on my positions and say add to my position. Can you do that? Can you do that with TOS? Oh yeah, right there. Add to the position. Okay. Buy.
Okay, cool. I've been clicking on the wrong thing. NVIDIA looking like it wants to go some more. NVIDIA.
Identify where you're going to say to yourself, the exit door is going to open for me, and where in fact you need to ride the patience through.
Okay, added to NVIDIA. NVIDIA added to it. 170 is the call wall. 175 call wall. Sorry, 175. So we could see a move back up to 175.
You're identifying all the fundamental tailwinds that, yeah, we know about the company. But what has happened now is this stock has taken the mantle as been arguably the number one identifiable momentum stock in the market. And that is really what's fueling the significant.
Okay, I have no position in SPY at the moment. Okay. I followed Frano's trade. I had the 620. I think Susie, you also bought the 620. I bought the 620 as well. Limit order got filled. That turned back up. Quick trade. I'm out of that now. I'm out of all my SPY positions for now. Okay, watching NVIDIA flow.
They're being very, as you saw in the recent potential acquisition, they're being very, very disciplined. So to me, this is another compounder that he's putting up, for others to participate in.
QXO shares essentially flat right now. All right, coming up on halftime, the big changes they could be coming to your home on maybe a major win for the PE firms. We're going to explain, and then later we're trading 3 committee stocks ahead of earnings. Halftime is back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us.
All right, so looking good. Okay, NVIDIA is starting to go. I added to my NVIDIA. Okay, just so you know, I added to my NVIDIA. I have added these calls to NVIDIA. Just added 175, 180s. Okay. Okay, I just added to my NVIDIA. Looking for it to push higher. Okay, NVIDIA flows are turning up. I just added to my August calls 75, 80, 175, 80. Okay, I doubled up my position. Okay, looking good. Hedging flows turning up. NVIDIA hedging flows continue to turn up.
Done. One halftime, our friends at the Golf Channel are following the PGA Tour stop this week at the Open Championship in Northern Ireland. Golf Channel's Todd Lewis joins us live on site with what we should expect. Todd, take it away.
Yeah, Frank, it's the final major championship of 2025, and two players will get most of the attention heading into the opening round.
Okay. NVIDIA.
Too far from Royal Port Rush here in Northern Ireland, in Hollywood, Northern Ireland. Now, he played in the Open here in Northern Ireland in Port Rush in 2019.
Got supply overhead.
That championship by saying, I'm going to treat this just like any other major championship. Well, when he got to the first tee, it was overwhelming for him. He hit his first tee shot out of bounds, ultimately missed the cut. This year, a different.
What we don't have is a clear buyer to block at the low. So it's a little bit more risky. Okay, supply overhead. Supply.
The last 11 major championship starts. How about this? 9 top 10s, including 2 major championship wins. One of those top 10s coming at Royal Troon at the Open last year. He's obviously playing very, very well, and he would love to add Open to his already impressive resume. If he wins here this week, he will need just the U.S. Open to complete the career Grand Slam, something that Roy did when he the Masters earlier this year. By the way, lots of fans expected here. More than 250,000 fans will be on property to enjoy the Open, making this.
Okay, Tesla, no follow through yet.
Low tickle at -800.
Frank, it's sunny right now. This is a tease because the next 4 days, rain and wind, as it should be.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. Live from Northern Ireland. And you can follow coverage of the Open beginning tomorrow with round 1 at 1 a.m. Eastern on Peacock and at 4 a.m. Eastern on the USA.
Okay. Netflix fading a bit. All right, stocks are starting to fade a little bit. Futures, we just got a little bit of profit taking. All right, we got Brett coming on at 1:00 p.m. So I'll listen in. I'll tune in to him. I'll take a break. Let him talk for a bit. Tesla trying to make higher highs and higher lows. New York Fangs are a bit mixed. Tesla. NVIDIA. Let's see if NVIDIA can get going here. Let's see if NVIDIA can get going. Okay, NVIDIA buyer blocks. Okay. Okay, buyer blocks just came in right there. Okay, we'd like to see that follow through. These buy order blocks lead to a push.
And welcome back to halftime. The president is reportedly ready to open up your 401k to the private markets. The move will be a major win for the private equity industry. Shares some key players like KKR and Apollo. You can see right here they're higher today. Joe, you actually own these on the Joe team.
Would like to see a little bit of M&A activity intensifying. You did have an uptick in the month of May, which benefits them kind of to reignite some of the bullish momentum. Overall, I think there's been this universal attempt to bring private equity products that can be utilized by the retail community. I know financial advisors that I speak to are very interested in doing this. We're seeing ETFs that are being introduced accordingly. It seems to make sense that we would have this now availability in 401ks.
Does it just change the overall outlook? I mean, we're talking 401ks and other defined contribution plans, about $12 trillion. I mean, just 1% of it would just be a game changer, I would think, for all these firms.
Yeah, and I think the way to play it, and we own Blackstone, and that is if you find the players that get access to it, as an investor in Blackstone, you're not really concerned about how these are going to perform. You're going to say, can they get the right products?
All right, hedging flows on NVIDIA have surged higher now.
This money, for the most part, keeps adding to itself. So maybe the investors
Surging higher. NVIDIA hedge flows are turning up.
Because when you do hit 73, you got to start taking money out. So you'll have to play with that. But the growth there in the 401ks as we've moved away from pension plans, I think will be great for all these players. Whether
High tickler plus 800.
JP Morgan wants to get this business as well, even though JP Diamond just said we might be at peak private credit still. The company's down. Well, there are a couple of issues into the business.
Look at BlackRock. Right? Look what they've been buying. Firms and spending billions of dollars on getting into infrastructure and credit. So I think there are a lot of players.
Yeah, there are a couple of issues here. Endowments are pulling back on private equity because funding from the government has decreased in favor of what? In favor of more liquid investments,
Public equities.
and funding their endowments and their costs. Because the governments have stopped funding for a lot of them, they've cut back on funding others. So you need to fund your operation somehow. So locking up for 10 years now, they need more liquidity. So it's more in public markets. I'm not so sure investors don't do better just buying the indices, buying the S&P, buying Qs, because performance there is good. Additionally, as you grow private equity, because I spend a lot of time in the private world, sourcing deals.
Okay, NVIDIA on the move, hedging flows surging. We're starting to see NVIDIA head back up towards the supply overhead, the overhead supply. NVIDIA doing well. Okay, nice pop there on NVIDIA. Looks good, NVIDIA. Apple coming out of a squeeze. Apple coming out of a squeeze. Google popping back up. Google. Okay, Microsoft back above surface. Back above the surface. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA looking good. Okay, futures continue to rise, looking good. We've got hedging flows on NVIDIA surging. Those hedging flows are surging. You can see these surging here. Wow, look at this. Look at NVIDIA take off to the upside. It's like a cheat sheet. Feel like we're cheating here with when you see hedge flows turn up. Seeing what dealers are actually doing. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, I got to take a few minute break. I'll be right back.
This is the difference between the diagonal and the candle spread, is that line flattens in a profitable level. But the trade-off is you pay more for it, right? And the risk is bigger on the downside. This is a directional play, so you're bullish. The risk, whatever the debit paid is what the risk is on this trade now.
Yep, you got some assignment risk on that short 277.5 strike call into expiration over the next couple of days. Keep that in mind also. But good look at two different ways to look at GE going into earnings. All right, that's going to wrap up Fast Market today here on the Schwab Network. Stick around, though. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more.
Hi, Tick Alert plus 800.
You can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey. Alex, market's pretty mixed today with weakness today. No surprise, actually, led by the NASDAQ. We are firmly higher than three of the rest of the four major averages. But all things considered, it does feel like inflationary data has not really made a huge wave over the past 2 days. CPI and PPI not really moving the needle a whole lot. And big banks, failing to also impress, where we've heard nothing but pretty optimistic commentary regarding the back half of this year. Also hasn't really made a huge
High took alert plus 800.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that later on with Diane. I guess 2 days that have played out largely the same way, which is the initial reaction to the data before the open had been positive, and then as the day rolls on, it somewhat unwinds. The banks similar, mostly positive initial reactions, but then sort of fading. And, I posed the question of, are we watching the market transition from everything is good for the market to everything is neutral, everything is bad? I think there's a point to be made for that. There's really no reason, other than the market's been on a huge run, that this wouldn't have been interpreted in a positive way.
Yeah, that's true. And maybe a necessary pullback or just like maybe temporary pause we're seeing in markets here after record high. So perhaps a healthy reset we're seeing right now across the board. But as always on the show, we will focus on our individual movers. We'll kick things off with some tech names to keep on your radar, as well as, just the overall movement we've seen right now across a lot of these crypto exposed names, especially. We will also be diving into two names with earnings still ahead, those being GE Aerospace as well as United Airlines. And we'll be looking at ASML, which is not right now actually eased off session lows, but was pacing for its worst day in over a year and a half, following some possibility of no growth, to put it kindly. So disappointment from ASML, a Dutch exposed chip maker. We'll also be previewing Netflix, of course, ahead of earnings tomorrow, and we'll close things out with Rigetti Computing revealing its reach now about a 99.5% median fidelity rate for 2 qubit gates. We'll dive into what that means, but a positive development for the quantum exposed company later on in the show.
Yeah, looking forward to the Rigetti conversation. It's been a month or two, so we get back to quantum. Let's get to some of our movers, though, because there's definitely a couple names on here that you're gonna have to tell me, what these companies are. Because I gotta be honest, it's the first I've seen them in terms of our coverage as well. But at least a couple on here that I recognize pretty good. The first one definitely AMD. We've also kind of pointed to the disappointment that AMD has been. That said, it's been a nice winner off the lows, and certainly a nice winner year to date.
Yeah, and AMD has quietly been a huge beneficiary of a lot of the reversal of expected export controls between the U.S. and China, as we do hopefully see signs that the hot water between Beijing as well as Wall Street, are more so Washington, D.C. actually, are starting to hopefully evaporate. That's, I think, the theme here. AMD still not able to recapture its highs. It's down about now 11% from those levels, but we've risen 103% off of lows, and we've been in a really nice recovery really since its last reported earnings. So for that reason, we've seen analyst coverage across the board flocking into this name. Citi was one that did actually call for the rally in shares to be empty calories, saying that the added sales from the chip ban being lifted in China are not sustainable, as they could be banned again. This was a narrative I was really harping on, when we saw this news, but I think positive to see this echoed by Citi today as just a of course, near-term concern. Mizuho was another one raising its price target, actually, but kept an outperform rating, overall lifting their semiconductor estimates to reflect the announcement that we'd see these providers be allowed to resume, of course, those exports and unit shipments to China, as well as making the argument they remain bullish on specifically AMD's second quarter print, saying they expect actually an increase in estimates. So there's various opinions on what happens next for AMD, but we do know we at least have catalysts to look forward to.
Yeah, speaking of catalysts, this GDS Holdings, which is the next on our list, is Chinese data center company. That's about the extent that I can figure it out, but I think that does give us enough information. But it seems that the catalyst here is similar to the one you just described with AMD, which is this resumption of chip flow perhaps particularly the H20s back to China, that could help a company that needs that product for its data centers.
It could. So frankly, I had never really discussed a GDS ad nauseum prior to looking at it today. It's up modestly, yes, but up 61% on the year, while also being down about 28% from its high. So the chart for that reason was just compelling in its own right. But then JP Morgan giving a really interesting note today, upgrading shares of GDS, saying that the data center company is a beneficiary of NVIDIA's H20 chips resuming shipments to China, as you said. So they did say the resumption will drive upside to their domestic data center business. JP Morgan did also now see a path of continuous upgrades in the company's China pipeline and revenue growth. And last but not least, said their international business has actually been quite strong. Another reason to see some upside from here. So they see this being a direct beneficiary of NVIDIA, which is why I think it's good to mention today, because you talk about, NVIDIA, and I can understand just buying into the pure play product, but there's also these ancillary ways to play.
That is the most bullish asset class to own. Then it becomes, it's not enough just to own spiders, right? I got to own NVIDIA or AI or, whatever the most, the hottest stock at the moment is, right? And when you get that segment or you hit that period of the regime, that's where you get correlation really dive. So if we just zoom out on this a little bit to show you what we mean, throughout most of the post-COVID period, we had this SIBO correlation metric, in this 20 to 60 level, right? This is just an indexified measure. But what you see is, if you remember last year in 2024, where we had that blow off in July where people were chasing NVIDIA hand over fist, and Jensen Huang is signing women's, tops and everything like that. And that broke the 2017 low correlation. 2017 year is a standout year for volatility. It was the lowest period of realized volatility ever. That led to volume again in January of 2018, so it was a marquee year. But we broke that level. We had all sorts of other just very bizarre metrics happening in the summer of last year. Well, we started to sort of chase back down to that right here. And what I think is interesting at this moment is we had CPI yesterday, and I'm not going to get into macro too much, so brace yourselves for Brent's macro hot takes. But look at rates now, right? They're starting to pop back up. And I don't know what this really means. CPI seemed to sort of shift these things a little bit higher. PPI didn't do anything this today. But what's interesting to me about this is that, Powell, Trump is now telling us that Powell's a real idiot.
Hi, Tickler plus 800.
He likes making letters. He may send them to other countries about EU tacos or power farming taco, whatever it is, he's writing a letter. And so these rates are now going higher. But he wants to fire Powell because Powell's not dropping rates. I don't know. I'm not too bright on the macro front. That seems like a conundrum. Seems to me the ramification of this now is, what do you do if rates start to go higher? Do you still want to own these certain assets? I really don't know. Plus, we have the Genius Act now, which is supposed to come out. You want to own more crypto. So we're hitting these lows in correlation. Again, yes, earnings is coming up, which always drives a little more focus on the single stock side, but the trend in correlation has been coming down as the markets have really ripped. So the takeaway from this is that we have clearly single stock chasing. We now have this kind of bizarre regime mix coming in with the rate Powell situation. And we have the loss of equity positions or options positions with options expiration that can serve to just loosen things up a little bit. Obviously, VIX expiration was this morning, and that initially sort of seemed to trigger a little bit of movement, not a ton, admittedly, in the face of the Powell sort of reversion today. But the point here is that we're now losing some of the positions that have maybe reinforced a lot of equity positioning. Now, the other part of this, right, if we just go and we look at realized volatility, so how much has the market been moving? And, is there also this idea of hitting a lower bound in realized vol? Well, this is a long-term view of realized vol in the S&P. And if you look at this, you can see that 1 month realized vol is at a 9.9. So let's just call it 10. That's, 50 to 60 basis points of movement, maybe a little bit more. That's about average, the low average, as you can see that green line over time, right? So we're kind of near lows. We're not at unbelievable lows, but this is a very complacent market. Short dated realized vol at 5 days out of 7. You can see we hit some very quick spurts around 2, but we're in a very low vol regime right now, right? This is certainly not a market that is pricing in a lot of volatility, nor have we been experiencing a lot of volatility. And if you go back to the OPEX Effect podcast, what you'll find is that we actually did some studies on this, and we found that more often than not, volatility will turn at options expiration. So if you have a low vol regime, it'll shift to a kind of a vol spike in the next 1 to 2 weeks. If you have a high vol regime, vol will come down over the next 1 or 2 weeks. So statistically, we've shown that options expirations
High took alert plus 800.
But if we look at implied volatility now in the fixed strike dashboard here, what do we have today? We had PPI in the threat of Powell getting fired yesterday. Right now, the equity market did close weak. Yesterday, we closed at the lows, right? And so what we're comparing here now is fixed strike vol versus yesterday's close, which was a weak close. And you can see vols are up about half a point across time, right? So even though the equity market is rallying a little bit, it's up 20 bips right now, vol is not really coming down, which is kind of an interesting short-term signal. The second one is if we flip over to term structure showing us the at-the-money vols. What you see is that we have high implied volatility for tomorrow. We have jobless claims, and then there's the consumer sentiment data. I don't know how much that matters for Friday. But next week is pricing in some pretty low implied vols, even though we have a Powell speech next week. Then we move forward. We're going to end up with the JOLTS data and then the FOMC press conference. So you can see there's this real low in the term structure with a relative high tied to the 8/1 tariff expiration, right? So even though we had this Powell press conference, even though Powell's speaking next week, I don't know what that speech is. Maybe it's not a huge deal. The market is just not pricing any real movement for next week at all. So we have OPEX, we have rates kind of leaking higher. We have
Extreme high took alert.
Powell. We have Powell actually set to speak the next 2 weeks. We have this tariff deadline, and we keep getting random headlines around that stuff. There is not much, I don't think, to cause these short-dated implied vols to lift and lift fairly significantly. So, if you just add that in the summary, we have the equity chase, we have rich equity calls, we have OPEX, which should loosen up some positions. We have cheap implied vols for next week. We have realized vol at a lower bound. Like you start to stack all these things up, you say, well, this stuff all seems to combine to a reasonable expectation that we could have something of an equity correction. So that's the general stage as we have it here for now. I'll check the chat, see what we got. You have a sound echo. I don't know if that's true for everybody. Please let me know if it's true. You opened a different screen. All right. Good afternoon from Messi from New York City. Hello to you as well. So all quiet on the question front. I don't know if that's because the analysis is so clear and
Extreme high took alert.
Just lost everybody. So let's shift to what is happening today. At the start of the day in the founders notes, we brought up PPI and we brought up VIX expiration. So VIX expiration, those options expired this morning at 17. And so you can see that if you look at the gamma,
Everything's turned up.
a little bit of a nuanced way to look at VIX, but the VIX positions there, the gamma is arguably the most hedging flow, kind of just a way of looking at a weighted open interest. 17 was the biggest strike, right, by far. And so that was true yesterday. And if we just look at the VIX expiration today, we just look at it over the last 5 days, what you kind of see here is interesting is that the VIX really held to this level, right? There was a fair amount of equity weakness yesterday. Intraday, we were down about 60 to 80 bips in the indices. And so right here is the expiration, right? And so you can see some kind of wonky VIX movements in here, but we basically stuck to 17 through expiration. And you can see that right here, right? We pull down and then we essentially open rate at just under 17. Then we get this Powell spike, right? So the vol's starting to come in a little bit now. Obviously after that really large spike, but this is the kind of tether that we're arguably losing, right? This VIX tether to 17, and with Powell, FOMC, there's a little bit of event vol. There is obviously a lot of event vol tied to the 8/1 tariff deadline, and so those VIX options, which are tied to 30-day S&P options, they look 30 days out in time. They got to include that data, right? So there's arguably not too far the VIX can come down in this environment due to the fact that we have to price in, or the S&P options are pricing in those forward events, right? So the fact that we're kind of at this lower bound in the VIX and to me makes some sense. Shorter dated options maybe come down a little bit, as we show they are down a little bit, kind of the pre-FOMC, pre-tariff. Vols can maybe come in a little bit because they don't price in these events, but the VIX, you would argue, has to sort of hold this lower bound. And so I saw someone in here asking, what's an interesting way to play a market correction? I think long August VIX call options or call spreads make sense here because that VIX may be tethered, right? Or if you buy 30-day S&P options, the vol of those options may be tethered to these events. They may hold up a little bit better in terms of decay due to the fact that they're pricing in these events. So to me, those are interesting. Those are interesting trades. So we brought up that could be a turning point, and you know, if you just look at the way that the S&P traded today, we did have obviously the PPI this morning, so that invoked some volatility. But you really see here, right? Where do we go? There it is, the 9:30 open. We sort of opened at that high and we started to sell off. You've seen VIX turning points oftentimes where the market just does something really weird around these VIX expirations. And the argument is that you can move VIX options prices in order to move the VIX index itself. Now, there was some lawsuits about this a while back, and some hand slaps were taken years ago around this. But it's clear that you can do that, right? It's just the math of the VIX equation. So there seems to be some hedging flows around these big VIX positions in the settlement quote, right? And that can in fact impact the way that the futures trade around that. Now, some of us may say, hey, that's manipulation. If you are a market maker, it's hedging. You know, so this is always the funny thing. And I know that we were talking about the Jane Street thing. If you go to substack.spotgamma.com, you can read about the Jane Street India, you know, manipulation, right? They were trading skew versus shorting futures. And, you know, again, manipulation, it's manipulation when you get to be a certain size, I guess, right? And certainly if you're not a registered entity. But anyways, you see all this weird movement oftentimes around these VIX prints. So always good to be aware of that. The second thing that we highlighted, which was really interesting to me, was the 6180 0DT put. You see it down here. It was 11,000 contracts in Trace. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because it's a great example of how options positions can really help to move the market. So if we look at Trace in real time, and we go back to around 10 o'clock this morning, right? You can see that position still here, right? It's 15,000.
He's talking about Trace this morning.
This is pretty weak, but the equity market yet hadn't reacted to the Powell news. And so if I just push this forward a little bit, you're going to see the equity market drop, right? Somewhere in here.
10 o'clock.
There it is. Took a while. And see how that put position is still at the max, right? It's now 16, almost 17,000 positions, right? I tick forward one more, and all of a sudden you see this start to bounce, right? Hero is a real-time signal. Trace takes 10 minutes to update. So what you're going to see is now as I move forward from 1140, you're going to see that position move, right? So what was the fuel here, right, to help the market all of a sudden do this big bounce, and Hero goes up? It was the closing of these relatively rich 6180 puts that add a bunch of delta into the market to help to shove the market higher. And so, you know, am I saying that the market wouldn't have continued to tank if this position wasn't closed? I don't think so, because Trump tacoed apparently the Powell firing. But it is a clear boost, right? And what that does is it shifts momentum, right? Because all that vol that started to build up, that short-term vol that started to build up because we were selling, suddenly you dump positive deltas onto the environment here. Vol starts to get squished and the momentum turns and starts to go up, right? And so much of what this market is about is just pure momentum. And then you can see throughout the day here now, these have just been getting close, right? Closed and closed and closed. And, you know, that's helping the deltas to just kind of drift higher, and that momentum really helps to lift things up. So knowing where these short-dated positions are is extremely helpful. Watching where the really big positions are, and we tell you what the big positions are because you just hover over there and you see the percentile. It allows you to know kind of the state of play. And if you know these big positions are down there, they become number one target prices, but number two, they become big support and resistance levels. So a lot of you are sitting here watching going, Brent, that's great hindsight. What good does that do me now? Well, look at these two positions here, right? There are two positions to watch, 62.65, 62.60. You see two 98th, almost 99th percentile gamma strikes. These are very big strikes on the board. And so with the S&P up here at 56, you can see there's this layer of positive gamma now that could be a significant resistance point. Now, how do I know for sure that that could be resistant? Well, you never know for sure. But in this case, what I'm watching for is Hero, which is this purple line. If this starts to turn south at this level, right, then that's another layer of confirmation that I have that the market may be topping out. If Hero continues this trajectory higher, which is telling me that people are just continuing to buy calls or sell puts, then I have to kind of back off the idea that this could be a significant resistance point. But if you get big positive gamma kind of layered or chunked together like that, and then you get real-time data responding, right?
Tesla trying to break out.
Responding at that strike, as well as sometimes if I look at short date term implied volatility as well, then you can start to stack up the indications that we may indeed be getting a short-term top. Now, if you zoom out of this and you just say, what are the non-zero DT positions? There's very little out there. So here's zero DT positions. If I turn this on, you get only positions that are not in the zero DT space. And there's just not a lot of big bars out there. There's not these big, significant, longer-term positions that are in our view. Most of it's zero DTE, to sort of latch onto. So a lot of short data momentum, I think, just kind of in control of what's happening today. Once you get that big 1180 put close, that's helped to lift the market higher. That position, is all but gone at this point. So, now we turn to something more at the money, which is these 6260s. So that Hero, Todd Trott is upset about the taco. All right, no more tacos. The reason that the taco thing is interesting is because, well, I'm just gonna move on. Right. People get upset. How do we also look at this in terms of the options flows today? This is the S&P Hero indicator. Now, what you see is when we did get the Powell firing, right, we see the big drop in longer dated options come in. And then what happened here, right, when the decision or the rumor about Powell being fired was removed? We saw zero DT start to rip. And a lot of this is going to be that like maybe put
Palantir.
But what you see here now is that it's not so much longer dated options that are being covered. It's mainly zero DT buying that dip, bringing that mean reversion, right? And now when you look at the 6260, you kind of see a little bit of reversion in here, some profit taking possibly. And so the zero DTE space is really dominant in S&P 500. And that's truly of every day now because, you have 60+% of S&P options are zero DTE. And so it's not surprising that is really oftentimes in control of those flows. The interesting times are where you see the non-zero DT options really pick up, right? Which is what happened here with the Powell firing or not firing, but rumors of firing. And then the enchilada, we say, of the situation. In the equity space today, $430 million of positive deltas bought. Again, there was huge selling in there. Negative deltas around the Powell rumor news. There was a lot of call selling, some short-dated put buying. And we've seen those puts kind of get sold. The calls got bought. Overall, this is kind of just it's rather benign flow, right? There's nothing very exceptional about this. And I can say that because current Hero's 422 million of positive deltas bought today. That can be $3 billion. So, not a lot going on here in terms of longer dated equity flows. And one of the things that was fascinating about yesterday, if we bring up yesterday's flow, was the size of it. I was really taken aback by how big the flow was yesterday in the S&P 500. So if we check this out, and when I show you the S&P 500 indicator, you see this is SPX, SPY, XSP, and ESF options, right? We did negative 8.8 billion of negative deltas yesterday, right? So you see we opened at 6,300 and they pounded this thing, pounded it yesterday. That negative 8 billion was the largest in the last 30 days, right? The record size of this indicator is something like 10 to $12 billion. So that was huge negative delta flow yesterday as we opened at those CPI highs, right? They just absolutely crushed this thing. Not only did you have the CPI high, you had the NVIDIA news overnight, right? Which got people going, man. I was laughing about this because on Twitter overnight, there's people going, 180s in the bag for Twitter and or for NVIDIA rather, and
Broadcom moving higher.
This is the future.
Tesla trying to break out. Microsoft moving higher. Google's looking good.
Chart that looked almost exactly like this one. I say almost exactly because the market changed slightly. But what it showed in this position didn't change. And I posted this in the morning. I said, look at all that positive gamma, right? And what this giant positive gamma tells us in NVIDIA is there's a lot of calls being sold. This comes from our spot gamma OI, or synthetic open interest positioning, which shows us that hedge funds, largely is what this is, are short calls at 170 in the 171 space, right? And so what that tells me is that, okay, we should have a sticky price in that general area. Now, what you're seeing here is today's price. So if yesterday, $20 billion of revenue or whatever the projections were was unlocked immediately with this China news, then you would think there would be a heck of a lot more call buying coming into the space. But the truth is, our data didn't really change. So here's yesterday's data, and you can see there's the big pick, there's the big position, right? And curve peaks at 170, kind of dips down here in the 180s. And what do you see when you look at the 16th? It's kind of it's a very, very similar thing, almost unchanged. And the reason that this is fascinating is because we had 4 million NVIDIA options trade yesterday, but none of the positions actually changed. So it's really this HFT day trading kind of just churn, right? That is so prevalent for this thing that seemingly creates signal, and you get all these jokers posting their big flows from the data prints up there and trying to extrapolate meaning from it, when oftentimes you're just seeing this churn or flow that's just kind of meaningless, kind of noise or some type of short-term arbitrage that doesn't necessarily tell you about interesting trades that are happening. And so to contrast this, I was talking about Alibaba, which had 250 million in Hero Deltas yesterday, really big for a name like that. And look at this, right? These are big negative delta positions above, right? Funds bought calls and dealers are now short those positions. And this seemed to me to show a lot more change, right, relative. So this was the float from the day before. You can see that there's not as much gamma here. There's positive gamma. The low here is around 19 million is the dip in the gamma positioning. And so when we fast forward to today, you can see that there's some bigger positions added here in the kind of 120 area. Now stock is down today. Obviously 115 was 6-7% yesterday, so that's retracing a little bit. But when I look at this, I can take and say, I don't know what this China chip news means, but it looks like the Chinese internet stocks got a bullish position, right? And so if there's a way to express a bullish view out of this stuff, that's the thing that we kind of want to look at a little bit. And this is just GEX, right? This is the gamma. The purple line is the gamma for each individual stock. And to my knowledge, we are the only people that have the synthetic open interest, what we call it SGOI, across all individual names. We get this through an analysis of open interest positioning. And so this is really something that is proprietary to us, and I think really very powerful, because it really shows you where we think the big funds are positioned. Even retail will show up in this as well, but we kind of eliminate a lot of the noise of some of the other positioning data, so that can help quite a bit. Checking through some of these questions, I mentioned BABA. We covered that here. The other thing about, if we look at the vol dashboard now, right, or if we look at some of the positioning and pricing, the vol dashboard here is based on last night's close. So if you're gonna kind of have a negative view of some of the stuff in the Chinese names, these calls are arguably getting a little bit rich. This may incorporate some earnings. If you see an E next to the name, that means that there's a possible earnings date coming up in the next 30 days. So you have Baidu here on this list. It's up here. You can see it flashing right there. So these calls are getting a little bit rich. Someone here's mentioning Taiwan semi earnings coming up. Look at how rich those calls are, right? You're talking about a risk reversal rate, which is how expensive the calls are. It's 87 percentile. And so, with a lot of these things, you're going to go into earnings event. And so if we just look at the skew here, this is the Alibaba skew. Hard to argue that these calls are not rich at this point, right? If we just see how this changed day over day, do that. So let's take a look at what the 815 options looked like yesterday, see how much this changed. So you actually see that skew, interestingly, seemed to come down and flatten out a little bit there on the wings. But we sort of went into this event with that bullish.
Futures coming back a bit.
So it makes you wonder if people are really positioned for upside into this stuff, right? In a name like Alibaba, so they can monetize the position a little bit. Kind of interesting. Well, let's look at Taiwan Semi for earnings. So for those of you who don't know, if you go to SpotGamma.com under free tools, we have our earnings dashboard, so you can check this out yourself. If we bring up our earnings chart, I think it's a great chart. It is the estimated earnings move based on options prices. So Taiwan Semi for tomorrow is pricing a 4% implied move. You got Netflix, which is pricing at a 5% move. You got AA and United Airlines tonight. You can see that there. So go check out that earnings page. Again, it's free under SpotGamma.com. There are free resources, so you can check that out. So, anyways, with Taiwan Semi, we got 4% implied move. And when we look at the skew in Taiwan Semi, what you see is that nobody's in puts, right? The put wing, you know, you look at the cheap wings, right? Your 4 or 5 delta puts, like way down there, that they're just squashed. So you kind of shift up the curve a little bit. If we just narrow this down some, you know, 25 delta put, you can see it's about middle of that statistical range. And the calls are relatively quite a bit more expensive. They're near the kind of top end of the range. And then way up here, right, the 10 delta stuff, the really wingy stuff, seems to be quite expensive. So when you go into an earnings event and you kind of look and see which side of the boat this thing is tilted towards, and you know, look, you're going to go into earnings. I don't know what this name has done over the last couple of days and weeks. Looks like it's been pretty bullish, right? So the bar for this now is really quite high.
Google, just looking at the hedging flows on Google, still climbing Google.
This will be interesting. So what does a 5% move look like here? We know calls are relatively quite expensive. And so if we just say, what's a 5% move? That'll take us up into the 250, right? So we're at 237. That's basically 250 the upside. And then to the downside, about 225, right? So 225 to 250 is the implied range now for Taiwan Semi. If we look at the SpotGamma OI in terms of positioning, what do we see here? You can see there's almost nothing above. You got this one fairly big position at 260, but above 250, there's really no positions, right? They're really weighing. And then to the downside, you know, there's some short put positions. It looks like this is positive gamut in this general area. So if I was going to do something, I would be relatively happy actually selling something like a 220 to 225 puts, right? And then to the upside, you just don't see that many positions up there, right? They're just not anything there. And the argument is that if there's not many options positions up there, is there a lot of reason for there to be kind of reflexive buying if we really start to move higher? If you get some sort of incredible blowout data print, well, that's one thing, right? But if we just get an inline positive, you know, outlook, this 260 could be enough to kind of stop the high, and that's a little bit over that 5%. But it implies that if you're going to sort of just on a first order look, okay, let me sell something like the 225, 250 straddle. That seems like it could be something that's pretty interesting. We also looking at our old model, and the difference with our old models, we just look at the gamma by open interest, right? It doesn't break down whether we think this is our funds. And the reason this old model is interesting is because we've seen this time and time again where this orange bar, the orange curve, excuse me, is call gamma, the blue bar is put gamma. And where these curves flatten out, this is sort of the rate of change of gamma. Where these flatten out, it seems to coincide with areas where the stock will hit max sort of support and resistance, meaning under here, under 200, there are very few positions, and you see these curves really flatten out. So in a real miss in Taiwan Semi, you're talking about 10% decline, you would see the stock really start to drop. And then to the upside is more interesting, right? You get over 250, and these curves really flatten out. And don't forget, these are expensive calls, right? The wings are particularly expensive. So with Taiwan Semi, the 5% implied move, I think selling a strangle, leading on that 225 downside number based on the SpotGamma OI in that 250, 255 area. I don't know what those options are going for, but that would be the kind of thing that I would look forward to this earnings event. And then the second one, if we want to do the same thing, just looking at Netflix. In fact, Netflix, you know, is one of the ones that we did a previous analysis of this, and it's really just works so well. Look at these gamma curves, but look at the size here at 1200. I mean, massive, right? Stocks at 1259. I would think you would have to take just an incredible miss to really break that level, to not sort of stick to that level. And then the upside, you know, it's not until you get up over 1300 that the positions really start to die out, even all the way up into 1350, kind of 1400 area. So it's harder to say that there's this boundary up here, just because there's positions solidly through the 1300 level. I don't know if those were the all-time highs were in Netflix, I'm guessing. Yeah, 1,1400. So, those are positions that got kind of layered on, back then. And if we look at the spot gamma open interest data, again, this is only showing the buy side position. You can see where the sort of fair value positioning is, right? It almost kind of looks like it more goes down in this 1150 area in terms of the hedge fund positioning and dies out over 1,300. So, yeah, we're in the 1250 area. This kind of looks like, again, 12 to 1,300. Just like we should stay in that general vicinity based on this positioning. We'd also just finally go look at the volatility skew, see if anything is weighted. Very flat skew. So if we saw something where the skew was tilted way up or way down, or like a jump or a ramp or a slope down, then maybe you can lean on one side or the other, but this seems very flat. So again, kind of speaks to, I never recommend selling naked options, particularly on a public webinar like this, but selling something like a straddle or strangle rather, maybe a very wide condor, something like that, I think it makes sense because those strikes are very concentrated. It's something to latch onto. And then I see one more question about Tesla, so we can take a quick look at Tesla here as well.
Okay, Microsoft's about to run here. Watch Microsoft, watching the flows on Microsoft.
So this is the Tesla positioning.
We're just listening to Brent over at Spot Gamma, the creator of what you're seeing on the screen. He has coders doing all the work, but creating it from his mind, his experience. Looks really good. Okay, Microsoft, not much movement here. Tesla looking a little better. Palantir trying to turn up. Tesla. Okay, looks okay. Tesla.
Next week seems to make a lot of sense. Now, does that move up or down? I think that could depend on the macro market a little bit.
NVIDIA.
Some issues. How would I trade this? Well, if I was bullish, I would think about a counter spread maybe for this week, selling at 325s and buying, next month's 325 or something like that, right? Or diagonal. Something like that would be interesting because the idea is that we lose the tether to 320. So that could be kind of an interesting trade here at this moment. And Vince's 9% of his trades are here, reversals on FANGs with Equity Hub. So they serve for the kind words there. Just sort of shifting back to today, looking at some of the bigger positioning. I said yesterday that NVIDIA did 4 million contracts. I don't think we're going to do that today. But this tape tool is oftentimes something interesting to find names that are trading that you wouldn't normally catch. And the thing I like about
Circle on the move. Circle, I guess.
The options one, you can get some pretty skewed options position, right? So I just want to give an example of a live analysis of this because you see largest daily trades are very oftentimes these can be positions in the money position swaps, crosses, things that aren't necessarily impactful to the way market trades. But I see something like this RGTI. I have literally no idea what the stock is. And I don't know if it falls off on anyone's radar at this moment, but it's up now 30%. It looks like it's probably one of these
Circle ripping
computing stocks, right? So I would have no idea that this thing would exist unless, except for the fact.
Okay, nice move on Circle today.
What we could do here is we can sum these positions. So the biggest positions, normally in these flow tools, you just see a bunch of prints. Here we aggregate the data for you. You can choose time windows and things like that. So what's the biggest strikes trading in terms of total volume today? You're getting these 7, 18, 15 strike calls. So let me ask y'all something. If you thought that this company had unlocked the future of quantum computing, would you buy Friday's calls? Or would you buy like December or January's calls, something like that? Maybe Augie calls? These people are piling into 718 calls, right? In size. So when we scroll down, you actually don't see any major strikes with major volumes until you get into the 815. There's some 919 way out there, right? 8,000. So when I look at this, before I even check Hero on this thing, I go, okay, this is all just short dated options trade, right? That's what this is. I believe we track this one here. If we don't, by the way, if you're on Bloomberg, you can see all symbols. So, okay, you're able to trade an unbelievable number of contracts for a name like this, right? All this week's options, and look at the net delta of this stuff traded, 2 million. Couldn't even get over 25 million on a day where you have a 30% rally in the stock. So it looks like, what would this suggest to you that all those prints are, right? It suggests that people are selling all these short-dated options into this 30% rally. Now, are we too early to trade this ourselves, to take advantage of this ourselves? This is a pretty blown out call skew, I would suggest, right? At a $25 stock, can you actually sell these calls for much of anything? Hard to say that, and I also don't know if this news is for real or not, right? But clearly this skew's gotten absolutely blown out. So this is a great way of saying, okay, is this something that I can now trade, right? Is there some data in here, some strikes being highlighted, a name I didn't know? Okay, it's clearly crazy options flow coming into this thing, so it's a great way to sort of source some trading ideas and data. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to turn off the kind of compare mode too. So this is comparing yesterday's implied vols to today. And what's so fascinating about this is see the highest implied vol change is for these kind of like at the money and below options. This stuff up here actually is now, the implied vol is lower day over day, which is kind of interesting, given the fact the stock's up so much, right? And then the other thing is here is we could do a skew premium view of this. And what the skew premium is showing us is which options have the fattest skew. And so in this case, you're seeing some of these longer dated options, like in August, these are all mainly August. Do a better pruning job here, so we get some better expirations in here. Looking at something like the 21s here for September, right? These seem to have very fat skew. So, if you're looking around for something to trade, 1x2s and something like this, maybe something that helps you to mine that skew or bet in that vol skew coming down could be really pretty interesting. So, I don't know, that was a little bit of a fun exercise. By the way, I've done a poor job of promoting anything SpotGamma on here, but if you're interested in trying out trace or some other tools, go to spotgamma.com. You can sign up for Alpha. That gives you access to all of our various tools. We have another webinar coming up tomorrow. And also, if you just want our OPEX spreadsheet, you want to get on the old list, go to spotgamma.com/OPEX. You go there, you pop in your email, you get a spreadsheet that details the biggest size of all the names expiring this week, and some content around how you may find some interesting trades in that. We have some incredible tools coming up as well. Some really interesting positioning data coming out in the next few weeks. We have just a cadre of other tools that are coming out as well. And so the nice thing is that if you come into SpotGamma now, sign up for Alpha now, you're locked in. Right? We've historically never changed rates on anybody, subscriber rates, even though we keep adding a lot of new tools, a lot of cool stuff. So go and check that out. MP has had a nice run. This is one, I think Google or Apple or something was just associated with this thing. Incredible rally in the stock. If you go and you just look at skews in here, if you look at implied vol rankings, there's all these ways to evaluate prices. And there's just not a lot of strikes left above this thing, but you see how fat the skew premium is up here, right, in the 90s, the 90 strikes for end of this year. If we just look at 30-day skew, I mean, this is a good one where you look at it and you go, okay, they have earnings coming up right here, the 8th. So the 30-day skew is incorporating that a little bit, but man, this seems very, very, very rich. And so, if you're talking about 1x2s, where generally it looks like selling the buying the at-the-money option and selling 2 of the 25 deltas, that structured delta neutral. You look at something like that as a way to put these trades on. But this is incredibly rich skew. And the problem with this skew too is we've covered this in a million episodes. By the way, we cover this with Matt Cashman. If you go to SpotGamma, our YouTube channel, we cover this with Matt Cashman. When the skew is this rich, the calls are extremely rich, right? So if you're going to sit here and try to buy a call, you need increasingly higher volatility to the upside, or at least a maintaining of this kind of upside movement in order to justify paying what you're paying now for these calls, right? You're paying through the nose for calls. You need excessive moves higher, right? In order to sustain that volatility. So you can end up having the stock going flat to higher over the next 1 to 2, 3 weeks. But if that rate of change declines, then guess what? Your calls lose money. And so that's the problem. And that's totally aside from the increased hedging flows and the Vannas and all that other stuff. It's just a matter of probability, right? You're buying a call now, you're betting that the stock's going to continue to increase at whatever this is, 5 to 10% every couple of weeks. Well, guess what? If you don't get 5 to 10% every couple of weeks until September, you're probably going to lose, you're just going to start to lose on these trades. So, but that's something to really be aware of, obviously, with the earnings coming up to that. That's, and then I think there may be some other headlines embedded in here. I saw some of the Apple headlines. I don't track it that much. So you always want to make sure there's not that extra catalyst in here and that high implied volatility this week. Maybe there's some news that may come out this week. So just always double check.
Just listening to Brent over at Spot Gamma.
But very, very rich skews right now.
This time of day, we're looking for BNC pivots.
Stock can maintain that call pricing. So that one is one to watch. Why don't we have an implied move? So one of the favorite tools here at Spot Gamma for our members is the one-day implied move. The reason why I have an implied move for the NASDAQ is because the NASDAQ positioning is just not as big and consistent as it is for the S&P. I think that has changed a lot over the years, over the last year or two, in particular with the Q positioning. And so that is something that we could look at starting to publish. But that one-day implied move looks at our Gamma index that we've been publishing since 2020. That's based off of our core, old school quote unquote Spot Gamma model, and it still seems to work really well. So it's pricing is 65 bips, the high and low today from the market open. We don't publish that for anything but the S&P, and it's just because the options positions are so consistent in the S&P. You kind of forecast that it's always going to look kind of the same, right? Sometimes with these other indices, you may
Google trying to push a bit more. Google watching Google up against the high. We had a buy order block on Google around 12:30. We're pushing up against the highs right now. Supply, there's no supply overhead.
Does it make sense in Equity Hub that you buy options when betting on moves into negative gamma or empty areas? I don't think you want to bet on names going into empty areas. I think you want to find names that have a lot of positive gamma to the, negative gamma to the upside, right? So if you look at this, right, in M&P, what do you see here? Negative gamma all over, right? All the way up and through the 60 buy low. So when you look at this, you go, oh, like this infers that volatility should remain elevated. That's what I want, right? I mean, volatility is not a bad thing. If you're long the stock, you want volatility just to the upside, right? Now in this case, the options are extremely expensive, and so you go, well, maybe there's not a trade there. But if you can find a name that doesn't have incredibly rich options, right, that's entering into a space like this, not only that, look at all the game that's going to be reduced, right, after this expiration, can zap some of that upside, then maybe you have some interesting trade, right? Whereas when you're looking at, a name like Apple, for example, this looks like huge positive gamma all over, right? There's nowhere in my view, the stock is not going anywhere. It's just going to be this sleeper, grindy, boring thing. But does that make sense? I mean, people own Apple and they sell calls against it. It's like, I own Apple, I'm never selling it, I'm just selling call trades. But it's a pension fund strategy, retiree strategy, get the Apple dividend, blah, blah, blah. It's like a stock. Look at JP Morgan, it's the same thing, right? JP Morgan actually a little bit more after earnings ball, but look at this. It's all just call sales. So, AMD and Coinbase. So Coinbase, you see all these strikes here, right? Positive gamma, they're big positive gamma right here. So
Coinbase looking so good, so good. Coinbase looking good.
I don't know anything about the Genius Bill. I don't know what that's going to do for Coinbase, all that. But all that gamma is going to get removed, right? Basically all over the place. And so, there's going to be negative gamma upside in this thing. The hard part for me with this is like, what happens if Bitcoin doubles, right? Is Coinbase going up? Yeah. And Bitcoin could double tomorrow. I don't know. So it's like trading a name that's based on a commodity. It makes it a little tricky. But there's not a ton of negative gain on the upside. I think that's like people some layer on some calls in this general area. So I would think for this week, I would run ahead and think it's kind of slower. I don't know if that Genius thing passes and what happens to that. I mean, everybody knows about the Genius bill. I think it's assumed it's going to get passed. If that does, then it's not a selling news event, but kind of a selling news event, maybe. And then A&D is another one that's just been going insane. Here we're trading at 155. I mean, there's massive gamma at that level. I gotta think this thing is done for the week as well. That all goes away this week, right? So to talk about going back to the opening of this conversation about positioning can allow for a correction. Well, look at all these names have huge positive gamma at the money, and that's all going to go away. So does that mean that we have to decline? No, but at the same time, we have these risk events, FOMC and tariff deadline right on 8/1 that, you know, are if you're a $1 billion hedge fund, you're going to probably wait until after that to see if you want to buy AMD at this point. I would think. So all this goes away, right? Which is the position decline, and 90% plus of positions right now are call values, right? So it's all the call prices are very expensive. You're seeing these big positions that are maybe holding positive gamma, kind of helping hold names in, and that's all.
Have fun.
The expected move is what the implied move is there. I see that Bob is asking that question. So just that's what the implied move is for S&P. So ES futures traders use this on a daily basis. Platform. Can you see historical positioning? If you go to our index page, you can download our historical levels for S&P. You can download those here, and then we could give you 30 days in the Equity Hub. Let's pop down this list here. You can go back in time. More than 30 days. Check those out. Circle. So Circle's a funny one because after it IPO'd, I wasn't big. I sold a single call, December call. That trade ended up working out pretty well. And you know, things up a ton again today, and kind of getting re-squeezed, right? And there's a bunch of short calls. I think these are legacy short calls from the last time this thing started to pump. I would guess, again, with the Genius stuff, I don't know, but these skew premiums are all quite rich again. And so, you know, calls are pretty expensive. Not as expensive as they were 2 weeks ago, but, and again, the hard part is here, you know, if you're looking at counter spreads, man, there you go. Yes, the vols are not what they were 2 weeks ago, but they still seem really rather rich. But again, maybe this Genius thing goes crazy and crypto keeps going, you know, that's like it is, and so that's what makes this a little bit tricky. If you know that there's like this extra chase in there, then it makes it feel more comfortable to play the skew. Interestingly, if you look at Bitcoin skew via IBIT, it's not all that crazy right now. You know, the implied vols are elevated and the skew's a little elevated, but it's not crazy. We wrote about this in the Founders earlier this week, where we said, look, earlier this year, Bitcoin vols and IBIT vols went to 60s, right? So that's the classic stock up, vol up, overbought thing. And in this case, we're kind of in the 40s, 42, right? So, you know, it's not, yeah, the call squeeze are expensive, so you maybe want to buy call spreads, you want to play it, but it's not at this like, hey, let's sell, you know, crazy short calls at this point in positioning. You know, Coinbase looks very rich, you know, as a Circle. And what other news at this point is coming out that people don't know? News is out, right? So if it's the passing of Genius just the thing that finally allows for a correction, or I mean,
the front.
Yeah, right.
You're out of
I
here.
would not want to short that chart. That's for sure.
Okay, so don't take your car. Take my car.
Stand in the silence.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the market is quite weird. Sometimes you just kind of hang out and wait. I'm going to tell you that, you know, I own fixed call spreads right now in August puts. That's in talk about the Founders a lot. I'm going to check out that Rigel stock thing after we get off here. Maybe put on the Netflix straddle too. That's kind of interesting. So a couple interesting trades there to play. And what are, so as we kind of close this off, what are the levels to watch in the S&P? I talked about some excess return podcasts that to the upside, if you look at S&P positioning at the moment, round out this, there's a lot of positive gamma that doesn't seem to be being removed to the upside right now. So this is the S&P. And so if we just zoom in on this, what you see is if you take the July options expiration out, you don't actually lose very much gamma, right? It's pretty unchanged. If anything, we lose some negative gamma. I think this 60% position goes away. So there's this kind of relatively thick positive gamma all the way up in the 6,300. And then again, Powell and the tariffs are coming up. So we're going to ramp this thing before that? Probably not. And usually what happens is we rally and people sell more calls. Right? This is systematic call writing and the JEPI and the JP Morgan and all that other stuff, right? That they just keep selling calls, selling calls, selling calls. So when you look to the upside, it's like 6,300 into 8.1 seems like a pretty good deal. Unless Powell cuts rates or something like that. Just seems like that's going to be a pretty sticky upside area. And the more tricky, the trickier thing here is the downside. 6,000 is the level that I'd be like, okay, that would be kind of the worst, July downside I think I could see right now, unless there's just some crazy tariff change or Powell's fire or something like that. Even then, that 6,000 seems to be where positions really fade. There's like one big position down here at 58.70. I think that's JP Morgan related, but there's not a lot of clear levels of the downside, right? So I would think that we would really start to lose downside momentum under 6,100. I kind of maybe did buy, obviously depending on what the catalyst is. So if we start to lose that, if we start to lose and do get some downside momentum, which is just a naughty word right now, the market doesn't want to give any of that up. But if we do start to lose any downside momentum, we go to 6,000. Well, it's only about a 3% decline. It's not crazy, right? So that's the level I'm really watching. And the nice thing about that,
Watch Google trying to break out.
all those rich calls would suddenly burn off, right? That positive call positioning, a lot of single stocks, positive gamma call positioning would go away. So, if you want to pull the market back a little bit, clear up the rate issues that we may have, just get some more clarity in there. The tariff thing is cleaned up a little bit, and then all of a sudden you go rip into the summer, right? Because we just sort of cleaned everything up a little bit and then allow for some further upside. So you're just very stretched to that upside, which is why we're really looking for that consolidation period. And look, do we get some crazy headline that all of a sudden we get a 5% drawdown in a couple of days? You never know, right? But buying options right now is cheap. Buying puts is pretty cheap. So, the carry isn't too bad, I don't think. Buying something like August puts or whatever, and calls are are relatively expensive. And so it's just an environment where we just seem a little bit too stretched. So that 6,300 is kind of the upside number. I'm thinking 8.1, and then that 6,000 as a lower bound is a little bit watching. So hopefully that is helpful for everybody here. We did cover Rich data test questions. You can check that out. Last one is MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy sees, so everybody knows about MSTY, right? There's a cult of MSTY. If you ever are bored one day and you want to just engage in some good fun, start trolling MSTY people, and the swords come out, and the trolls come out, right? It has a 97% dividend, right? And maybe that keeps paying. Right now they're winning, so good on them. Anyways, I think that even though those are convertible bonds and now they've switched to...
You got it? Okay.
She got left outside during a thunderstorm.
What?
Now. She almost got left outside during a thunderstorm. I don't know why she was out there, but she was crying.
Anyways, there's a lot of call selling, right, from these systematic strategies. And so what is that?
Be careful with the roads.
I think MicroStrategy has just absurd amounts of positive gamma, as you can see here, right? That actually slow the volatility of the stock. So the funny thing about that is MicroStrategy says that, well, we want to do convertible bonds. I don't know if they stop altogether. Perpetuals or something. Anyways, the funny thing about this is that they monetize the volatility through the convertible bonds, but now they've sold so many bonds that I think in MSTY that will lead to call selling, systematic call selling, and that adds positive gamma, which crushes the volatility. So it's sort of just like, it's like an Ouroboros where it just eats its own tail. It's kind of a funny situation. Now, if Bitcoin doubles, is MicroStrategy going up? I guess so, right? And you know, you look at that chart and you go, well, that looks pretty good. But I've never looked at this, so let's just see. Maybe I'm about to make a little fool of myself, but let's compare the performance of this to Bitcoin itself, for example. You know, if you look at this over the last 3 months, well, it's definitely outperforming. If you look at it over the last month, outperforming. So, you know, is that positive gamma do anything that's kind of slowed down a little bit? It's really not versus Bitcoin. You know, I don't think it's necessarily fair to compare it to a Coinbase or, you know, Circle. You know, I don't know about Robinhood started to do some. I don't know some of the other names off the top of my head that are starting to play around with this BTC yield thing. Because that's the other one, right? There's other companies kind of doing the same thing. But when they got 300,000 Bitcoins or something like that, it's really pretty wild. So, you know, that's what I think is interesting about MicroStrategy. I don't know what happens if Bitcoin doubles. What is the value of MicroStrategy? I don't know, but you know, is it the cleanest way to play it? Play Bitcoin? I don't think so. So, you know, the bigger it gets, the more they do these types of structures. Does that bring some of the positive gamma down as it gets bigger in indices? Does that sort of slow it down a little bit? Maybe, but truth be told, it's outperforming Bitcoin over the last month. That's not that bad. So. All right, I think it's going to wrap it up for us. Again, if you go to spotgamma.com/OPEX, you can sign up for our OPEX spreadsheet. You can download the spreadsheet that details the biggest positions expiring into options expiration. You, more importantly, go to spotgamma.com and sign up for the Alpha subscription now. I do a Q&A weekly, so you can check that out tomorrow. We have some just, I mean this sincerely, amazing stuff coming out in the next couple of weeks, and then in the next couple of months. So I don't think you want to kind of miss that stuff. And if you found this content helpful, please let me know. Put some notes in the, put a little comment in there, or say what's up on Twitter. We'll talk to you. And that's about it. info@spotgamma.com if you have any questions. And that will be it for us. So we'll watch these levels. Check out the OPEX effect and a bunch of other interesting YouTube videos that we did, particularly with Matt Cashman on trading. So if you have any questions on the 1x2s or anything like that, you can go check that out. All right, I've said too much, and I did not say the T word or whatever. We lost a subscriber there. No more T word out of my mouth, I promise. All right, thanks everybody, and subs, we'll see you tomorrow. Members, we'll see you.
All right, that was Brett over at Spot Gamma. Okay, just watching the markets right now. Nvidia fading from the high of the day. We got Netflix turning back up. We have earnings tomorrow on Netflix. Meta turning back up. We might get a trade off of Meta. Let's see what Meta's doing here. Meta, the flow is not doing too much. Okay. All right. Google. Google. Nvidia faded. Okay, futures is trying to climb back up right now. Futures trying to climb back up. Okay, after a nice ramp up from the 1130 low, we're right back up into it. Nice.
What you think the next, you know, basically 6 months look like? We have
S&P trying to go.
We could be upwards of 300 billion, and this is the point. I think those are Americans paying that, you know. So
Tick cumulative has turned green and is trending higher on the 15-minute.
Which is a classic way of saying, look, the exporters absorbing it. This doesn't even affect American companies. This is a win-win-win. Fine. But then if that's the case, we shouldn't be collecting any tariff revenue. So the fact that we're collecting 100, possibly $200 billion tells you that the importers are paying that.
Well, no, not necessarily, no, because import prices, which we'll get tomorrow, have also been weak. So it's not just PPI, CPI, import prices. They've all been soft. In fact,
They're just not
my
passing along.
colleagues,
But someone's
no,
clearly
no, I just want to just finish this. That's important. But my colleague and the CEA, Stephen Meyer, wrote a great paper. His team did a great job looking at import prices of direct impact from tariffs. Those prices actually fell. So what's happening is they're adjusting the price as it comes in, and they're building that tariff into their margin. That's fine. But they're not paying it. So if they were paying it, we would see it in the inflation data, and we know that the tariffs are there because, as you said, we're going to collect upwards of $300 billion in revenue. And again, this comes back to when I was in other programs, people saying in
CNBC keeps parroting that the tariffs are affecting the markets.
will show up, and if it does, at some point, it will be de minimis. And the burden needs to be on the people who say these tariffs are going to be inflationary. A similar argument was made that, well, we had this big inventory build in the first quarter, and therefore companies aren't going to raise prices.
Yeah.
Which made no sense.
The media is saying one thing, and the markets are saying something different.
The U.S. is the world's largest consumer. We dictate the terms. President Trump knows from a negotiating standpoint everybody wants to be in the U.S. market.
Okay, Palantir starting to turn back up. Palantir looking better.
Is so dense and not understanding that.
I just don't understand then. Okay. Whatever they can cut prices for like here. This could be outright deflation. That's fine. But whomever that importer is paying $200 billion. That's all I'm saying is that they're paying the tariff.
Yes,
It's
but
not
the
like all
price,
the adjustment
but
is
the
coming
price
from the
they're
corner.
but the price they're buying it from is cheaper.
Either way, they're paying.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
No, but they're not. It's the importer is not paying. It's the foreign producer, the foreign company is paying for it. Not if we were paying more, we would see it in the import price data. We'd see it in PPI. We'd see it in
Pretty good explanation here.
I mean, if it was, we could debate the extent to which it's there, but it's not there at all.
I want to go back to the Fed, Joe, and I want to try to
NVIDIA turning up. NVIDIA, watch NVIDIA. Got B and C pivots.
about this at the time before the election. That is, of course, the Federal Reserve's rate cuts in the fall of last year. They were larger than many people had expected, larger certainly than I had expected, especially at a time when we were repeatedly.
Okay, Bitcoin, NVIDIA's turning back up. So what is S&P is trying to break through this pivot right here. S&P is trying to break through that pivot right there. Okay. And then we've got some supply right overhead.
The Federal Reserve was cutting last year in an economy we were told was so strong, and now there's
Okay, looking for fair value gaps. We've got a buy order block right here, S&P. And we've got about a 4-point move right now, S&P. See what happens here, S&P.
But look, we know that last 50 basis point rate cut, which was
62,
which was significant, unexpected by the markets,
62.70.
was the largest cut this ever in the history going into a presidential election. So I think there certainly was some concern at the time, and rightly so, that it was political action. We learned that the full economy looked better revised up, and yet monetary policy was cut in November. It was cut again in December. So I don't think it's frustration, but I do think there is legitimate concern. Again, speaking of past actions,
Are watching the S&P here for a pop.
something didn't really, smell right. That it was incorrect. So what I could say to you now, and this is what Kelly and I were debating, and that is that there is no question. Here we are in July.
Watching the hedging flows. Hedging flows on the S&P. Jumping around.
The latest FOMC forecasts are and where they were in March. Inflation has moved down relative to expectations, not up. And the market continues to look for lower interest rates. And that suggests to me that monetary policy is tight on the surface. Even Chair Powell has admitted as much. So we'll see what happens. The one thing I will say is very important, makes us very optimistic on the strong versus weak economy, is that the one big beautiful bill, which the president passed in record time, and no one thought it would happen, is going to help solidify
Tick cumulative 60-minute.
because all the uncertainty that was posed by whether tax rates are going to go up by a historic amount has now been put aside. And we've got a lot of pro-growth policies as it relates to capital investment, accelerated depreciation, full business expensing, full expensing for factories and plants. That itself is disinflationary. So I think the
The
outlook
cumulative is turning.
and hopefully as we move a few months forward, this tariff stuff will just finally dissipate. I mean, in terms of the inflation side.
I see now how this could both be true at the same time, and we have to go to Facebook, but that you could, if foreigners cut the price by enough, you could have importers paying a tariff, but the price for the consumer is still lower. Yeah,
That's exactly correct. Yeah, they're absorbing. It's a good way to put it, Kelly. That's exactly what I was getting at. Is that the foreign producer effectively absorbing the margin?
Right.
Because if we were paying for it, if U.S. importers were paying for it, we would see it in the data, and it's not there.
Yeah, no, I take your. They're in some of the goods prices, but I'll leave it there. Top level, I take your point, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Speaking of the central bank, the Federal Reserve is out.
Yeah, NVIDIA just wants to put, CNBC just wants to push the narrative that tariffs are bad. We're not seeing it in the inflation data. So they've been harping on this for the longest time. They said now they're saying it's going to be late summer, third quarter, maybe towards the end of the year. We're up over 31% to all-time highs, up 31% from the April 7th low, and we're looking for some direction. We're still chopping around at the highs, so and we've got, let's see, up-down volume. We want to see that higher as well. Okay, up-down volume. And up-down volume is bullish.
Input cost pressures related to the tariffs. They say that was especially for raw materials used in manufacturing and construction. Many firms, they say, passed on at least a portion of cost increases to consumers through pricing or surcharges. Some of them held off price sensitivity among consumers. But interestingly, guys, contacts in a wide range of industries, the Fed says, expect cost pressures to remain elevated in the coming months, and they say that increases the likelihood that consumer prices will start to rise more quickly by the end of the summer. Guys,
oh boy, don't. We're just leaving that data point. Megan Casella, Drew Mattis is here for more. He's the chief market strategist at MetLife Investment Management. Here on set with us. Do you want to jump into this debate over? Do you perceive that yes, and largely speaking, we're not seeing a lot of pass through on the inflation front, which means that foreigners reading the cost, some importers reading the cost, corporate margins are taking it somewhere. Just what's your macro thought about what we're seeing?
Well, I think that's right. I think that, it's getting eaten in a lot of different places. It's not showing up completely on the consumer side yet.
Yeah.
Right. Everything takes time. And, if there's the potential for pricing power, firms will exercise it. If there is too much margin compression, they'll cut back. So I do, I'm kind of more in the Waller camp. Like, we're going to see it, but it's going to be a temporary feature because it's just going to boost prices for a year. And then the trend rate price appreciation or price growth is going to go right back to kind of the 2 to 3% rate that we're seeing. I don't think there's going to be a spiral higher in price.
We need a bell to ring when I think somebody nails it, like ding, 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 because I think you just absolutely nailed it. And we would expect that.
I'm sure we could get that sound effect.
We need to have a call Kramer's off. Ding, ding, ding. But because the hamburger went from 15 to 20. So you have a 25% jump in inflation rate on the burger. Then it goes to 21. Well, okay, that's a tiny jump. But it doesn't mean the burger's cheaper, right? Went from 15 to 20 then 2021. So the inflationary effect is much smaller. I feel like, to your point, the tariffs will do that. And others I've talked to say, well, I'm not to raise prices a little bit. And then that year-over-year number that we always like to cite, 3%, will be baked in. Are you saying the tariffs are kind of a one-year or one-time phenomenon?
You don't want to be raising prices every month. So you want to basically get your price increase. You want to know what that price increase should be, and then you want to execute on it, right? And so maybe you're willing to actually take it on margin for a little bit until you figure out.
Okay, still watching S&P, trying to climb a bit more.
Because you're the consumer take. You want to make sure that when you put through the price,
We're squeezing at the moment. Tick cumulative is green. We got up volume leading. 2-1 on the Qs, 1.5 on the SPY, 2.3 up volume on the NASDAQ composite, 1.5 on the New York Stock Exchange composite. Almost 3-1 on the diamonds and 1.5 on IWM. So a lot of strength in the NASDAQ and the Qs. Microsoft trying to break higher again. Looking for NVIDIA to turn up, up, up.
Because it doesn't feel as painful, even though it is a lot more expensive than it used to be. But I believe economists have put
if you add up the level of annoyance, it would have just been better to go take the burger from 15 to 21. And then, hey, we're not raising prices again. And then 3 months later, everyone forgets that the burgers were $15 to begin with. And you're off to the races. You know, the other thing too, I mean, you know, it's funny, and this isn't really the tariffs, but
Okay, Microsoft's about to go again. Microsoft, let me take a look at Microsoft. I might want to do something with Microsoft. Maybe an entry with the intent to swing it for a pop tomorrow. Maybe it gets into yesterday's wick. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try a Microsoft trade here. Wow, it got really dark all of a sudden. Microsoft. I'll go with a 40 Delta. Buy a 40 Delta. We got supply right overhead. Shoot. Supply's at 506. We're at 505.50. So only $1 upside. Okay, I'll pass on Microsoft. Should have done something over here when it produced this buy order block around 1245. That was down at 504. 506 would have gave us 2 points. That'd have been $100 on a 50 Delta call. So that's the setup I'm always looking for. Going to pass on Microsoft for right now. It looks like it's going to go, though. Maybe go some more tomorrow. Microsoft. 510.
secondly, you're not going to pay taxes on that, which is just going to ultimately come back to me. Then they walk away. It's actually a fascinating inflationary, or would that be deflationary or disinflationary?
I don't know what it is. I just know that it's becoming increasingly frustrating to try to buy things. And actually, you saw that in the beige book today, right? Like, you know, they were talking about how consumers are pulling back. There was a rush to get ahead.
Palantir back up to the highs. Palantir. Let's take a look at Palantir's hedging flow. Palantir grinding right back up to the highs. Okay, you can see that the reversal at 1145 leading to a big move in Palantir.
And so I do think that there's a decent amount of
Call wall.
There's not a huge amount of weakness now, but there are the hints that things
Palantir. Call wall's 155. Where are we right now? We're at 150. All right, so looking for Palantir. Call wall 155. Key Delta strike 140. Okay.
People are using AI to improve the productivity of their workers, but do they have a plan for what to do with the extra time that's being created, right? The extra spare time being created for all those workers. So right now it seems like, oh, we're going to throw an AI tool at it.
Okay, Palantir.
We're going to have this worker sitting around doing nothing.
Okay, so the hedging flow on Palantir continues to ramp higher.
Your total productivity hasn't gone up, even though your costs remain the same, or if not a little higher, because you're probably paying for the higher level use of AI.
And it's not to say that you even have to lay people off, but you have to have a plan for what you're going to do with the spare time that you're generating, because you will generate additional time that they can do things with. And whether it's, hey, you get to go do research on whatever you want now that you've done your job with the help of this AI tool.
148.
You ask him or her to use that spare time to find a place where the burger is still $15.
Well, you will eventually drive that burger back down to $15.
That's the hope.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Drew, thanks. Appreciate it today. Drew Mattis with MetLife.
All right. Lots more show to come, including hopefully solving this riddle. Why about 80% of stocks fell Tuesday, but the markets overall barely budged.
Okay, Palantir looking good. Palantir right up to supply, right back up to supply. Palantir.
Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Okay, Palantir. Looking good. Looking good. Palantir. Looking good, Palantir. Okay, watching Microsoft for the follow through. Okay, here goes Palantir. Palantir on the move. Okay. Bu- 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 bu. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, Palantir looking good. Up against supply, trying to push through this area. We're +2 from that last buy order block. Looking for supply. It's trading at highs, so not expecting a lot up here unless there's people that are interested in selling that bought today or recently and just want to take some profits off into strength.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. The company that makes the semiconductors powering much of the AI revolution and all the capital spending that we talked about yesterday in Pittsburgh is a little startup by the name of NVIDIA.
Palantir.
You might have heard about it. Well, yesterday it said it would be receiving approval from the American government to resume selling some of its chips to China. Now, NVIDIA stock continues to be red hot. It just crossed the $4 trillion
154.
threshold last week. That positive news has someone on Wall Street already looking at how quickly NVIDIA can hit $5 trillion. Do I hear 6? You're going to break down what it might mean for this NVIDIA and everything else. CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. And Deirdre, here's what's interesting. Yesterday, Howard Lutnick, I pressed him on NVIDIA. I think you heard this. And he said, well, we're allowing them to sell the 4th best NVIDIA chip to China. Is that how others would characterize the, what is it, the H20?
Yeah, the H20. I mean, it is not even close to any of NVIDIA's best chips, but you know, the Chinese have done a really good job
around optimizing around older hardware, and that's why the H20 is valuable in China. But what I would say when we talk about this sort of NVIDIA picture and what makes Wall Street so bullish, talking about five, and you're not crazy to say $6 trillion, right? At this point, it's not just about chips, it's about the whole NVIDIA ecosystem. We talked about this yesterday, but the CUDA software has been so critical to NVIDIA's continued success and continued dominance. And that's also why the Chinese are prepared to take this less performant H20 chip because it operates on the software, and that's what everyone is building on, right? So that has been extremely positive.
Okay, Palantir still pushing.
I mean, the China headlines when they couldn't sell.
Okay, NVIDIA, higher low. Okay, all the New York FANGs are starting to show signs of either short covering or just higher highs and higher lows. The best performers right now, Google, NVIDIA, Microsoft, maybe even Broadcom. The rest of them are turning up for the most part. Tesla's just kind of sitting here not doing anything, but looking for Tesla to maybe gap up tomorrow. Love to see Tesla close above the 200-day.
You just got a lot going in its favor. And even though there's more competition in this phase of the AI race, inference versus training, it's NVIDIA's ecosystem that keeps it so dominant, not just in China, but everywhere in the world. And its rate of progress.
And Meta, Facebook, Zuckerberg, announcing 2 days ago that they wanted to build these new super data centers, 5 gigawatts. We were talking about it with the Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, also yesterday. Just gigawatts, megawatts, kilowatts, all very confusing. He put it well. He said that's 5.
A lot of put selling.
Worth of power in one
A lot of put selling on Palantir. Palantir going, looking good. All right, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 2:27 on the East Coast, the best coast with the most. It's Wednesday the 16th. We got about an hour and a half to go. We got nice buying there. Nice buying on Palantir. Looks very regimented.
Necessary to make them. So are they seeing something different than what investors and Wall Street are seeing? So, you know, while people are talking about NVIDIA to $5 trillion already, it may not be such a straight shot.
I think it's an important point to make that everybody's bullish until they're not. Let's see what happens. And you're right, 5 gigawatts, 5 Denvers. I guess buy a nuclear power plant and you'll get close. Thank you very much. All right, more on Trump trying to trounce Jerome Powell, and it may all come down to interest rates. Your bond
Okay, Palantir on the move. Looking good. Palantir on the move. Looking good, folks. Palantir on the move. Palantir. Okay. Palantir. Palantir, nice follow through. Palantir taking off to the upside, scorching the bears. Okay, looking for a fair value gap here. Fair value gap. We're starting to see orders come in so fast that they can't fill orders fast enough. You get a fair value gap when that happens. Okay, that little box with the line through it. the green box with the line through it, that's a fair value gap. You can see the previous candle, prices jumped so fast that these people that are trying to get into this position can't fill it. It's late in the evening, so I'm not expecting it to come back into it, but occasionally this will come back, drift back into it, fill some of those orders, and then resume the trend higher. So Palantir looking pretty strong. Futures doing well. Futures. Okay. Looks good. Looking good. Looking good. All right, looking for a little run. Can we get a run end of day, S&P? Can we get it to run up end of day? Okay, Palantir, the flow still moving higher. S&P cash, we're looking for flow. So what Brent was saying is that Hero is real time. Trace, this right here, this is 10 minutes delayed. Okay, so it updates every 10 minutes. Okay, so we just check, we'll go back and forth, check Trace, looking for the hedging flows to turn up. And we can look at Hero, which is real time, to give us an idea of what's going on. Real time, this looks like it wants to take off to the upside. S&P, hedging flows turning up. Looks like we might run here. Looks like the S&P might run a bit more. Okay, here's Rick Santelli. I love Rick Santelli. In a manly way, of course. Netflix turned back up. Netflix. Okay, Amazon's turning higher low. ABCD pattern on Amazon. Let's look at Amazon flow. Is it there yet? Amazon flow, is it there yet? Okay, Amazon flow is turning up. Amazon.
And once again, I'm going to ask the only question all my sources were asking. I do think Jerome Powell's worth a little bit more than 7.5.
Okay, Palantir going here. Palantir is going. Palantir ripping.
Honestly, I think that if the Fed official was going to get fired, knowing my history with markets going back to 1979, the moves would be much, much larger. Let's look at 2 years. Now, 2 years really did make sense in many different ways, because inch yields, unlike 10s and 30s, inch yields moved down. So we went from 391 to 386, and it's the one.
You get buy order blocks. You get buy order blocks like we're seeing here. Plus, you get the hedging flow. Okay, this is looking good. It's like cheating. This is cheating. Look at this move. Look at this move. That's cheating. All right, big move there. Palantir. Where are we? Palantir. Palantir.
Nice fashion by this administration. Maximum pressure. Now, does that mean the Fed chairman's going to leave or he's going to ease? I can't answer that. And I can't even tell you whether he's going to actually try to fire. I'm just telling you what the market's telling me. And that is, they're not looking at the story very seriously. Back to you.
Well said. Great work on the Eagle. Rick Santelli, thank you. Coming up, Washington and your money. Stable coins. Dealing with the
Okay, hedge flow is looking good. Hedge flow is looking good for Palantir.
Roadblocks. I've got roadblocks to the brain because I have a kid that won't stop playing that game.
Glad I'm not there yet. Plus, the White House readying an executive order to bring private equity to more 401ks. We'll have the details when Power Lunch returns.
Okay. Looking good. Palantir. Palantir ripping here. Beautiful, beautiful. Palantir, nice move on Palantir. If you're trading it, congrats. I've been long on this one for a while. Just in and out, in and out. Okay, Palantir on the move. Looking pretty sharp now. Thank you very much, Palantir. SMR is ripping here. SMR. SMR. Looks good. Okay. SMR going here. Okay, looks good. Looking good. All right, there it goes. Okay, Palantir has just gone vertical. Palantir going vertical. Okay, big move there on Palantir.
Crypto is in focus on Capitol Hill again today. GOP House members advancing a trio of bills after the same vote failed yesterday, but there is still work to be done. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies all moving higher at this hour. Emily Wilkins joining us live from Capitol Hill with where things stand right now. Emily, where do things stand right now?
All right, nice move on Palantir. SMR, everything's working now. Working.
These three crypto bills, and they are stuck. Right now, we've seen 3 Republicans so far vote against moving ahead. 16 others have not even voted yet, and many of them are huddled off the floor.
Okay, Coinbase. Do we want to do anything with Coinbase? Supposedly having an issue with the vote. Okay, so Coinbase, maybe I'll take some profits here. This thing is gonna pass though. I just like to get a better entry on the dip.
He was one of the lawmakers who voted against this yesterday, is currently a holdout. I caught him on the way into votes, and this is what he said about his concerns about the central bank digital currency.
It has to do with the CBDC, which is toxic.
Okay.
It will protect my citizens from
My citizens? No, it's my constituents, not my citizens. Silly. Palantir going vertical. Okay, Palantir looking good.
Market structure known as Clarity to add a stronger language in there to ban a central bank digital currency. He tweeted out that this is an important step to ensure Americans are protected from government overreach into their financial privacy. However, the fact that this rule vote is still open, that we still have not been able to advance, means that there's a lot of debate about exactly how to move forward on this. Certainly other concerns from lawmakers who want to see wide support for this crypto market structure bill. And at this point, guys, it's just not clear exactly what's going to happen next. If they're going to be...
Ooh, there goes Palantir. There goes Palantir. Nice move there.
That stablecoin bill signed by the end of the week. So we'll keep you updated as we get more from Capitol Hill. Guys?
Crypto week is the new infrastructure week. Hopefully we'll get something done. Emily Wilkins, thank you very much. Right now, let's get the
Palantir going. Nice move on Palantir.
President J.D. Vance delivered remarks in
AMD. Okay, AMD looking good.
So-called Big Beautiful Bill to the public. This speech took place in a working class district of northeastern Pennsylvania. President Trump signed the sweeping domestic policy bill into law earlier this month. It includes tax and Medicaid cuts and increases
AMD on the move. Okay, AMD, I have August 15th calls. Okay, so those got a ways to go. Got time on our side. Thanks to the Stones. S&P 500 looking for more upside. S&P 500.
And federal authorities charged 3 current or former Louisiana police chiefs today in an alleged visa fraud scheme. Officials say they took bribes in exchange for filing false police reports naming non-citizens as victims of crime so they would qualify for what's known as a U visa. The accused allegedly took payments of $5,000 for each of the hundreds of people for whom they provided the false reports. Brian, back to you.
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you very much. All right, still ahead. Could private equity soon have access to your 401k plan? Potential White House order that could change retirement accounts forever. That is next.
Okay, nice move. The markets are moving nicely. Thank you very much. Palantir, nice move on Palantir. SMR turned back up. Tesla's about to go again. Tesla next. Corey. Tesla's next. Okay, there goes Microsoft. There goes Microsoft. Okay, Tesla's next. Looks like Tesla wants to go next. All right, Palantir is going straight up. Woohoo! Yeah. It's a good day. It's a good day in the neighborhood. Hope everyone's having a good time. Got the markets moving to highs. Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move. There goes Tesla. Okay, Tesla's on the move now. Tesla next. Okay. Fire blocks. Okay, Tesla need to get above the 50-day. Looking for it to stay above the 50-day.
So yeah, there's a lot of money to be made there, but those would be the reason why those are still high.
Yeah, with you said biotech, consumables, services, these are sort of tariff insulated industrials. That's last but not least, quick thought there.
Yeah, so
Tesla.
This is why I say it's a little uneven or lumpy within even every industry. I don't want to overstate that any particular industry is flat or down.
Tesla. Okay, looking for Tesla to blow up now. There goes Palantir going straight up.
Sources from primarily U.S. Goods, so they're using U.S. steel or they're using U.S. rubber, U.S. Supply chain. They're not going to have the same impact, obviously, as those that are getting that from China or India or Canada for steel.
Looking good. Looking good. Thank you, Stephen, on AMD. Yeah, I would agree with you there, Corey. Stephen likes to trade AMD, CAT, Walmart a lot, among other things. Looking good. Palantir is still going. Oh, jeez. Palantir. Okay. Don't forget to take profits in the strength if you're day trading. Palantir. Okay. First little sell block here. I'm going to take some profits on Palantir. create a closing order. Okay. Okay, Palantir. That's me selling a little Palantir. Tesla. Looks like Tesla might want to get something going here. Palantir.
Not to mention Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live.
SMR looking good.
Schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to go some more. Beautiful, beautiful. It's a beautiful morning. Ba, ba, ba. Bum, 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 bum. Do, do, do.
Branches. He really started with nothing. He worked hard and after he passed away, the torches have passed to me. And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Nice move on Palantir.
Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical
Pow, pow, pow.
Schwab.
All right, this market is giving me every opportunity to reduce my exposure into strength. I'm about 64% cash now, almost 70%. Closing a lot of things, riding a lot of swings. Palantir, I just took some profits into strength on some options that I have. Okay, on the next dip, Palantir back to the 90 MA, I'll probably wind up buying shares this time around and selling cover calls or doing some sort of trade around it. So I sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positions today. So
We're looking at probably 38% year-over-year growth, about like 15%, quarter-over-quarter growth. The nets are super solid. I think everything is basically just the continuation of what we've already seen with TSMC being a leader in the space. A lot of demand from AI. Big clients are doing really well, primarily NVIDIA. Also support from Apple and some other big names. So essentially everything is good in terms of the technology, the demands, the demand drivers for all of TSMC's products.
So today it's at a new high, 238. Do you think it's still has room to move to the upside, Olivier, quickly?
I think so, yeah. I think we're still good. The one down, well, the two downsides.
Tesla, okay, looking for Tesla to do something here with an hour and 11 minutes to go. Hour and 11 minutes to go.
And the other one is just how strong Taiwanese dollar is compared to the US dollar. So we might see just a little bit of pressure on the
Looking for Tesla to do something now.
as much as 3 percentage points on the margins, just because the higher value of the Taiwan dollar. So that has nothing to do with demand. Has nothing to do with the outlook, but it is a factor.
Right. looking at Taiwan Semi, which really has an incredible bounce back, it's up 50% or more off the lows. Yeah, I'll say 3 months it says 52%, but off those lows, it's had an incredible run. New highs at 238. Where do you think this could be headed? What will be the catalyst to drive it high?
I think Olivia nailed what the catalyst would be. But then let's look at it from a trading perspective. I just went back and looked. How's it reacted after earnings? 10 of the last 11 quarters, the stock has been crushing it. We know that. It's traded lower. It's been the least volatile stock in a very volatile sector after earnings. In fact, the biggest move of those 10 down moves was 4.25%. The average move is down 1.4%. The one time it was up less than 0.5%. So we think that the price already is into it. And we've seen that in a lot of stocks. And when we transition to financials, I'll stress that fact. The price action may be in it. So this has to be a blowout quarter blowout guide for this to really trade higher. So what I look at is an opportunity on a pullback. Where would I want to buy the stock? And this stock broke out to all-time highs ahead of tomorrow's numbers. Right. So I would look at the 220 to 225 level. If it pulls back, you could buy to buy the stock because the long-term story has not changed. Yes, there are concerns. Let's see what the guide is. The CapEx spending continues to be.
All right, Tesla looking for a breakout above 322, maybe.
Concerns obviously with the tariffs, with the dollar, but as far as what people are spending and how they're using them, I think this is stock over the long term you want to be in. But earnings not going to really make noise based on what we've seen in the past.
So it could provide an opportunity. You could trade on earnings and actually buy it on a dip because you said it often dips on the earnings. Let's get to the financials. I mean, what stood out to you, Jay, on the financials thus far? We've already had at least 6 names report.
Financials crushing it. JP Morgan crushing it on all metrics. Their investment banking, they were expecting a 14% decrease.
Okay, the difference between Palantir and Tesla, of course, is hedging flows. Palantir's hedging flows were really super bullish. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla. Okay, hedging flows on Tesla. Survey says starting to turn up a little bit. Starting to turn up. Hedging flows looking for Tesla to go a bit more.
But the stocks are a little tired. So what we do is we look for opportunities to pull back. Goldman 690, that was the last gap up. Will it exhaust or will it hold? I think it will hold to give investors an opportunity to buy the stock. But we've had a tremendous run. What we do is digest gains. The news backed up the run, and now we see what the next catalyst higher will be. And I think that will be M&A activity. I think that will be IPO activity. So the investment banking side should ramp up. So to me, great results. The one exception, Wells Fargo, Bank of America. But overall, I think the largest 3 banks, the Morgans, the Goldman, the JP Morgans, are set to do great things going into the end of the year.
Olivia, get the thoughts on the banks, but I also wanted to ask you about Qualcomm. That's the that we've talked about.
Okay, Palantir flagging at the highs. We basically top ticked that one. Palantir, if you're taking some profits off. I had some short-term calls, okay? So Palantir, actually I had August calls, but we got up to my threshold. I was looking for 152. We got pretty close. So I took some profits on Palantir. I'm looking for Palantir to pull back in a little bit, maybe, so I can buy again. It's been a good day trade. Buying dips, selling rips. Okay, so why do I buy dips? Why do I buy dips on Palantir? Let's take a look at Palantir for a second, all right? So you can understand what I'm doing. If it's not pretty obvious, okay? So if you look at Palantir, since it moved above the 50-day back in April, Palantir, since it moved above the 50-day in April, this is the first thing I look at, okay? One of the first things. Okay, here's the 50-day. It starts trending. Okay, you see the 9 EMA and the 21-day. Every time it pulls back, that tends to be a buy signal, right? So in the meantime, buy signal for a swing long. Buy signals for intraday come off of the 9 EMA. All right. So every time this pulls back, I'm looking to get long Palantir. All right. So the fact that it's in a upward trend, I'm looking for dips to buy. Okay. So I'm looking for these dips. Okay. So today we got a dip 147. Okay, 147. Once this starts to reverse and I start to see white candles in this case, but a green candle, a bullish candle, I'll get long. I'll put a stop underneath 147. It comes back. It doesn't dip all the way. Puts in a higher low, and then it rips. Okay, nice move. 147 up to 151. Microsoft, same thing. Microsoft, the same thing, right? Whoops. Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft is in a bullish trade, bullish setup. Okay, so I talked about this a lot over the last few weeks. There was a point about 4 weeks into this that I kept looking for a pullback. It didn't come. So what I thought was the best way to trade this would be assume that it's just going to continue to ride the 9 EMA, and every time it dips intraday, that's a buy signal. All right, so here's Microsoft. Okay, you got your dip around 11:30. A lot of stocks reversed at 11:30. A lot of stocks reversed at 11:30. If you look at let's say Palantir. If you look at Palantir at 11:30, right here, you can see that reversal. A lot of stocks reversed as dealer hedge flows turned up. What was Microsoft doing? Microsoft, okay, not quite here. Still looking for it to turn back up. Nvidia around 11:30. Okay, right here. So here's Nvidia, right there. There's your dealer hedge flow turning back up. So what do you want to do? You want to get long. Okay, so here's Nvidia. Okay, here's Nvidia. So Nvidia is in a bullish trend. So what do I want to do? I'm automatically thinking, let me buy dips intraday. So at 11:30, everything started to turn. So I could have bought a bunch of different positions. In the case of Nvidia, there's your 11:30 right there, 168.90, 11:30. That turned back up. You see the following candles. Even if you didn't take this hammer, the next candle was green or bullish. Put a stop underneath 168. Look for this to keep going, and Nvidia continues to push higher. So in a bullish trend, I'm always looking for dips to buy, and I'm looking for buy order blocks. Okay, so here's buy order blocks. This should seem pretty obvious. I feel like I need to keep repeating it though, because I see people buying the high, not in our trading room, but I see people buying the highs, and you don't want to do that. You want to buy the dips. Buy the dips. That way, if it does reverse and move lower, your stop is right below that dip, right? Your stop is right below this. That's what this red area here is. So if you went long on the last bullish trade here, buy order blocks, if you went long right there, you have a 5-to-1 if we keep going. Nvidia, okay. Microsoft turning up. There goes Microsoft. Okay, did I do anything with Microsoft? I did not. Okay, and why did I not do it with Microsoft? I think there was supply right overhead, right? Same thing with Tesla. Got supply right overhead. But now we're starting to push through this area, so maybe I'll buy some Microsoft. We got an hour to go. I'll do a quick trade on it's got supply right overhead. That's what I was looking at. Okay. Microsoft. It's likely to reverse on me. Microsoft. Okay, Friday calls. Microsoft. A 40 delta is 189 per contract. If I buy a vertical, I can make that cheaper and ride this trend with it if Microsoft keeps going. So I'm going to go ahead and do that for 90 cents, for $90. I bought the vertical 507.50, 510 for $90. Microsoft bought 507.50, 510 for $90. Okay.
Is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including
Okay, so risking let's see, it's 90. All right, so risking 40 cents, risking $40, risking $40 to make 150.
High took alert plus 800.
To the earliest analyst call. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning movers only on Schwab Network.
Tesla, Corey. Tesla's starting to move. There goes Microsoft, Apple. Everything's starting to move now. Okay, cool. SMR is ripping here. SMR is on the move.
It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden. With an hour left in the trading day, let's take a look at where the markets stand right now. It's a different story than a few hours ago. As we take a look, we're in
Apple turning back up.
across the board. The S&P up 0.3% at 6264.35. The Nasdaq up about 0.1% at 22,260.
Palantir, a little flag, pushing a bit higher.
Almost 0.9% at 2,223.96. We take a look at some of our futures products. The dollar weaker on the day by about 0.25%. Gold at 33.57.40 right now. That's up about 0.6%. Crude oil trading at 68.67 a barrel, and Bitcoin at
Dow's up 0.5%.
mark, inching closer to that 120.
S&P's up 0.3%. Okay, very nice move here. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Okay, Broadcom looking for a push higher. Broadcom.
Thanks for being with us today. Been a little bit of a wild ride so far.
You people, they're clueless. Some of them. They just like keep talking about what's on the screen. Gets annoying after a while. All the news is noise. Watch the price action. If the stock is bullish, okay, if the stock is bullish, the odds are, okay, here's Microsoft. Okay. So if the stock is bullish, the odds are, with stochastic embedded, the odds are in a bullish trend that you should be able to buy the dip. It's going to close most likely in the upper half of the daily range, or at the least be up the next day. So if I'm going to buy Microsoft, I want to see a bullish trend. Okay, and I'm pretty certain, not guaranteed, but pretty certain if I buy a dip, that it's going to rise back up and continue to be bullish. Now, it might not be today, it might be tomorrow, but eventually, with a trend like this, we're going to continue to see these dips get bought. Okay, so day trades intraday, what I'm looking to do for fun right now is I'm looking for these dips like at 501, 502. Can I get 2 points upside? Well, we're at 506, so we got a 4-point move right there. Even if I caught the middle of this at 503, that's a 3-point move. That's $150 on a 50 delta call. $150. 2 of those, you make $300 a day. I mean, that's pretty good change, you know, especially if you're working full time and you catch something like this at lunchtime. You buy, you come back after lunch. Maybe you have a break from your work day, whatever. You come back around 3 o'clock. You look at it. Oh, it's up 3 or 4 points. Your 50 delta call is now worth $200. It's a good way to scalp money out of the markets, especially when they're trending. I mean, it's not like I'm worried about Microsoft. It's not like I'm worried about Microsoft dropping through the 21 day. It hasn't shown the intention to do that in over 12 weeks. So my probabilities are really high on something like this. I didn't think about it until after about 3 or 4 weeks being higher. I was saying I kept looking for this to pull back. It didn't happen. Kept respecting the 9 EMA. So I just said, okay, whatever. I won't say that I threw caution to the wind. I did look at a strategy, and the strategy was, okay, if it's going to keep doing this, if it's going to keep hitting the 90 MA and rallying, then I want to buy a dip. I want to buy the dip. And I want to look at a 50 delta call. I want to look for 2 or 3 points upside. If I got an opportunity, I'll go ahead and take it. Let's look at NVIDIA. Same thing. Okay. NVIDIA is trending. So what do you think the odds are that this is going to drop through the 21 day or through the 90 MA at this point? Not very high, right? You see the buy, the dips. Look at all these wicks, all of these bullish candles, and we keep moving higher. So I'm looking to buy dips. Okay. So let me go to 1 day. Let me go to 1 day. Okay. I want to buy these dips. Okay. I'm looking for this to push higher. Okay. So the dip was right to 170. Can I see $2 upside? Maybe not. So I would probably pass on NVIDIA. But earlier in the day, I would certainly look at it at the 11:30 reversal. You know, you were at 160 on 170, and we had an opportunity to see like a 2 or 3 or 4 point move to the upside. So a 50 delta call would have made you $200. Now we're just kind of sitting here doing nothing. Microsoft looks like it wants to keep going. Microsoft, okay, pushing higher. Palantir pushing higher. Palantir, okay, so buy the dip on Palantir, sell the rip. Okay, so you got Palantir 148, 151. That's 3 points. That's $150 on a 50 delta call. You buy 2 or 3 of those, you make $500 a day. That's $10,000 a month. There goes Tesla. There goes Tesla. Tesla, another example. There goes Tesla. Look at the dip on Tesla. 318. Dip buyers came in. That's 2. That's almost 4 points. 4 points. That's $200 on a 50 delta call.
The ability of the new appointee as chair to work his will in terms of a sharp lowering of interest rates, it seems to me, would be very limited to perhaps non-existent.
Because I do want to bring in CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman, who covers the Fed. Steve, I mean, the Fed's been pretty transparent on this whole building renovation. I'm curious if they're saying anything publicly today about, you know, some of the political backlash lately.
No, and most of the people I talk to, Sarah, sort of take up Roger's idea, which is that what's going on with this building is simply pretext. And the president has already made clear why he really wants to fire the Fed chair, and that's because he wants interest rates lower. And that's because he wants to save the U.S. Government money on paying interest. And you made a great point, which is that it's not even clear that the Fed cutting rates would actually bring down long-term rates. That's the first thing. September was a bit of an eye-opener in terms of what happened there. The other aspect here is that it would probably be illegal for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates in order to accommodate a lower interest cost for the federal government. The Fed has a dual mandate, as you know, Sarah, which is it can raise or lower interest rates because of unemployment or because of inflation or some combination of the two. But not
Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla, go time.
lower interest costs. And I think one other point, which is that
Tesla, let's go, baby. Let's go. LETSGO, let's go, Tesla. There goes Tesla. Tesla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tesla breaking out. Okay, there's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Tesla. Looking for the breakout.
interest rates will not be lowered only for two possible reasons: inflation and unemployment.
Well, and that's what's crazy about this whole thing, Roger.
There we go. Tesla, here we go. Okay, so do we have hedging flows on Tesla? Let's take a look. The videotape says, survey says, yeah. Okay, so you see the hedge flows are starting to peak, starting to turn up like Palantir before. That's your signal. Hedge flows are turning up. Tesla. Okay, that's your signal right there. Okay, so we got 50 minutes to go. With 50 minutes to go.
see the Fed overnight lower the federal funds rate by 300 basis points. That is not a legitimate debate.
Right. Don't you think he's just saying that because he likes to grab, big numbers, sort of exaggerate? But it's kind of like the tariffs, right? We started much higher, now we're not as high. It's not looking as bad.
Well, some tariffs are not as high and so forth, and some are pretty high. But you're right. He's probably saying that for a
Tesla.
rather than really, in any sense, expecting it. But listen, trying with the Fed this way is a slippery slope, to put it charitably. It's just not a good idea.
It was interesting, Steve, when the news first broke, we were on air, it was during Money Movers, and we were watching the market reaction. And this is before President Trump in the Oval Office said, I'm not going to do that. So it was when the reports were hitting from the New York Times around that. There was a draft letter to fire Powell that he intends to do so. And yes, we saw market reaction, but it wasn't dramatic. Stocks sold off. We saw bonds rally, the 2-year rallied, and then the 10-year and the 30-year sold off. But downstream, dollars sold off a little bit. And we were talking to David Zervas at Jefferies, and he said, yes, the alternative President Trump might appoint, the market's okay with. And he mentioned Kevin Hassett, Kevin Warsh, and some of the other.
Oh, yeah. What a nice way to play it, huh?
I think it is interesting, but I wouldn't focus so much on the short-term market reaction. There is the taco trade, the idea that Trump always chickens out. So people are a little bit reluctant to go with both feet in on a trade like this. But really what we're talking about here, Sarah, I think you appreciate this is the whole ball of wax. Either the Fed is independent or it's not. And you can get a short-term trade one way or the other based upon Trump is going to fire and it's going to replace it. The real issue is
There it goes. There go the hedging flows. All right, Tesla, that's your confirmation signal on the breakout. Okay, good job there, Tesla. Good job, Tesla. All right, hope everyone's having a good day. I certainly am. Enjoying it. Singing a Mission Impossible theme, right? All right, looking for more upside. Okay, SMR. Okay, I'd like to see SMR. SMR is breaking out, by the way. SMR, the nukes are probably going to do very well. Nukes are going to do well. Okay, here's your SMR. Here's SMR. Okay, SMR. Note the Bollinger Bands are opening up. Now look, now compare this to Oklo. Note the Bollinger Bands. Pay particular attention to the Bollinger Bands. Now these could open up tomorrow, in which case you're buying Oklo before volatility explodes. So if you're buying options, you want volatility to explode. Okay, look at Oklo. Look at the Bollinger Bands. Now look at SMR. SMR is like 4 days ahead of Oklo. Oklo starting to move as well, but it's still compressing. Let's look at nano nuclear. Compressing. Lightbridge. Tony mentioned Lightbridge. Lightbridge is starting to move. Okay, Lightbridge is looking good, Tony. Lightbridge is looking good, Tony.
Often referred to as possible candidates include 1 or 2 figures like that. So I don't agree with that observation.
But I mean, I guess, although they're all reputable economists, and there's a committee. I mean, I guess the chair matters. But who are you worried about among some of the contenders now that we know from Treasury Secretary Bessent the process has begun?
Ask yourself, what is the one criteria that you think?
Okay, looks good. Tesla flows continue to rise. The flows continue to rise.
Reference to an observation that the market's perfectly comfortable thinking that Trump will appoint someone who epitomizes independence. I just don't agree with that.
I don't know. He did appoint Fed Chair Powell.
Okay, what's AMD doing? Looking for AMD flows.
I'm not sure that he's exhibited a lot of.
AMD flow is ripping here.
Look, well, for now, market's okay. After President Trump again said that he is not going to do that, doesn't have an intention.
AMD flow is ripping here. Look at the AMD flow. Look at this. Okay, for those of you trading AMD. AMD looking good. Hedging flows, AMD. Oh.
Is it just okay that he continues to jump on the fence?
Woohoo. Nice job there. Nice job on the AMD. For those of you still in it, I'm still in it to win it. Okay, looking good.
With the comment that you made, which is that this is a committee, this is not a unilateral, sort of decision maker at the Fed.
Looks
He
good.
kind of tries to emphasize that message. I do think at the same time, you all just had a very interesting point about risk assets. International investors don't like this kind of chatter. And they're not the biggest owners of U.S. equities, but they're important owners of U.S. equities. And they've been moving in a very concerted way if you look at funds flow data in recent years.
I hear people talking about institutions are doing this, doing that, but we are able to like just take money out of the markets in a way that they can't do because, we're just like, we're seeing the price action, the dealer hedge flows intraday, knowing what kind of volatility we have, we could see these big moves in some of these stocks. Here's AMD posting in the room.
It depends on which model you're looking at. By valuation and earnings work, we've blown past fully valued, right? If you're looking on 2025,
Okay.
you might have a little bit more room to go on a rosy 2026 scenario. But I'll tell you, Sarah, my favorite stat
Boom.
is if you look at the move that we had in 3
Wow.
months' time off of the April 8th lows, it equates to what
Wow,
we
wow, wow.
do in a 9-month rebound off of growth scare type 30% on the S&P, right? Yeah, I think we got about 26% when we looked at the recent high. And if you go back to 2010, 2011, 2018, where we are now, those kinds of drawdowns, this is where we should be at the end of the year, not right now. And if you look at all those look at all those rebounds, just take the percentage off the table, they do tend to experience some periods of chop after an initial run up. So it does feel to me like we're kind of entering into a digestion period now. We're not, as sort of under-owned. We're not as, kind of seeing deeply depressed sentiment the way we did 3 months ago. And we're starting to get vulnerable to bad news again. Maybe not on tariffs.
Tesla going.
But I think that the
Okay, looking good.
makes sense.
There goes AMD. AMD is ripping it. Ripping it good. I say rip it.
Uncertainty, but they would lead to
AMD. Going vertical, AMD. Looks like Palantir a few minutes ago. Look at the reversal at 11:30. A lot of stocks reversed at 11:30.
We've been, we're kicking off on earnings season. I'll tell you, this morning I was really excited to read financials earnings, and I got completely distracted by this thing too. And the Brazilian consumer, and it's starting to come back. And those all point to signs of growth in second half.
Okay, nice move on AMD.
Very, very carefully. We actually spent some time last week reading through all of the earnings call transcripts across the Russell 3000 from June 25th forward. So kind of getting some of those off-cycle reporters and seeing what they're saying. There's a lot of SMID companies in there. They may not be able to execute and manage around as well. But I'll tell you, Sarah, going through that exercise, I did not come out of it thinking it's time to put tariffs behind us. I came out of it thinking that some companies are going to manage through well. Others are not. We're going to see adverse reactions in the latter camp. And there's already a lot of optimism baked in.
All right, that's me taking a little profits off of AMD. Friday calls.
It's going to be very, very messy, but I do think you are starting to see whether you're looking at that CPI data yesterday, some of these earnings reports I read the last few weeks.
SMR looking really good. SMR just keeps going. Okay, looking for that to break out and slap the Bears across the face with a trout. Apple, looking for that to push higher. Apple.
But there hasn't really been a robust discussion of demand impacts yet. As some of those price increases come through, I think there's
Okay, Microsoft pulling in a little bit now. Microsoft pulling in a little bit.
Some companies are saying they've seen it, others are adamant that they haven't, and some are being frank and saying, we don't really know if we would be able to tell. And I think we're going to have a really interesting discovery process here in this next few weeks as to what exactly happened on that demand.
Tesla pushing higher again. Tesla.
So we actually just upgraded materials about a week and a half ago.
Tesla looking good. I would like to see Tesla do what AMD and Palantir have done today. All right, Tesla is starting to run, so this is looking a lot better.
Space should benefit from a lot of those same drivers. You've got very reasonable valuations, earnings revisions that have been positive. We did survey our analysts recently on their second half outlook.
folks in our materials team across the board was extremely bullish over the next 6 to 12 months. So we think that's one, it's not that it's completely washed out on valuation, but it's got a lot going for it, and it hasn't been bid up the same way some of these other sectors have.
I'm just looking up 6% as a
Tesla
sector
up,
this year, which is
up, up. Tesla, go, go Tesla.
financials and utilities, but.
And I think you kind of have to pick through, laggards is probably not quite the right word, but because some of these areas have lagged big time for healthcare. Healthcare, we're neutral on healthcare. And I'll tell you, when we go through our analyst work, and again, we kind of put these questions out to all the analysts, healthcare has one of the worst policy assessments, in terms of potential disruption to the sector. It's also not looking super cheap to us. Earnings revisions are fine, but I think they're kind of big existential issues that investors are grappling with there.
Well, Lori, we had a lot to talk about today. It was really good to see you. Thank you for being here. Good to see you, Lori, Calvin, Tina. We are just getting started. Up next, two banks, two different earnings for you. Here with the CEOs of both Goldman Sachs and Bank of America on their reports. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Tesla still pushing. Tesla. It's above the 50-day. Tesla's above the 50-day and above the 200-day, finally above the 20-day as well. Tesla. Okay, volume coming in. Volume here. Starting to pick up. Tesla. All right, looking good, Tesla. All right, the S&P is starting to turn off of this little pivot low with about 38 minutes to go. 38 minutes to go. Caterpillar, yeah. Joe Woke, interesting name. Joe Woke, Johnson & Johnson CFO. Spelled W-O-L-K, but still Joe Woke. Pretty interesting. All right, Palantir looks like it's going to see some profit taking. I would take some Palantir, take more profits. Palantir takes some more profits off. Doodle-doo, 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 doodle-doo. I can't get this Mission Impossible theme out of my head now.
Yeah, that's right. So, I'm so sorry. Big pharma companies in China think of it as a market for them.
Okay, this market's giving you plenty of opportunities to exit, reassess the markets if that's your choosing. My choosing personally is to reduce my I had something like 20 positions open. I'm back down to about 14 right now. I keep taking positions off and reducing exposure into strength, taking profits, and taking scalps intraday as well, adding a scalp intraday, and then taking it off into strength like Palantir. That was a pretty big move on Palantir. Tesla, same thing, looking to take some profits on Tesla. Tesla looking good. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take some profits on Tesla. That was a nice move on Tesla. I'm not going to be greedy. I just want to take some profits here. It's about $75 per contract. Happy with that. Only had 5. I hoped I was going to think about doing 10, but I did 5. So that was pretty nice. $70 per contract. Profits. UMAC, you're in UMAC? Okay, UMAC, I closed my position in UMAC. Okay, nice move on UMAC. I could have got a little bit more for it, maybe about 20 cents more. CoreWeave's turning up. CoreWeave. UMAC is another example, one that I took profits on. Okay, SMR at the high of the day.
We spoke earlier with Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon after beating on both the top and bottom lines. The company reporting record equity trading revenues coming in at $840 million. I asked Solomon whether that kind of revenue is
Okay, TSSI. Okay, I did start some TSSI yesterday. It dipped. I bought some. TSSI back up. Okay, TSSI ripping.
Market grows, market cap grows, economy grows. Our financing business is super important to our equity business. We have a leading equity financing shop, and that plays a big role in the overall equity beat. And so, clients were
Okay, I got a 1-day swing on TSSI. That's moving on up. Moving on up to the east side. On up.
I think one of the structural things that's changed is CEOs believe we're in a moment in time when you can do big strategic consolidation that it actually.
Yeah, I took all my UMAC off. I sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 positions. I took profits in. Now, in some positions, I had double. Like I had Google calls. I also had GGLL shares. I had Google shares. So I had 3 positions, 1 stock. So that's what I'm doing is if I have 3 positions and I'm reassessing the markets and taking profits into strength, I don't need Google GGLL shares if I'm going to hold on to Google calls and Google shares, right? So I can take some of that off, and that reduces my exposure. I'm not tripled up basically on Google, but Google looking good. There goes UMAC is going. UMAC, I'm out of UMAC, so congratulations on that one. Google pulled back, so I'll look for a bounce on Google tomorrow, maybe. Same thing with Apple. I have AAPX shares. I have Apple calls. I have several positions in Apple calls, layered July, August, September calls. So I don't need all of that. I can just maybe take one position with the longest time frame and close the closest positions on Apple that expire on Friday. That way I'm reducing my exposure. There goes TSSI going. Good idea.
That the consumer, on the other hand, is still spending and still has plenty of money in their accounts.
Overall, Leslie, a strong read on consumer, economy, capital markets environment. I mean, what David was saying, he also said IPOs are really starting to pick up, mentioned a few key ones that had good performance. Pretty upbeat outlook. I know the banks have run up into earnings, but no big negative surprises.
No, I was joking because on several earnings calls, the executives use the phrase, we are firing on all cylinders, which I think is emblematic of what you just laid out, is that you've got this very constructive backdrop as it pertains to at least what appears to be an upswing in capital markets activity, a long-awaited upswing. We've been talking about this for essentially years now. The early part of the quarter was great for trading, given the volatility that we've seen. The rate environment is pretty constructive for these banks as well. And one of the questions I also asked Brian Moynihan was,
yeah, same thing. Take the profits off and the strength. Oh, there goes TSSI going vertical.
for longer, at least for the time being. So, is this essentially peak backdrop? He says, I think things could get better from here. This isn't the peak. So it remains to be seen, but it certainly was a quarter that was
TSSI on the move, on the dip. TSSI, that's going to do well with Dell. Dell partnering with them. Yeah, UMAC, nice trade there on UMAC. Woohoo! Nice move there on UMAC. UMAC.
was impacting these companies. Now, all of the big six, the basis of the conversation was essentially, slightly what do you plan to do? How do you plan to deploy capital? Is it in the form of additional buybacks?
UMAC going vertical.
There's a lot of questions about inorganic growth opportunities, and most banks were saying, we want to use that capital to invest in our current businesses, but they were definitely impressed by the analysts.
Yeah, nice move there.
Dream idea for a deal, like what would that look like? And so there was a lot of discussion and debate around that as well.
Which is a sign of the time, because they never would have been asked that question in the last
Leslie, thank you. Leslie. Rockefeller Cheryl is back. Big tech earnings on deck. She's playing the stake. Closing down. Quick break.
Whew. Nice little pop there in UMAC. Looking good. Okay, what's going on with UMAC? UMAC? What's going on with UMAC? Huh? What's going on with UMAC? Let's see. What's going on with UMAC? UMAC? Got anything going here? Unusual Machines announces closing a 48.5 million registered direct offering of common stock. Slumps at the 48.5 million. That was 2 days ago. Yesterday. Okay, so that's done. So apparently there's a lot of people that want. Okay. Yeah, big move on UMAC. I sold my position earlier too. I still have 100 shares, but just watching UMAC. Looking good, UMAC. There goes UMAC. Holy shit. Look at this thing go. Woohoo. Nice, 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 nice. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, AMD looking good. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. SMR is still going. SMR is still going. Wow. Wow, look at that move. Look at that move. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. Looks good. UMAC. UMAC. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
Nasdaq's on pace for another record close as Europe for tech earnings. My next guest is bullish on the sector. Joining me now is Rockefeller Global Family Office's Cheryl Young. Cheryl, it's good to have you. So we do start to get tech earnings. Google's next week. The stocks have run up into the reports. How do you like the setup?
Well, when you say the stocks have run up into the reports, Sarah, not all of them have. Most of the Mag 7 is actually still negative year to date. When you look at the broad sector, it's positive. Technology is up about 10%, but the participation is actually broadened this year, which is really exciting to see. The Mag 7 has lagged, and most of the returns from the Mag 7 year to date have come from one stock, which we all can know and love, NVIDIA, which is really about a third of the S&P's earnings year to date as well.
So you see some catch up from some of the other big players?
I hope so. I want to see the broadening. That's a healthy market. Sarah, if we look at the last couple of years, most of the gains in the S&P have come from technology, and especially from the Mag 7. If you look at year to date, the Mag 7 is accounting for roughly 1/3 of the performance of the S&P. If you look at 2024, it accounted for 53.5% of the returns of the S&P. And if you look at 2023, it was 60%. So we really want to see this broadening, not just in these big mega cap names, but in the rest of technology. And there's lots of opportunity in AI, in data centers, in cloud computing, in infrastructure. So I think there's a lot to be said about some tailwinds coming into the year.
How do you approach the scrutiny around spending? I mean, the market has so far rewarded certainly for the chips, but even the hyperscalers, all of the billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that they're spending on AI deployment and infrastructure. How do you decide as an investor whether it's worth it?
Well, that's a very good question. You see some of these mega cap names who really spent a lot. There was a recent acquisition of Scale AI. That was a very expensive acquisition for Meta, $14.3 billion they spent. And so we're seeing some companies spend a lot. We're seeing other companies really lag on spending. And there's been some pressure on a couple of the names on the mega caps where we really haven't seen a lot of acquisitions for years. Just to give you an example, not to talk about any specific stocks or to recommend any specific stocks, but Apple, for example, hasn't had a major acquisition since Beats, which was 11 years ago. So again, I think that you have to be careful when you say there's a lot of spending because it's a mixed bag.
Right. No, I don't even count. I'm talking mostly about the hyperscalers. And that has been the story of the quarters when it comes to a Meta or an Alphabet or an Amazon or Microsoft. And they have done well. And they have been rewarded for the infrastructure they're building out. The question is what the returns look like on the other side.
Well, and that is a question yet to be seen. We have really not seen as much as we would like to see come out of the spend on AI. However, we know that there's about 1.8 trillion expected to be spent on AI over the next 5 years. And so again, there's a lot of spending going into this area. There's a lot of hype going to this area. You're seeing some of these mega cap names lay off some of their software engineers. And so you're starting to see some productivity gains. And I think that'll continue. Those productivity gains and increase in margins from, I hate to say it, but laying off employees because AI can improve the technology, hopefully will be, again, a tailwind for some of these technology companies.
And then when you say technology, I mean, earlier today we were talking to an analyst who was saying it's coming at the expense of the software, the SaaS companies, which were so popular for so long, but now it's all about AI.
BBAI, I joined you there, Frank. BBAI, I joined you, Frank.
Challenge for all of us. I'm based in Silicon Valley, and so
Okay, so this looks pretty good. If it keeps moving higher tomorrow, I'll double up on the tracking shares. For now, I got to stop underneath 7.
So that is really an area that you have to be very, very discerning. I can't talk about individual names, Sarah, but I think really that is the question of the day: is who are going to be the winners and the losers. And remember, there are about 5,500 AI startups, so there's a lot of them that are even trading. And again, we've seen some pretty massive acquisitions recently. I think that'll continue. These companies are spending on talent. They want the talent, and we're really hoping to see that it pays off. But again, these big spin projects have to have years to play out. This is not something that's going to come over the next quarter. We're not going to see that's on the next earnings call. It's going to take time to deploy and play out.
Okay, well, Cheryl, thank you for joining us. Doubling down. We appreciate it. Cheryl Young from Rockefeller Global Family Office. Up next, we are tracking the biggest movers as we take you into the close. Kate Rogers standing by.
Shares of a pharmaceutical giant having their best day in 2 years, and a chip stock is warning of the potential for no growth. The names to watch coming up.
Okay, there goes the futures. Futures on the move. There go the futures. Okay, big move on the futures right here. Had to put my headphones back on. I see what's going on. And the markets are ripping here. Rip it good. Nice little move from the 1130 low. Okay, there goes Apple. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft, boom. Do, 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 do. Um, 19 minutes to go. Everything jumping, jumping. 19 minutes to go. Looking good. Looking good. Sing it, Janice. There goes Nvidia popping. Okay, I'm going to take a bunch of stuff off here into strength. This is a big day. Buying the dip today. That 1130 low. Look at the 1130 low on S&P 500. Tell me you can't see what's going on here. Okay. Whew. SMR. Wow, SMR is kicking it. Kicking it. There goes Microsoft. Okay, so I want to take some Microsoft off here, don't I? Let me see what's going on here. Did I already sell Microsoft? I don't think I did. Nope, I did not. Okay, cool. Microsoft looking good. All right, there goes Microsoft. Okay, there goes Nvidia. Okay, did I sell? I didn't sell Nvidia. No, I didn't. I doubled up Nvidia. That's what I did. Nvidia looking good. Did take some profits though. Nvidia breaking out. Nvidia going. Nvidia. Wow, what a day. Nvidia turning back up. AMD, big move on AMD today. Ooh, AMD. Slow, slow, slow. There goes AMD. AMD, straight up.
To learn more.
Just about 15 minutes until the closing bell. Let's get back to Kate Rogers for a look at the key stocks to watch. Kate. Sarah, so Johnson & Johnson shares higher after it reported better than expected results and raised its outlook for the year. The pharmaceutical giant also slashed
AMD 160. AMD 160. I'm going to take some profits off in the strength AMD. Oh, I already did take profits. I take that back. I already took profits on AMD. Okay.
The company did report better than expected earnings and revenue for the second quarter, but not enough to boost its shares. They are down, as you can see, just about 8%. Tara, back over to you. Yeah, ugly day for that stock. Thank you, Kate.
70% cash now. 70% cash. Okay. I just took some AAPX off. I have several layers of Apple calls. I just took AAPX off. I bought that about a week ago or so when my son was talking about it. AMC, I have a loss on AMC. I'll take that off soon. AMD. Okay. Big day today. Big day. Thank you so much. SMR. Wow. SMR is just killing it. SMR is still going. SMR is having a good day. SMR. Big move on SMR. I sold the calls, took the calls, the profit from the calls, and I bought some shares. Usually I'll do it the other way around. I'll buy shares. Shares make profits. I'll take the shares off into strength and then buy calls or something like that with the profits. This way I did it the other way around. This looks really good. The nukes, I think, got a lot of promise. Okay, so buy order blocks continue to go. SMR. Okay, Google turning back up. All right, Google. Do I want to double up on calls? Is that new news there, Brano? All right. See, how do I do this? Add to position. Oh, I like the way this works. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay, Google. $191.95. What's Google? Google is okay. Google looking for the follow through. Yes. You just woke up? You just wake up? You were sleeping? Were you sleeping? Yeah. You're a good kitty cat, right? You a good kitty cat? You hungry? All you do is eat and sleep. You and your sister. Where is it? No, it's over here. Okay. There you go. Okay. I'll clear space for you so you can lay down here after you eat. Seems like that's what you like to do. Eat and sleep. Kitty cat. Okay, so thank you. That looks good. Google looking for that to follow through. Okay, SMR is still going vertical. SMR looking good. SMR.
Next, we're counting you down to United overtime. What to watch for those numbers. Tape that and much more when we take you inside the market zone.
All right, so the market's chopping a lot of people up, waiting for direction from the markets. The easiest way, I won't say, I don't like the word easy. The best way I know is to keep an eye on what the markets are doing. Lately, we've been adding a cheat code. Basically, we've been adding a cheat code. We've been watching what the hedging flows for dealers have been doing. When the dealer hedges, it's pretty obvious. You can see the dealer hedging flow has turned up on this chart. Okay, that purple line reversed at 11:30. Okay, 11:35, and it just keeps moving higher and higher. Okay, same applies for stocks. Okay, when the dealer hedging flow turns up like Tesla did, okay, dealer hedging flow turned up at 11:30, and also started right at the open, just kept moving up and to the right. That was good. AMD, same thing, dealer hedging flows. This is like cheating. You see this 11:30 zone right here, the markets turn up, and then they start ripping. You see the hedging flows turn up. Flow right there, that symbol right there. Okay, so AMD and all these stocks just, oh, there goes SMR. SMR is probably getting some news or something, SMR. But yeah, it's like cheating. Great to have started using Spot Gamma. Corey, from what I understand, if you go to the site, there might be an opportunity if you click on the different subscription models, you might be able to check out Alpha. I don't know if there's a discount there. Let me see if I heard anything from them because I did send them an email. No, nothing yet. Okay. News? I have financial juice. Too busy. There goes Broadcom. Broadcom breaking out. Yeah, I use Financial Juice. They're good, but most of the trading picked up by just price action. I just have it off. You don't hear it in the background. That's all.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay, low ticker alert. All right, so people taking profits off in the strength. Okay, Broadcom going. Okay, so SMR, big move on SMR.
Stand on the crypto bill. And BTIG's Jonathan Krinsky drilling down on the markets as we head into the close. Let's start with Phil. What should we watch for with United?
Three things to look for, Sarah, when United reports in just a couple of minutes. First of all, what's happening with the basic economy passenger? We know the premium passenger paying for first class or business class, that remains strong within the industry. What's United seeing?
Tesla with a buy signal, late day buy signal starting to flicker right here. Tesla, late day buy signal. 8 minutes to go, getting a buy signal. Getting a buy signal on Tesla. Let's see if it shows up on Super Trend. Let's see if it shows up on Super Trend. Tesla. Tesla, Super Trend. Okay, we got a buy signal on Tesla. Yeah, there's a buy signal right there. You see it? Tesla buy signal.
What are they seeing now? We will be talking with Scott Kirby, CEO of United Airlines, tomorrow morning, first on CNBC on Squawk Box. You don't want to miss what he has to say. A good snapshot of what they are, what the economy looks like, especially when.
Okay, I get multiple buy signals.
Passenger, are they flying less? Is there less demand? All of those questions.
Broadcom, wow. Tesla on the move. Tesla breaking out. Tesla breaking out. Okay, looking good. Wow. Broadcom, big move on Broadcom. There goes Microsoft.
Since the Air India crash, when that happened, last month, GE's engines are not implicated in terms of being a cause behind that crash, but it's a chance for us to talk to him about what the hangover effect, if there was any, from that investigation was.
Tesla.
Look at this chart. I mean, this says it all. They have way outperformed over the last 3 years, and Larry Culp has said time and again when we've talked with him, they're just scratching the surface.
Yeah, I'd be done too. This is like crazy. Crazy strength.
We'll see if they give us some updated guidance for all of 2025.
Yeah, good looking chart. Thank you very much,
Mm-hmm.
There's greater. Emily, yesterday, the crypto bill was a little bit in peril. What's the latest?
Sarah, it is like Groundhog Day up here. The crypto bills are once again in peril. The House again moved to take a vote that would have advanced those three bills, led to ultimately votes on the individual's bills, the stablecoin, the market structure, the anti-central bank digital currency. But again, this rule does not have the votes it needs to pass. And it's being held up in part by these hardline conservatives.
72% cash. 72% cash now.
There is indeed going to be a ban Fed from creating a central
Just
bank
keep trimming positions.
A number of members were just in a meeting with Speaker Mike Johnson. And the trick here is that Republicans do support a ban on preventing such a currency from being created. It's something the crypto industry wants. But they're worried that if they try to combine that with, say, the market structure bill, that
Tesla, low profit taking there on Tesla with 6 minutes to go. Tesla.
with Congresswoman Anna Paula Luna. She was one of the members who was at the White House last night with Trump and had some concerns about the central digital currency. Listen to what she had to say on this. The people that are drafting this want
Can't stand her.
to ensure that
I can't. Oh, no, I can't. No, sorry. Can't listen to her.
Front, we penciled in basically 1.8.
Bitcoin did pull back in a little bit.
But we're just going to have to still be.
It looks like a little profit taking in the last few minutes of the trading day, but most of these stocks, most of these positions have moved higher.
I think that's pretty much been priced out at this point. The percentage so low, next month now looking like a coin.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I'm going to take some NVIDIA off here. Actually, you know what? I'll leave NVIDIA alone. I have August calls on NVIDIA. That looks fine. Okay, TSSI out of that. Okay.
So we did get up to a 75, 76 on the S&P 500. It's moving kind of sideways. So it feels like right now the market's trying to consolidate by going sideways rather than going down in price. And that just kind of speaks to that resiliency, that bid that's underneath the market. So
Netflix pulling back. Netflix. Okay, Amazon looking for a higher low, higher high, another higher low on Netflix, on on Amazon. Google pulling back a bit. Oracle, AMD looking good.
Keep that in mind. There's nothing alarming on the technicals. We're still in, this uptrend. I guess if you're bullish, you'd rather consolidate sideways than down. That kind of speaks.
AMD just ripping here. AMD. All right, I took my position off of AMD. Congratulations. That's a nice move there. AMD.
Exhaustion move where we, had some big reversal in the market. We've just been grinding higher. So that kind of price action is characteristic of a
AMD looking good. We got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Okay, 3 minutes to go. Tesla pulling in a little bit from the high of the day. Just profit taking. Hey, Tesla, I took some off. I had short-term options. Probably start buying next week's options, not this Friday, except for scalps. NVIDIA looking for the pop. Beautiful. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. I have no hedging. I have no SPY hedges or anything like that. I closed all of that. Had some SP calls there for a short time. That was a scalp. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. SMR is still going. SMR is still going in today. SMR is still going. Very nice looking chart. SMR. Into the close. Man, there's so many good trades today.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
ABGO.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best full service wealth management skills in the biz.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical.
All right, that's a wrap. Hell of a trade day today. Hope everyone has a good evening. I got a hard stop. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's been a wonderful day. Hope you have a great evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Take care. Have a good one. Ciao. I'm out of here.